YouTube. Yeah, it's gonna take us a little bit to switch everything over, but we'll get the hang of it. The main reason why I switched it last night is because people were trolling me because I fucked up and I talked about it on stream that I wanted to do a name change, and people were starting to make Twitch accounts with variations of my name, so they were trying to block me from it. You know, little weirdos. But we got it taken care of because a Twitch partner always has pull over a non-partner. So, yeah, they thought. Oh yeah, the YouTube videos are going up in 7 minutes. We can watch those. I forgot about that. Mr. X. I like that. I like that. Hold on 1 second. I gotta check something. Gotta see if I paid this bill. Alright, December 9th. Never mind. When's this one due? This one's due on... I think it's today's the 26th, right? Yeah. I want the Discord link changed. Not yet. Not yet. That would be something when we full send it over. All right, so it is due tomorrow. Okay. Ah, fuck, that's so loud, man. Ding! Made the Void build you showed me yesterday. All of my portal runs yesterday were significantly more fun with it. See, now you're having fun in the game. Yeah, you don't hear the ding. I do. Ding. Ding, 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 ding. It'll probably take us about I would say a good month to get everything switched over. I got to get new stuff made, but yeah, we're full sending it. We are full sending it. Gsxrclyde is the new Twitch name, and it's staying. And we changed the gamer tag to Clyde, but my numbers stayed the same, so I got really lucky. So it's just Clyde 4876 now, which is great. And yeah, the YouTube, TikTok, all that will still have the @Gsxrclyde, but the display name will be different. So like if you click on the channel, obviously this will just say Gsxrclyde. So it'll take some time. So only thing that sucks is I was trying to do this last night and they're like, oh, if you change this, you're gonna lose your check mark. So I'll just tell them, hey, fix my shit. The X is sick. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm trying to tell people. Like the X just makes you badass, you know? Need to update the Twitch link on my YouTube page. Oh, you're right. You are right. Good comms. Boom. There we go. Sick, bro. Gsxrclyde XX no scopes X420 XX. You forgot the 69. I think I might change back to Gsxrclyde. I'm jealous. Ah, okay. Nice bait. All right, we're gonna be watching some YouTube videos here soon. All the streamers that went on the family vacation, they're gonna be posting here in about 2 minutes. So maybe we get some juicy info. What I want to know is how come all this talk of Destiny 3 is in development now after Glad called him a piece of shit and said, hey, D3 was supposed to be created in 2019. Maybe it's because of him, you know? Maybe Glad made them make a Destiny 3. Lana wanted me to change my name to Clydesdale. Couldn't get OG Clyde? Nah. So Clyde is taken because it's linked to a streamer. Snurv. I like Gsxrclyde anyway. But yeah, the Destiny leaks guy did say that he didn't want to say anything too early so he didn't get in trouble. But yeah, Destiny, you know, Destiny 3 is in development. All right, let's see if we can hit some videos here. I tried the lightsaber in Destiny 2 and it's OP. We're gonna watch Rick Kaka's video. You guys ready for this? What's going on, guys? Wait, what? Where's my intro? Where's my fucking intro, Rick?
Yeah, this new exotic is going to be absolutely insane. What is up, guys? It's your boy Rick Kakis, and
that's
today
what I was waiting
we're
for.
Showcasing the brand new Praic Blade exotic sword, aka the lightsaber, arriving in Destiny 2 with the upcoming Renegades expansion. Guys, I think this.
Oh, I forgot this is so loud from yesterday. My bad.
Powerful weapons.
I had my game sound up way too high.
This is going to be meta-defining. This will be the Renegades version of the Mint Retrograde. Why? Well, when you find out all the things this exotic can do, your mind will be blown. And so, let's get started.
Yep.
First of all, thank you to Bungie for bringing me to the Renegades capture event so I can make these kind of videos for you guys. All right, now, first off, when talking about the Praic Blade, we have to discuss its moveset. I can't believe I'm saying that, but this is not your average sword. It can do so much more. So, this
look at that. Look at how crazy you can add the customized to.
The intrinsic trait is ranged weapon. You press your sword heavy attack to throw the Praic Blade, which will seek out multiple targets. Attacking recalls the blade while it is in flight. Then you can press and hold your heavy attack to perform a more powerful throw, sending the blade on a straight path in the direction of your aim, and releasing the button recalls the blade. Then if we look at the weapon perks here, guys, first of all, we have balanced tang. After that, we have balanced grip. And then things get interesting. We have cormorant reversal. So while guarding, this sword converts incoming projectiles into bolts that reflect to where you're aiming, aka it's the blaster deflection from Star Wars. And then finally, we have a cormorant combo. After 3 rapid light melee attacks, you can quickly press the heavy attack button to execute a heavy melee combo.
I like that.
Then we have the weapon mods. First of all, of course, you see a colored like crystal, and the lightsaber obviously is red, which matches this red crystal. Yes, you can customize your Praic Blade color. Now, as for the other weapon mods, Bungie has requested that we don't show these to you guys simply because hovering over them would reveal exactly where they're from, so that's massive spoilers, but just know you can customize the crap out of the Praic Blade. There's a bunch of
there's the
different
chest
stuff
piece.
you can
Wait.
do to make
Wait a
this
wait a
weapon
minute.
function. Spoilers, but
Sorry, VC, can you change the command in YouTube? Can we watch this chest piece for a second? The jetpack fuel is charged all the way.
just know you can customize the crap out of the Praic Blade. There's a bunch of different stuff you can do to make
It barely did
this
any
weapon
damage.
function exactly how you want it to function, and
That
to
better
fit
be a
into
miscue
so
there.
many different builds. Like the build crafting behind the Praic Blade, guys, it is insane, and I really wish I could talk about it more. And as soon as Renegades comes out and I get one for myself,
Am I tripping? Did something change with the artwork of these servitors? It looks like Destiny Rising servitors. Am I tripping?
and to fit into so many different builds, like the build crafting behind the Praic Blade,
I'm
guys,
tripping.
it is insane. And I
I'm
really
tripping.
wish I
But
could
they did
talk
look
about
a
it
little
more, and
different.
as soon as Renegades comes out and I get one for myself, you
Am I?
best
I don't know.
believe
I'm
going to be talking about it more. But let's dive into that moveset again. First of all, the throws, as you can see right here. Yes, you will literally
They did look
chuck
different?
your
Okay, thank you.
Praic Blade and it will bounce between enemies. The range is actually insane. Like, you do not have to have enemies close to you. You can absolutely yeet this
What the
thing
shit?
across
It went all the way in the
map.
back.
Then we have the heavy throw, which looks different, does a lot more damage, but has a much more limited range and won't really bounce between targets, guys. Now, if you're wondering about PvP, as you can see right here, against another Guardian, the
I'll
light
go
melee
play
attack
lightsaber.
will not one-hit
We're gonna have a
kill, but the
lightsaber
heavy
fight in
melee
PvP,
attack
chat. We're having private
will.
matches.
All right, now let's talk about the normal melee attacks. So you can see I'm just normally smacking enemies right here with the light attacks, and you will now see what happens when I do the 3 light attacks and then press the heavy attack button. I like spin in the air for a massive amount of damage. You can see all those different damage numbers appear when I hit, and it really
We
is
need to
a
see some
crazy
buffed
amount
melee
of
damage from Banner
if
of
you are
War or
hitting
something.
that combo. If you're not doing it, if you're spamming light attacks, it's nowhere near as much damage. Now, if you're wondering about PvP, the light attack is a one-shot kill.
What?
Remember, this is a special weapon. Anyways, moving on from there, of
A
course,
one-shot?
you have blocking. And this
Oh, boy.
is so much more important than a normal sword's block, because this is also an offensive ability. And you can see in the background gameplay how effective blocking is. Not only do you
Should have
massively
Devour
mitigate
proc
your
there.
incoming damage, but you are now essentially shooting
Where's the
projectiles
Devour to heal?
while you are mitigating your damage. And so you have this ability to
I think
put yourself
I think
out of
this
danger and
lightsaber
get massively
has.
increased damage resistance, but fight enemies.
I think this
attack
lightsaber
enemies
has
from
Lament
much
moveset.
further ranges than a normal sword could ever dream of. And if you're wondering, in PvP, it's incredibly effective. It uses no ammo, and when you're getting shot, again, it reflects a ton of damage. Oh, and by the way, the reflection damage seems to have infinite range. Right up close or across the map, I was hitting for the same damage. So, you spawn in with special ammo. Do you even need to go around and hit someone with your sword? Or can you just kill them blocking? Like, honestly, that could be insane for PvP.
X
And
is sick.
in case you're wondering,
Oh, he's gonna call me now as
yes,
the X.
the blocking with the Praic Blade works, and oh boy, does it work well with the Stronghold exotic gauntlets for
no.
the Titan that give you infinite block. And you're seeing a bit of that in the background gameplay. I
Oh, we're going back to the dad loadout.
It is actually insane. I'm not sure if it's going to ship like this, but if it does, this is going to be the build I use on day one.
Of course it is,
actually
Rick.
insane how much damage you're able to do with just blocking, how effective this build is, and how invincible you are while you're blocking. But even if you're not a Titan, the power of the Praic Blade is really just the combination of everything I have said. If you're just using the normal melee, as long as you're hitting those combos with the 3 light attacks followed by the heavy attack, you're doing a ton of damage.
What's the forging
Then
matrix?
You have the capability of doing the ranged attack. You are chucking your Praic Blade at enemies
these different
so far away,
hunts?
it's bouncing between multiple enemies. It's doing a significant amount of damage, and so you now have this sword with the capability to use at much further ranges. On top of that, you also have this brand new style of blocking that also has incredible offensive and defensive capabilities.
Sweat.
And again, everything rolled into one is really why this weapon is so insane. You're able to just get into the fray and execute those melee combos to dispatch more powerful enemies, do a lot of damage. You're able to use this if you're dodging in between cover, right? Like if you are peeking out of cover, you're chucking your Praic Blade, you're getting behind cover, you're healing, whatever, as it comes back to you automatically after it's hit a bunch of enemies. And again, you also have those defensive capabilities whenever you need them. You're going to revive a teammate, you're trying to do an objective, you just spam block while shooting targets back. And all of this wrapped up into a special weapon is why really
that
just
chest
going to
piece
be
looks
so
a little
meta,
weak,
in my
man.
opinion. If this was a heavy weapon, I would be
Looks like a
excited
movement
for it.
tech exotic.
But a
That's it.
special weapon, it is so much easier to justify putting
We're gonna have to
on
test
your
with that
build.
bad boy.
The ammo generation you're gonna get for a special weapon is so much more than what a heavy weapon would get. And so in terms of just like running this thing in a build, there's honestly no reason not to. And if somehow all of that isn't enough, there's also the stuff I can't talk about. And of course I'm not going to talk about it, but hey, look at this clip right here. I seem to be dealing scorch with my Praic Blade when meleeing this target. And oh, when I do a combo, yeah, that causes an ignition.
Yeah, you can
That's
add
pretty crazy.
you can add effects to your
guys,
lightsaber.
That's it for the video. Hope you enjoyed
You could-
and found
you could
this
put, like,
informative.
threadlings on
If
it,
you did,
Scorch,
please remember to help me
other
out by
stuff.
simply rating and especially sharing this video. If you guys want to see Ert's
Because it's this stuff that they wouldn't show us. This stuff down here is how you change it. So Bungie didn't want you to see any of these mods down here. Obviously, the first one is the color. And then I think these next 3 have something to do with your combos. And then maybe this last one is changing it. So that's actually really good. I was looking for a video like this. I think Rick did a good job just showing it off with the lightsaber. So yeah, we're going to keep that video chilling. Let's see if we got any. If you guys got any other ones, let me know. Did he upload a video? That's a 41-minute video. Let's see who else uploaded videos.
This video contains no story mission spoilers for Renegades, but does show gameplay of new Renegades content. Hello gamers and welcome back to part 9 or something of my ongoing series. I played with new exotics before you. Ha ha he he.
You can't keep getting away with it!
Today we are covering the 3 exotic armor pieces coming in Renegades. Bungie gave a little preview video of these a while back. I'm going to be giving some gameplay impressions of them, first impressions, not like a full complete breakdown or anything like that of these exotics. Titans, you are getting a jetpack.
I fly now?
Yeah. Praic Vestment gives you an air move jetpack. Weapon and
Where's the
arc power
damage?
melee kills give you jetpack energy. You wait for your meter to fill up. Then when it is full, you hit your air move button while in the air and launch yourself towards wherever you want to go. If you hit a target, it will deal melee damage to that target, it will buff your melee stat for a bit, and it does a blinding AoE to any enemies nearby. So I did not really get to build craft much with this exotic when I was at Bungie.
All right, so it's
the
full
footage that
on-
you're gonna be seeing is pretty much
It's full
just
on
the
movement exotic. Got it.
face value. I wasn't the most impressed with this exotic as a result, but I'm sure if I optimized with an arc setup or an arc blinding setup or maybe even a prismatic setup, that I would have been more impressed. I did have a couple of gripes about this exotic. Number one, the jetpack is slower than I originally imagined.
Yeah.
And it takes a little bit of getting used to the controls while you're in the air. You might think of this as some sort of Thunder Crash type exotic or like Thunder Crash-esque movement capabilities, and it is much slower than that, with much more subtle movement needed to navigate around with it. You want very small adjustments. There's a bit of a learning curve to figure out how slow or how fast you need to adjust mid-flight. Number two, I wish the impact had more like right now it just sort of feels like you haphazardly collide into a target, like you accidentally flew into them and you're like, oh, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, versus really feeling the impact of you like slamming your knee.
So it's kind of going to take the place of like a line of rampants, maybe, just for movement.
You really feel the impact with like the sound and the camera and the character movement. It feels good. It feels like you hit super hard with those attacks. I want that feeling, but with this exotic, but I'm not sure how to get it. It might be like a
you could chain it with
issue
eager.
because you can't really be like swinging the camera in certain ways when you're flying around, because that could, you know, introduce some sort of weird motion sickness thing. I don't know, but I just, when I was there, it didn't have as much oomph as I feel like I wanted. I think PvPers are certainly going to have a time with this exotic, but I did not do much PvPing.
Yeah, I think it's more of like a PvP exotic and like a fun PvE movement exotic, but
clip of me using a blaster, so maybe hit them up.
I'm not trying to be rude here, but shipping with this movement tech, like how clunky it looks.
With all the strength that I already have in my build, with the new Renegade abilities at my fingertips when we're in the Lawless Frontier, with all the tools in my kit, I kind of had to like remind myself multiple times to use this exotic.
I like the weapon.
And you could actually find a big cluster of enemies, which, to be fair, you
I like this weapon
very often in the new activity. Then getting a big AoE blinding hit off can feel really good. But I was also in
oh my god, it did nothing.
So it might not be the smartest thing to.
I mean, you could die there.
Higher difficulties, like
did they change the UI on the health bars?
I thought of this.
I'm seeing different UI up there.
Item versus something I was in a big hurry to focus a build around. It is
Little
fulfilling a power fantasy, with that fantasy being you can fly. If that is something that looks fun to you,
yeah, like that's the cool part. That's the cool part of the exotic right there.
Max yourself very aggressively. There's probably going to be some better options out there for you. Although, again, for a final time, I was not optimized very well for this exotic in terms of my build, so there could be more out there.
Yeah,
Warlocks,
I agree.
Your exotic is essentially Vesper of Radius, but instead of blue raspberry flavored, it is green apple flavored. Daimo Suffusion is.
Why do you require a
when you have
verified phone number on Twitch to chat when no other D2 streamer
Casting
does?
Rift suspends nearby enemies. Suspend deals damage to those targets, and it heals you.
Might want to ask
Targets
yourself
break
that question
free
again.
Suffer even more damage, and killing suspended targets also heals you. So, I'll keep it spoiler free for now, but if you watched the weapon video that I also released, there is a fun new weapon that can pair very nicely with this exotic, although the weapon focuses on a different aspect of Strand than what this exotic is doing, but they pair up very nicely. Goes without saying, but this exotic is great. Very, very good. Being able to drop a rift and instantly suspend.
I actually thought we turned off the phone number part on Twitch. I thought it was just email.
Other suspend-themed things that Warlock.
I actually didn't know that we enabled the phone number again, to be honest.
Mind or a threat of
I thought it was just email.
Or threat of continuity. Weaver's Call, being a when you drop a rift ability, also allows you to play into threadlings a bit. So you could opt for a suspend threadling hybrid setup, which is mainly what you're seeing me do in this gameplay. You can use this exotic both offensively to suspend a lot of targets or defensively as a way to try to get out of trouble, not to mention getting some healing, which is definitely one of Strand's weaknesses. It's the main reason I thought Prismatic was better for Threadlings, you know, having that survivability. Lawless Frontier, coming with Renegades, the new activity, has very, very dense enemy spawns. On top of the fact that a lot of the objectives in this activity usually take place in some sort of a circular or squared area versus something like a strike where you are constantly moving forward. As a result, you will be able to tag many enemies very reliably in this activity, especially thanks to this thing's 10-meter radius, which is larger than you might expect. Combined with the new exotic weapon, I was having a blast running a Suspend Threadling hybrid build, and it's probably going to be the first build that I make when Renegades launches. All that being said, I can understand being a little disappointed in this exotic because it is so similar to Vesper of Radius, but it's still really good and really fun. Hunters, I'm not going to lie, your exotic is not nearly as exciting. Fortune's favor are
you need a verified phone number if your account is younger than 1 day. Oh,
at full health or when you're out of combat for a while.
So you just made a new Twitch account, that's all.
Void Overshield. When you have a Void Overshield, your weapons gain increased accuracy.
Yeah, your account has to be
and damage against
verified over a day.
Final blows give increased mobility.
We have that setting off. I was kind of thrown off Derek. Sorry.
The damage increase is 15%.
It must be on an alt account.
For any and all amounts of Void Overshield. It doesn't scale based on how much Overshield you have. It is just 15%, whether it's 1% Overshield remaining or 100%.
You've had the same Twitch account for years?
Overshield. It is not some special, unique
must be on your end, because we have that setting off.
Exotic. So any Void Overshield will give you
no one else has that problem.
Allows you to build craft at least
I just talked to my mods. We have the setting off unless it's a new account.
I wasn't super interested in this exotic in PvE is because the Lawless Frontier features health
they can double check, but
found in the
I'm not trying to be rude.
Your health does not regenerate over time. So a large portion of the time, you are not going to be even able to activate this effect in the Frontier unless you're out of combat or somehow at full health. Granted, this footage is me being solo, so I'm sure with a group it'll be a little less painful, but how often were you at full health in a place like
Do they follow?
the
I don't know
Nether?
if it follows.
Probably not that often. I also tried the new solo ops using this exotic, and I wasn't thrilled with it in a solo environment because the only way you generate the shield is being at full health or out of combat, which just doesn't happen that often.
Chatters without a verified phone number must have followed for more than 10 minutes.
The shield, and because
that help
I
you
didn't
out
want
there?
to lose the shield, I found myself playing kind of passively. It can play into some Void subclass build crafting though. Maybe Echo of Vigilance for some more Overshield proc.
So seeing this stuff, chat, this is why sometimes it's good to have new aspects and new fragments and shit instead of new exotics, because then it opens up multiple builds instead of one exotic, you know?
Or maybe there's
I think the Warlock got the best exotic out of the three.
To get you back to max health ASAP. So there could be some hope there. But Hunters already have
Titan's going to be fun for just movement, that's it. This is a PvP Hunter exotic.
This is going to be more of a PvP focused item than a PvE one. The damage buff in PvP is not as high, although I don't know the exact number. But I think my concern for PvP is that people are just going to be sitting around waiting for an Overshield to proc.
Yep.
And then they're going to be just lurking in a corner invisible waiting for it to happen. And that's just not really that fun. I guess we'll see. This video contains no story mission spoilers for Renegades, but does show gameplay of new Renegades activities. Hello gamers and welcome back to part something of my ongoing series. I played with new exotics before you. Nan boo boo.
Hopefully that information fixes it, Dirk.
We are covering the 3 exotic weapons coming with Renegades. Service of Luzaku, Heirloom,
This thing.
and the Praic Blade. We're going to start with Service of Luzaku, which is
hitting targets with this weapon builds restorative charge. Hipfire at allies while this weapon charges and it heals them. Oh, what the fuck? Take these fucking stupid ass. Does not expend the ammo and fills the weapon's magazines from reserves. Rapid healing increases weapon damage and spawns threadlings for your allies. So it's like a Lumina LMG?
Probably my favorite of the three. This is a support frame machine gun, so power weapon slot, which can spawn threadling nests. When you get a kill, you will spawn a threadling nest, which will spawn threadlings over time. This effect has some sort of internal cooldown. I've seen nests form after a few seconds. I've seen it be much longer than that. But point is, spawning a nest is on some sort of internal cooldown. You can then shoot the nest with hip fire
Turn them up a little bit.
restore its health, aka the red timer that is going to be ticking down as it stays spawned. You can have multiple nests active at a time. Any hip fire shots fired that heal a target, whether it's the nest or an ally, do not consume ammo, but you still need to generate that healing energy meter in order to be able to heal. There's a lot of stuff going on there, but it boils down to get some kills, spawn some nests, keep them active as long as possible. As far as an exotic weapon goes in terms of the fantasy that it is trying to deliver, I absolutely loved using this weapon. It creates a fun gameplay loop of trying to spawn nests in good spots while keeping them alive for as long as possible to continuously spawn threadlings and letting them do their thing. We covered threadlings in a previous video where I said Prismatic Warlock was technically better for threadling builds because they
Weapons
had more
look good.
survivability, but I found Strand to be more enjoyable to play because you could actually build into threadlings. I did not really get to play with this weapon in super high level content or anything, but it was a lot of fun in the stuff that I did get to play. Not to mention that the free healing, like no ammo usage, is really, really awesome. This is the first time where I've actually wanted to use a support frame weapon in just a regular piece of content. I do have a couple of notes though. Number one is that this is more of a lockdown an area kind of weapon. The whole point is to spawn threadling nests and keep them up. If you're in a more traditional piece of content where you're constantly pushing forward, maybe like an old school strike, then you're never really going to be able to make good use of
I didn't even know they're
weapon's
bringing
main
this activity
capability.
back.
There's nothing wrong with using it as a healing or support weapon though, if you really want to do that. Number two is that if you're looking for something to be hyper efficient at taking out targets, then this weapon is probably not going to be for you. The playstyle that you need to adopt with this thing is a bit of a slower pace. The whole point is to let all the spawn threadlings do all of the work for you while you keep the nests active. That doesn't always translate to very high pace gameplay. Yes, you could just use a normal machine gun and get rid of everything yourself and then probably do a little bit faster than you could with this thing, although I didn't really get to test damage numbers that much. You also might run into situations in group play where you simply can't get anything rolling because the people on your team are so bloodthirsty that the threadlings fail to do much. The catalyst for this thing allows you to turn your nests into tangles by fully maturing them, which I assume to mean keep the nest alive long enough and it will turn into a tangle. On Strand Warlock, this can be used in conjunction with the Wanderer and even the new exotic armor that they're getting, which I've talked about in a different video, to massively boost your ability to suspend targets. This setup has a good amount of potential actions per minute as a result, so if you're into having a lot of options at your disposal, you might want to take a look at this. However, I could see this being overwhelming for some players as well, since sometimes it can feel like there is too much stuff to do and you can't get to all of it. Overall, even if this is not the best exotic, I love it so much. It is visually awesome, it's a fun weapon, it's a fun gameplay loop, and I hope people give it a chance. I would love to do a build video on it, even if I kind of just did one right now. Next, we have Heirloom, which is categorized as a bow, but it acts a bit more like a sniper rifle or a crossbow type weapon.
Strong against
Functionally,
unstops.
this thing is very simple. It fires big, explosive bolts. It can stun unstoppable champions, and aiming down sights for certain periods of time.
All right, that damage is
power
pretty
up
good.
The bolt to do more damage and have a bigger explosion. There are 3 levels to the charge. The longer you aim, the bigger the buff. The catalyst makes it so direct hits with charged shots scorch the target, and the weapon deals more damage to scorched targets.
Okay.
I did not get to mess around with the catalyst at all, but it is nice that there is some build crafting tech that is possible with this weapon. What kind of damage boosts are we looking at with your charged up shots? Uncharged, we are doing 1005 damage with both impact and explosion added together. 1 bar of charge is 1263 damage, so about a 25% boost. 2 bars is 1570 damage, so about 57%, and a full charge results in 2169 damage, over 100% over the base uncharged shot. The AoE on the full charge shot is pretty large. This target frame that is 10 meters away took damage from it, although in some other farther away shots they didn't, so I'm not exactly sure of the exact radius of the explosion. You'll also
probably my
notice
favorite
the
thing so far.
self-damage that I took from the shot being only 5 to 6 meters away. That is something that you're going to want to watch out for. Uncharged shots consume about 12% heat, with fully charged being 50%. So you're only going to be able to get 2 shots off before you need to vent this weapon, unless you fire pretty slowly. Otherwise, there's not really that much nuance to this weapon. You shoot it in whatever mode that you want to, given the situation that you're in at your targets. You do really want to be careful full charging this thing at enemies close up, because you will take a lot of self-damage as a result. However, full charge, I think, should be used sparingly, or in times where you know you're going to get very high value out of it. I would probably just burn like 2 or 3 single low or no charge shots for single target purposes. As a solo, you're also really susceptible to attack when charging this thing. You got to play pretty far back to
when you're aiming down sights, you're kind of fucked.
Like the content I'm doing right now is not exactly the greatest for this weapon, because there's a lot of close range stuff happening. This is sort of the opposite of Luzaku's. It's a bit better for more linear environments where you can
that
start
minigun
very
is
far
cooking
away from your targets. It's not impossible to use.
That minigun is cooking the ads,
though, especially if you're playing with other people. But otherwise, this thing is as point and shoot as they come. Finally, we have the Praic Blade, aka our version of the lightsaber. You're going to get this thing pretty early on in Renegades, and the goal over the long term is to get all the upgrades and all the features for it. I can talk about a few things, but I can't really show too much. Like, I can't really show the menu or anything. First off, this is a special ammo using sword in the kinetic
can't show the
slot.
bottom mods.
It can do the kinds of things you would expect a weapon like this to do, like being able to throw it and being able to block and reflect shots. There are multiple throw attacks. Press the button to throw the blade and have it hit multiple targets and come back to you. Press and hold to just send it in a straight line, and then release the button to call it back to you. Guarding with the sword uses sword energy and reflects damage back at targets. Now, historically, reflecting damage has been terrible in Destiny and pretty much never worth doing. However, the Praic Blade's reflect damage is actually not too bad. Probably the first time that I've ever considered reflecting damage to try to hit a target. It's not going to be that much better than just swinging the sword, but you can actually get some enemies down with the damage reflection, which is nice. You also have a combo attack, 3 light attacks followed by a heavy, does a spinning slam attack for some extra damage. The blade can also... And finally, we have the glow of the blade itself, with there being a bunch of different colors that are all obtained in different ways.
They couldn't talk about the blade
content.
applying Scorch.
Pretty much every modification I just talked about drops in Renegade's content in some form or another. I'm just not allowed to say where or how or show menus or anything, so you're just going to have to wait and see. In terms of actually using the blade, I mean, it's a sword. I think we're all pretty familiar with how swords work in Destiny. I will say that it did feel somewhat inconsistent at times with the throwing attack. Sometimes it feels like the blade would recall back to my hand with an enemy right in front of me, and the enemy would take no damage or just not get hit by it at all. Melee attacks were fine, or as fine as sword melee attacking normally is in the game.
The sword is proccing knockout, which is insane.
Effects here too. Many of them being debuffs applied to enemies like Sever and Slow. You can customize this thing so much to your liking, and I think sword enjoyers are really going to have a fun time maxing this thing out. It being special ammo also allows for way more frequent use, although I didn't really get into any sort of nitty-gritty damage testing versus other heavy swords. That's your little weapon preview for Renegades. Overall, mostly good stuff here, in my opinion. Really looking forward to using Luzaku's machine.
Good videos so far. Just bouncing around trying to watch the others. See what Cross has got.
Another week, boy.
He just posted one, so
Listen, fellas, we could get all caught up on theatrics of whether or not I lied or told the truth what even is a lie.
Yeah, you lied.
I don't want to get bogged down with that. To be quite frank, it doesn't even matter. What matters right now is the real reason than what we experience in Edge of Fate and other
I
expansions.
told everybody
as
didn't
there
go.
isn't necessarily one big destination you can explore, but rather there are 3 destinations. You heard that right. 3. That being Mars, Venus, and Europa, which contains the main activities for renegades. Then you also have Tharsis Outpost, which is essentially the hub area where you're going to be able to talk with NPCs, vendors, as well as different factions, aka syndicates, that Renegades offers. This area, by the way, Tharsis Outpost, is truly Star Wars inspired and actually really cool. You've got your different factions, your different syndicates. You've got Vex with clothes on, and yeah, you're kind of just bumping around in this cantina.
Oh, the
if you
D3
will.
leaks just
And
started talking.
yeah, it's got a lot of character. I like that about it. And I think for a long time, social areas, which either A, did not exist inside of Destiny, or B, if they did exist, they were weak as hell. Look no further than the farm we built for the Elixning, if you even call that a social post. Tharsis Outpost was designed much, much better than that. Now, at this outpost, you will have your 3 syndicate faction dens, which you're going to unlock and access as you progress through the Renegades campaign. More on that shortly, though. Now, this takes us to the activity itself. Again, I would argue and say Edge of Fate didn't really have a proper activity. This one, though, has an activity called Lawless Frontiers. Now, you've already probably seen gameplay of this already, but this is essentially Bungie's take on Helldivers. You go in, you complete objectives, you use renegade abilities.
I love
and
how
then
he
at
used
the
the
end, you
Helldivers
need to
reference.
exfil successfully. Now, I really like the setup at the beginning of this area because before you even launch the activity, you like load into this intro area, you see your ship, and you actually beginning of this area because before you even launch.
Dude, it looks like... Bro, they took a lot of ideas from Destiny Rising. That looks like Destiny Rising.
The activity, you like load into this intro area, you see your ship, and you actually choose your renegade abilities that you're going to take in with you. And let me just say, guys, these renegade abilities, they are not like the, I guess, Matter Spark, optional abilities that you saw from Edge of Fate. These abilities are definitely worth using. They are extremely potent, and the other side of things is that they're very, very fun to use. Now, you can only select up to 2, but let me just go over some of the abilities, though, that you can choose. You've got Strafing Run, which calls down an airstrike from your ship that damages and scorches hostiles and objects in the target area. You've got Revitalize, which calls in a utility shank that heals and provides ability energy for allied guardians. Recon Shank, which calls in a reconnaissance shank that can pinpoint the location of hostiles, high-value targets, and objects of interest, that being things like chests. Imperium Drop Pod, which calls down a modified Imperium Drop Pod that slams into the ground, damaging combatants on impact. The pod also contains weapon ammo. It's actually a fantastic way to top off your ammo. Do keep in mind, though, guys, you can literally kill yourself with this. I actually called in a pod on myself and killed myself. I'm not sure if I even have footage of that, but it happens. Then there's the Imperium Behemoth. This is arguably the strongest of the renegade abilities. It calls in this pilotable Imperium Behemoth war machine at the beacon's location. And this is essentially an ATST from Star Wars, and it controls very similar to that of a brig, but it's faster and bigger. Now, guys, I was using this thing on my invasions, and yes, there are invasions. And let me just say, man, it is hell to take one of these things down. I actually had people using their super on me and they couldn't take me down while I was inside of this thing. It has so many different attacks. It moves very good, and it tanks.
Is the super on it?
Then we have our Piker Mortar. It calls in a Piker Mortar that launches homing missiles at targets in the area. You've got a Falcon, which calls in a Falcon attack that provides both mobility and offensive support in the field. Vex Deflector, which calls in a defensive Vex Deflector dome that absorbs and reflects incoming fire. Targets who pass through the dome are damaged and jolted. I actually use this one a lot, guys. The dome is huge. Like, it is so good. And I would argue and say, if you are looking for something to actually defend against invaders, I think nothing works better than the dome. Then we have the Vex Stun Field. This creates a Vex derived field that stuns targets within the radius of attack. Now, Bungie's also allowing for these vehicles like the Falcon and the Behemoth to be customized further. The base Falcon says that it has incredible top speed and a heavy mounted heat weapon, which can be fired while in motion. The Falcon can cause high collision damage when traveling at high speeds. There's also a strand version.
I don't know if it's still going on, Gator.
Launches a large strand projectile that can tie up Imperium
That's true
behemoths.
Bungie
And then there's
Foundation.
a stasis version, which is outfitted with experimental stasis weaponry that can freeze targets. It has a limited boost to allow you to smash through any frozen targets, and it can spawn its own stasis crystals using its secondary fire. I really like this, guys, because it doesn't just end with unlocking some of these unlocks. As it goes further than that, you have deeper customization just beyond that. And I don't know what I was really expecting from this, but it came out much better than what I originally thought. I guess my expectations were low. I was expecting it to be like very bare bone. I was also expecting like at any point Bungie's gonna be like, hey, you want to turn into a ball? Luckily, that didn't happen. And these are actually abilities that I would relate them to on the levels like a Helldiver ability. Now, when starting out, you'll only have access to Revitalize and Strafing Run, but you'll unlock more as you progress. And these abilities can also be upgraded from Spider or from the Quartermasters in each Syndicate Den, which seems to go up to level 7. So again, emphasis on joining those syndicates, pledging to them. And let me just say, this is not really a spoiler, but lots of backstabbing. Now, there's a few mechanics to be aware when it comes to this activity. First off, there's 3 different types of this activity. You have hunts, where you need to hunt a notorious outlaw and secure their bounty. There's smuggle, where you'll need to smuggle contraband from the activity. And then there's also sabotage, where you'll need to sabotage hostile assets. Now, all 3 versions of the activity play relatively the same, with maybe just some minor objective changes throughout. Secondly, it's kind of similar to the Nether from Heresy, as health recovery is disabled, and instead, you do have significantly greater health. And
they're going to nerf that in a week.
There's also destructibles that you can break, which can provide
Not that
credits,
border.
and may occasionally drop healing orbs, along with ammo or even revive tokens. Now, throughout the activity, you're going to have various objectives to complete as you move through different areas.
Wait, what?
But
What
this
did you guys
differs
see?
from the
Solar
Nether, as you
area
aren't-
denial?
Occasionally, you do have
Oh, right here?
sabotage, where you'll need to sabotage hostile assets. Now, all 3 versions of the activity play relatively the same, with maybe just some minor objective changes throughout.
Oh,
Secondly,
yeah, that
it's kind
is.
of similar to the Nether
That is
from
a
Heresy,
solar
as health
area
recovery is
denial,
disabled,
friend.
and instead, you do have significantly greater health and shields. There's also destructibles that you can break, which can provide credits, and may occasionally
It's not the
drop
orb
healing
printer
orbs,
anymore, though.
along with
Remember they
ammo
nerfed
or
it.
even revive tokens. Now, throughout the activity, you're going to have various objectives to complete as you move through different areas. But this differs from the Nether, as you aren't necessarily earning enough points to progress. There aren't these long traversal sections, and overall, the activity isn't anywhere as long as, say, something like the Nether. At least, not this version. Again, we're playing the early version of this. I don't know how things are going to evolve over the weeks to come. Instead, though, you usually have one objective per area, with sometimes a bonus objective popping up as well, but it is way more ad dense. So unlike the Nether, which wasn't as ad dense, you have like downtime in between encounters. This one is like go, go, go. I mean, they're really trying to drive the horde mode aspects of this game mode. Now, let me just give you some of the examples of the objectives in these game modes. There's one objective where you need to pick up and carry these cargo crates and then deposit them. And then while carrying the cargo crates, you can still use your weapons, but your movement is slowed. There's also another where killing enemies would drop cargo in the form of these exotic looking Ingrams, which you'll need to grab and then deposit. There's also some variations of this where these deposit zones would become shielded and would need to shoot the generators above them to remove the shield. There was also another variation where you had to place this drill, defeat enemies to get conductive charge, which could be used to charge the drill, which would then spawn the cargo to be deposited. Now listen, I can go on and on about the different objectives. What I will say is that it's fun. Like, they're actually good, and you want to lean into those renegade abilities. There were times where I was like, you know what, screw everything I'm dealing with. I'm dropping in a behemoth. I'm about to start blasting. I think the ad density is also really good, and I would say you could probably relate this activity more so to like Onslaught, right, with that ad density. Not as stationary, as you are still moving around more than like, hey, defend this ADU, but I will say the
Sorry, I'm not really
density
saying
is
anything. I'm
up
just
there
locked
with
in.
Onslaught. Now, I think Bungie did a really good job with balancing these
Swap
renegade
was there,
abilities,
yeah.
considering just how strong they are. They have limited charges, some of them having just one charge and others having multiple charge. Now, throughout the activity, you will find these chests that you can interact with, which can refill one spent charge of your equipped renegade's ability. Now, towards the end of the activity, after completing all of your objectives, you'll need to call in your exfil and then essentially defend the point until the Hawk arrives, which you can board the ship, and the first person to do so can actually fire the Hawk's autocannons. Now, there's actually a few different exfil scenarios that I encountered. Sometimes it was just waiting the time until it arrived and defending the zone. Other times it was capturing the zone, which would load cargo onto the ship before it was allowed to exfil. Another was where I had to kill a boss first, then head to the exfil, and then defeat retaliators before I could leave. Think of this as like extraction light, right? Like your little intro into what you're going to be experiencing later on, potentially in marathon. Now, there was also another variation that I saw, which takes place in contested territory and says to complete priority contracts in this contested area to fortify it for your ally syndicate in the future. Now, this takes us to the activity that I had the most fun with, invasion. You see, invasion is like the new Gambit mode, if you will. To be able to launch this activity, you need death marks, which is a currency that you can earn from jobs with invasion enabled. Thankfully, for those out there that don't want to engage with PvP at all, invasion is not a requirement, but this is likely where you're going to get the best rewards. And at least from looking at the customization screen for Lawless Frontier, Master, and Grandmaster match made, were set as invadable, whereas Expert was not. Now, when you do invade, you do have the chance to equip your Renegade abilities before heading through the invasion portal. And when you go in, you're going to have roughly 6 minutes to complete your objective. The only thing you have to worry about when invading is defeating opposing guardians and collecting their crests. So you'll see these 6 boxes on your screen that will fill up with each kill/crest that you collect. So ideally, you really only
I just want to know
like
the
3
loot
kills
difference
and
between
3
this game
crests.
mode and the
However,
other.
You are limited to 6 minutes, and you're also limited to 4 revives. But let me just be clear, guys. If you're rocking the behemoth, you'll get those kills no problem. Matter of fact, I'm really curious to know how invasion is going to look over the long haul, because there were many times that I invaded. I brought my behemoth, and man, I just cleaned house. And you actually end up in a situation where the invasions go very quickly because of how
Agus is,
wipe the other team.
Agus is
And one
running
of the
for his
things I
life.
actually brought up to Bungie was, hey, could you
I
guys
say his
make
name
it
wrong.
require more
Ages.
crests, maybe even more kills?
He
Maybe
was
require
running. He
6
was out.
kills instead of just 3 kills than 3 crests. Again, we'll see how this shakes out for everybody else. I felt like it was really not that hard considering the Renegade abilities. I think what's going to be interesting to see over the long haul is how people counter each other out with Renegade abilities. Like, you may be in a situation where you're like, all right, he's got a behemoth. I'm going to drop my dome. I'm going to spawn my behemoth. Or maybe you drop your dome and then that guy in the behemoth pushes your dome, but then you drop a Cabal pod on his behemoth. And yes,
Right.
you could do that. It requires some levels of logistic, but you could definitely pull that off. Now, this takes us to why you're doing all of this. And that's actually because of the syndicates. These factions are split into 3. You've got your Pikers, your Totality Division, and your Tharsis Reformation. Now, you can choose one syndicate at a time to be allied with, which you can change by interacting with these banners and their specific sections of the Cantina. Now, through these factions, you'll meet each head. For example, I spent some time working on ranking up the Totality Division, where the head of the faction
cool that you
is
could switch.
Enforcer Rao, or Ro.
Oh boy,
Wow, Ro,
we love those
one of
screens.
Now, there's a vendor for each faction known as the Quartermaster, which for Totality Division was Armorer Agol. Here, there was a reputation track showing for the ranked.
I'm really thrown off with these menus because these reputation rank menus is stuff that they got rid of in the past.
Reward that you can purchase the modified B7 pistol and a Praic Blade crystal through this faction. It also said that the Totality Division would share their access codes, allowing access to some locked areas in the Lawless Frontier. There's also a shader at rank 5 that you can acquire, and toward the bottom, there is also Totality shipments that you can earn. I hovered over each one of these, which was a small Totality shipment, which you can earn once a week by completing priority contracts. Now, you rank up these factions by contributing dark matter ingots to the war chests and by completing jobs for the syndicates. Now, when you're on the Lawless Frontier screen, you can actually access your contracts and wallets on the left-hand side of the HUD.
That's nice.
Contracts are essentially bounties for renegades. An example of one right here is for Totality Division. It says to complete and refill from bounty hunt or sabotage jobs, and you need to complete 2 of these. The rewards for completing these type of bounties include 4 dark matter ingots, 200 credits, and 160 faction reputation. There's also priority contracts. This one right here is for Totality Division, and it says to complete jobs and exfil backfill from jobs in Piker or Tharsis Reformation territory, and you'll need to complete 2 jobs. Now, the rewards for completing these include 10 dark matter ingots, 1,000 credits, and 320 faction
Something to grind.
reputation. So again, these priority contracts are definitely worth doing. Now, there's one more type of contract, and that is invasion contracts. This one right here is a daily invasion contract, which says, as an invader, score points by defeating opposing guardians.
Where's
and
the tier
collecting
5
impress. Invasion points obtained 0 out of 7. Now, the rewards for this one includes Lawless Frontier gear, which said it was going to be between tiers 3 and 4. 3 death marks, allowing you to do more invasions, along with 10 dark matter ingots. Now, the other section of the screen is going to be for your wallet, showing various currencies that you own. You got your credits, salvage, which can be exchanged for weapons and armor in Tharsis Bazaar. Then there's also sections for key cards obtained from the factions, as well as your invasion death marks. Overall, guys, I really liked this gameplay loop, and I also really liked invasions. I was concerned, considering how
They're playing on their
gaming
own
has gone over
account.
the years, that people would hate this. But I think that because the emphasis
Damn,
is on
Sweat, about to
renegade
get fucked
abilities,
up.
even though yes, you can go in with your subclass, you go in with your super hell, you could pop your Goldie and just go in and clean house. But these renegade abilities really mix things up. And coming from Edge of Fate, where those abilities really fell flat for me, these abilities
Evan
are
just
so
got
much fun
sauced.
that you're going to want to use them outside of these activities. And I wish we could. Like, no lie, I would drop
Oh,
a
Sweat just
behemoth
got
in the
shit on.
middle of a raid. The fact that the abilities are this fun to use in comparison to Edge of Fate, which, I'll be honest with you, I don't think anyone would actually voluntarily use Matter Spark. You know, some of you really like the ball play. These are for real good abilities, man. I mean, they are good enough to just be standalone things. And I really like that Bungie is like interwoven, you know, the tutorials on using these different abilities, these different renegade abilities within the campaign itself. They're not just dropping you in and overwhelming you. There's a good build-up process that happens here throughout the campaign missions that's also giving you little bits of story here and there, and then throws you into the activity with what you learn from the campaign. And what's even better than that is that while you're in these different activities, invasions, and whatever else, you're also getting pieces of the story thrown back to you. And a lot of it is just like in dialogue. But it actually will change things up as you go on, because you'll notice that no one really can be trusted. Everybody's kind of backstabbing.
My worry
everybody,
is
and
it's just
Spider
this
hates to
activity, and what are you
lose
gonna
money.
do when
Like,
people
hates
get sick of it
the
after
worst
a
thing that
couple
can
days?
happen. So I love that that's his motivation.
There's gotta be some replayability in it.
You have an opportunity there to help him out if you want. Now listen, I know some of you just want to know about the weapons and the armor, and I'm going to briefly talk about these things, but I will say we're going to have deeper dives on every single one of them. What I can tell you right out the gate is,
I'm not saying that
one,
quick,
the lightsaber,
Blaze. You know what I mean, though.
aka the Praic Blade, is phenomenal. I cannot express just how fun it was using this thing. It is so good, and I think it's going to be especially good for hunters with the new exotic. I also think that it is arguably the best on Titan with strongholds, as you can essentially just sit there and block forever and ever. It has so many customizable aspects to the weapon. More customization is present on this sword than any other craftable exotic we have ever been given. And unfortunately, a lot of that I can't even go into detail about, because yes, it does drop from the exotic mission, and we can't show any of that. So yeah, we got to play it, but
So there is an
we're not
exotic
able to
mission
show
for it.
But the sword itself, the Praic Blade, very good, guys. You're gonna like it a lot. As far as the other exotics go, I was a big fan of all 3. I will say the Titan exotic is more for maneuverability, and again, we're gonna jump into the deep dives on that in our review. But the maneuverability for it is really the thing that takes the cake. A lot of people are making comparisons to this in Twilight Garrison. Twilight Garrison, you had those dodges, right? You can, when it first came out, you had the double dodge. So you can double dodge, you can use it to help you in your skating. It's very good for maintaining momentum and building up momentum. But again, they eventually nerfed that. And when they nerfed that, you can only have the 1 dodge. I would say this exotic, although people are going to figure out ways to like help with things like skating or building up momentum, the main takeaway for it is you can literally just fly. Like, it's an exotic that allows you to fly. If you're doing a jump puzzle, I would say there is no better exotic to use than that exotic, especially if you're just terrible at jump puzzles. So for me, it's a godsend. For the hunter exotic, I think it's low-key going to be an S-tier exotic. I think it's so good for survivability. The free
This might
damage
be the
buff
new
that it
hunter
gives
meta
is
exotic,
very
Chad.
good. And for the warlock exotic, I think
The reason
it's
why
so
is
good
because
for-
of
if you're
this.
doing a jump puzzle, I would say there is no better exotic to use than that exotic. especially if you're just terrible at jump puzzles. So for me, it's a godsend. For the hunter,
When you have an overshield, your weapons gain increased accuracy, stability, handling, and damage against combatants and final blows with a grant a short period of increased mobility. So this is going to stack with Radiant. So pretty much hunters are going to be able to do more damage. So I see what they're doing here. They're trying to use this exotic with Titan Banner Shield. So could be interesting for the hunters.
exotic, I think it's low-key going to be an S-tier exotic. I think it's so good for survivability. The free damage buff that it gives is very, very good. And for the
TWID
Warlock
coming
exotic,
soon.
I think
I
there's
would
a
have
lot
changed
to play
the
with
TWID
because
if I could have
works
it, but it
with
wasn't
every
available.
strand ability. And with the changes there to rifts, you're going to be using this exotic for strand synergies, for the damage over time, and anything that is suspend based, because that suspend from any source, at least from my testing, procs that damage over time and also procs that healing. As far as the other weapons, there's just so many, man. The heat weapons, I will say, feel phenomenal. I played with the hand cannon that's got the scope on it and was doing some invasions with it. It hits very, very hard, and I think you guys are going to like it a lot. Heat weapons across the board, I think, are very, very
Clyde
solid.
is a streamer on Twitch. He hasn't
reviews
streamed in
for
a
some of
while,
these
but he does
individually.
stream.
Because yes, you probably see some of the gameplay here in front of you. This is essentially a legendary sweet business. It's phenomenal. I was procking bolt charge stacks like mad. And yes, we will probably be individually reviewing this one as the day.
This one looks good.
Guys, we have a number of videos lined up over probably the next few hours into the next few days. That's going to be showcasing, you know, a lot of what Renegades has to offer. I'm going to continue to avoid story spoilers simply because I don't want much of the story spoiled for myself. Again, I will say based on what I experience in the story, I think that is probably the strongest aspect to Renegades. Now, this also circles back to what people are hoping from Renegades, which is to address all of the core issues within Destiny. You know, loot being a big one, old content not being added to the portal, vault issues, vault constraints. I would say the vault constraint thing, that's actually been taken care of, and we actually got to take a look at it. And it's very, very nice, guys. You will have the ability to pretty much utilize
people got hundreds and hundreds of items in their vault that's trash.
Destiny item manager, but for console players, this is very nice. The ability to filter through all these different options, to have the individual pages that you can choose in between. I actually found myself, even after just a few minutes with it, like I was like, okay, I can see myself, if I didn't want to pull up dim right there in the spots, legitimately utilizing this vault
the filter system is
as
great.
my feature going forward when it comes to pulling gear and putting gear up. The other side of things is the increase in space. The plus
35% off gifted bundles of 5 or more now through December 1st.
I mean, look at all the
They would run that
weapons you have
special.
here. This thumbnail right here, which shows all the weapons that we're going to be getting in Renegades. You're going to
When
be
I'm
getting
leaving.
multiple rolls of this, and that's not even including all the different armor pieces that you're going to be getting. So this is still a band-aid fix for me, the plus 300 to our vault. I don't know how long it's going to take for me to fill this up, probably fairly quickly. But eventually Bungie's going to have to figure out something here, maybe in the way we are able to stack our loot. You know, maybe they extend weapon crafting to armor crafting or something like that, because right now our vaults are becoming very bloated with a lot of different armor pieces and a lot of different weapons. As far as the core problems go and the issues with the portal itself, I mean, Bungie's doing some consolidation across the board, but they are still investing into the portal, most notably with the new 6-man activity portal playlist. Yes, there's actually an activity playlist that is completely devoted to 6-man activities. And I think this is when I get a bit excited about it, because when you think about things like Menagerie,
for the
Bungie's
67.
not going to bring back the entirety of
Bring this
Menagerie
back.
the way that we experienced it back in the day and dropping it on us, because, well, quite frankly, the loot that dropped from that version of Menagerie wouldn't make sense. It would need an overhaul. But also the enemies themselves would need an overhaul. Like, we are very, very strong now. And I mean, you've seen the different blog posts that have gone out over the past week. We would blow through something like Menagerie, especially with the 6-man fire team. With that being said, though, I could see a portal version of the Menagerie existing. And I think what you're going to see is that the portal will become what we always wanted it to be, which was a way to cycle in old content, old fan favorites, whether that be raid layers, whether that be old 6-man activities, whether that be like a sundial or a Menagerie, and it actually be things that we're excited to see, rather than it being, hey, we're taking away things that exist in the
Yes,
game
but it should have been like that
and
from the get-go,
forcing them
and he
into
knows
the
that.
portal. There's got to be a better system in which the destination tab and the portal will work harmoniously together. And I actually think they're approaching that. Will we nail that in Renegades? I'm not sure. We'll have to see, guys. I hope they
Won't be
will,
till
though,
next
because
year.
I think that those two worlds need to exist together. It can't just be portal or nothing else. Those two things have to go hand in hand. And yes, there is, even though everybody wants to throw the portal out, there is value there in the portal. As far as the loot goes, tiered loot, we've talked about this a lot. Man, I think everybody's just going to be getting tier 5s day one. And this is where we didn't really talk about this at Bungie, because everybody's focused on the new content, and we've talked about this a lot. Man, I think everybody's just going to be getting. As far as the loot goes, tiered loot, we've talked about this a lot. Man, I think everybody's just going to.
So it's a hand cannon, spread shot,
Beginning
tier 5,
tier 5s day.
Baltic Shade,
And this is where
auto rifle.
we
It
didn't
looks
really
like there's a lot of guns. There's a lot of guns.
talk about
Wait, Astral's back. Oh, so there is some. Okay.
this at Bungie, because
That was the Riptide.
5s day one. And this is where we didn't really
The Immortal's back.
talk
Astral.
about this at
That's the
Bungie,
Riptide up there. Okay.
because everybody's
Okay. All right. Cool.
focused on the new content and some other external things. But as far as tiered loot goes, I'm pretty sure people are going to be able to earn tier 5s very, very quickly. And I don't know the solution forward on that.
He knows that's a problem.
Some of you are going to be like, hell yeah, give me my tier 5s. But I know there is a portion of the Destiny community that's saying, hey, listen, where is the aspirational grind? Where is the aspirational loot? Where's the, I got to go flawless to get that item. I've got to beat that GM Nightfall to get
Keep
that
preaching.
adept. I'm not really sure how Renegades is going to address that. I'm actually hoping that,
the
again,
fuck
I'm
is that
recording
thing?
this video the day before the Vidoc goes
Oh, I
live.
like
I'm
that.
hoping the
Oh, I
Vidoc
like
can
whatever this
actually shed
fucking
some
thing
light
is.
on this, or
Oh, that's
even
that
the squad
sidearm.
that's coming
Yeah.
will also shed
Yeah.
some light on that. These are core
I like this.
issues that I don't know if Renegades is going to be able to address. Granted, a lot of what this video is just how Renegade stands on its own two legs, and I think it's a strong expansion, guys. Substantially stronger than Edge of Fate, by the way. Like, when I say a strong expansion, it's way better than Edge of Fate in a multitude of ways. But is it on the level of like Forsaken or
Never.
Witch Queen? That's something we just won't know until we get in there. This is a Star Wars inspired Destiny expansion, but it is truly a Destiny expansion still. I've been extremely impressed.
All right, we'll get back to this video in a second. That was really good. Why am I... So when people at Clyde... I don't get the... It doesn't turn red for me. I gotta change that too. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is what we were waiting for. It's not red, no. Probably need to update. Whoa. What is this emblem? Dungeon Zone will be live from Bungie HQ on December 13th, and you get that cool ass emblem. That thing's sick. The official dungeon race will be at 10 a.m. And I think this is wrong. The official dungeon race should be at 9 a.m. Pacific, not 10. So I think that they fucked that up. Again, this is like the third time they've done it this week. So 9 a.m. Pacific. And you will get a cool trophy. What do you mean it says 9 a.m.? Oh, right here. Okay. We're gonna go and check out the artifact perks now. Here we go. The Renegade's artifact will provide some potent boosts for Guardian's kinetic, arc, and void toolkits, while also focusing on making your weapons to look more dependable. Tools, remember, these weapons are like your life. Try not to lose them. To pair the Guardian's Praic Blade comes a trio of sword mods and emphasizing unique strike combos to gain payouts such as increased damage on stops and whirlwind capabilities. Void offers emphasizing weaken applications via melee and sword hits, and permitting that across large groups of void infestation. Column 5 mod. We also focused on heavily on kinetic as focused element. All right, let's check it out. So we got anti-barrier hand cannon, anti-barrier sniper, overload pulse rifle, overload submachine gun, and unstop bow. Then it goes into impact shock gravity, grants access to helmet mods, kinetic void siphon, etc. Voltaic charge. While you have an arc or void super equipped, increase the maximum number of stacks of armor charges you can carry by 1. Expert handling. The weapon final blows grant a stack of bonus to stability, which resets on the weapon reload still. Okay. Fastest draw is the first shot shortly after reloading and readying your weapon is a precision hit. That's for still hunt, right? That's strictly for still hunt. The first shot shortly after reloading or readying your weapon is a precision hit. Also is an Agi. Elemental Siphon, I love that one. Rapid final blows with a kinetic weapon or weapon matching your equipped super. Create elemental pickups that match your super. Yeah, Vada. Hey, dude, I tried getting Clyde. They wouldn't let me. Press the advantage. Breaking a combatant shield grants increased weapon stability, handling, and reload speed. Swords gain increased guard resistance. Kinetic synthesis. Sustained kinetic weapon damage and rapid final blows have a chance to generate a unique ammo brick. Collecting this brick will grant ammo to equipped kinetic damage weapons and grant special and heavy ammo progress. Reload at range. Precision hits with bows and sniper rifles grant a stacking bonus to their reload speed. Riposte. Shortly after guarding with a sword, your light and heavy attacks stun unshielded combatants. Unstops. Power for pain. Rapid final blows against weakened combatants grant you devour. That's nice. Now we get into the juicy rolls. Defeating an arc debuffed target grants bolt charge. Rapidly defeating arc debuffed targets spawns an orb of power and heals a small portion of health. Armor Smith, breaking a combatant's shield temporarily grants you damage resistance and increased melee damage. So that's pretty nice. Counter energy. When you or a member of your fire team stuns a champion, you gain energy for your least charged ability. That's great too. Combination Agent Blade. Briefly pause after executing a light attack, then follow it up with a light or heavy attack to empower your sword for a short time. Singularity Blade. While you have a void elemental buff, melee and sword hits weakened targets. Wait, while you have a void elemental buff, melee and sword hits weakened targets, while melee and sword final blows create weakening bursts. Okay. That is disgusting for the Warlock Cha-Cha Slide Winner's Guile build. You're pretty much going to weaken targets on the uppercut. Because you're always going to have Devour, right? Jesus Christ. That's going to be really good for Sentinels, too. All right. Final. Elemental Orbs Arc. Arc weapon final blows have a chance to spawn an Arc Elemental Orb. Arc orbs can be thrown or shot to create an arc explosion that jolts targets at damage. Is that fucking... Is that OG? Elemental orbs? That was like with, what were those little things we used to shoot? Warmind cell. The Warmind cells or something? Kinetic rupture. Kinetic weapon damage against a powerful combatant has a chance to create a kinetic rupture. Targeting this rupture causes a damaging explosion that staggers combatants. Warmind cells. Sniper meditation. We knew this was coming. Sniper rifle hits grant stacking sniper rifle damage, stability, and reload bonuses for a short time. Heavy ammo sniper hits count as more than one hit. Yeah, I mean, that's GG. Sword storm combo. Performing 3 storm light attacks followed by heavy summons penumbral blades that surround you to damage and disorient combatants. Sword final blows extend the duration of these blades. Void infestation. Defeating a weakened target spawns a tracking projectile that weakens other targets. Jesus Christ. Alright, so the Void and Arc is about to go hard. I think the Garden AR is coming back out, boys. I think the fucking Garden AR is coming back. There's a lot of shit in here. But it seems like precision damage is going to be the way. Like, no way, right? Like, if we go into this dungeon and we don't use precision snipers and rocket swapping, Bungie would have just trolled. So it seems like snipers and rockets are going to be the way to go. Interesting. New gear coming in Renegade. Yay! Did TWID just take advantage of the discount going on? I think there's a discount going on from now until the 1st. Yep. 35% off until the 1st. Unfortunately, today's my last stream, so today's the only day that we could take advantage of it. So thank you. Mr. TWID, among one of the sugar daddies of the channel. Thank you for the 10. JD, thank you for the 30 months. All right. Start blasting. So this is the blast. The Praic Blade. The new exotic. The trials. Oh! Well then. Another sugar daddy of the channel dropping 20. Thank you, Mr. Final. We appreciate you. Wait, what's this for? Now it's a party. So this is the new trial set. Primary ammo weapons gain a bonus to flinch resistance after sliding. Your weapons gain a temporary increase to handling and aim down sight speed while the ally is defending you or reviving an ally. That's cool. The Immortal. I can't believe they're bringing back the Immortal. And they're bringing back the Astral. And the Cataphract. I really thought they would, well, they're going to bring back new ones. Here we go. Marlette, a new Void lightweight frame pulse. And a new Strand adaptive frame hand cannon. So that's good that they brought 2 new weapons. You got to give them that. Immortal isn't as OP as it was, but with new perks on it, it could be. Said it's the only day I could take advantage. Well, yeah, today's my last stream until... I mean, I was... Hold on a second. Let me... We might be able to sneak one in here. Let me see here. I might be able to do a Monday night stream. Just for like a few hours, just to come hype up Renegades. I think I'm going to do that because I'll probably get home around 6. And then maybe I should just go live for like 3 hours. But this will be gone. This will be gone, though. This is the only day we could take advantage of it. But what's good, though, is I have 50 hours of discounted subs left in my dashboard. So we're going to burn them motherfuckers in December. Because you got to remember, Secret Santa's coming and all the other shit. So we'll be good. We'll be good. But today, we could still juice it. Yeah, this gun has definitely got me excited. God, there's so many clips to make and talk about. New armor sets and Renegades. I'm looking forward to this. Please tell me what they do. No. I'm going to keep scrolling. Dawning armor and weapons. Damn. Damn. Phoenix. I think Notre Dame's a better team. So this is about the update. God damn it. They didn't tell us what the other armor sets are doing. All they told us was the trials. I was really looking forward to getting more info on these sets. But I guess we'll have to find out. The new shader, Ghost Shell Ship and Sparrow will be dropping from Flawless Chests. Trials will be coming back starting on December 12th. So that's the day before the dungeon. And every weekend will have its own featured weapon, starting with the hammer and followed by the Marley. So the hand cannon is going to be the first weekend. Okay. I don't agree with trials coming back the same weekend, but the artifact is juice. I don't even know where to like start with making clips. I think I should just make a clip on this TWID and then I could start making clips on the videos. What'd you miss? Name change on Twitch and a couple videos we watched. All right, let me do this. I think we just make a clip on the artifact and that's it. The new exotic's coming. I'm just going to go use Dato's video because he showed the crossbow, the machine gun, and the Praic Blade. So that video was nice. The Praic Blade isn't from the dungeon, but I think the dungeon has something to do with the upgrades. Blame Bungie.net for that. They literally said that the dungeon had something to do with the Praic Blade, so that was just an error on there. Why the name change? I've just been contemplating about doing it for the past like 6 months, and I did it. No, I didn't have to pay for my name change, no. It opens, since I got Gsxrclyde, I have an opportunity to get Clyde down the road. the guy that has the name Clyde on Twitch, he's a YouTuber, and sometimes he does stream on Twitch, but I think he has to be like inactive for like over a year. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep this Twitch name, Gsxrclyde, and maybe, you know, do kind of what Glad did. Glad had to use Gsxrclyde for a year, and then he switched over to Clyde, so, or then he switched over to Glad, so, yeah. I mean, I've had the name for almost 10 years. Everything else is going to stay. As you see, the Twitch is Gsxrclyde, but like YouTube, if you type in Gsxrclyde here, it's still going to take you to Gsxrclyde. I am not changing my ats on YouTube because I don't want to fuck up my algorithm. So this is going to stay, but I'll change this. So it just gives me an opportunity to change my banners and give you guys some new emotes and some new channel stuff. So I did the same thing on Twitter. I'm still keeping my, you know, it'd be different if I didn't have this name for like years. So I still want to have both, you know. So I think honestly, besides the artifact, I don't think there's anything else in this TWID, so I could just make a quick clip on this. I'm not going to go over the whole artifact like I normally do because I know committee fucking hates that. So I'm just going to point out the ones that jump off the paper. Plus, the whole artifact will be on screen anyway. You know? Let me do this real quick. Just mute some stuff so we don't get interrupted. All right. Okay, trainer. Thanks for letting me know. Hey, chat. Trainer FTFA on YouTube wanted to let you guys know that you called the person playing in the Vidoc a bot. He moves like a bot. Terrible. Yet you're the easiest to be the first down in PvP. So comparing PvE footage to a PvP lobby, we can, I think that guy is misinterpreting what I was saying. So sorry, I offended you. Might be on to something, chat. We're just going to go over the good ones first, and then I'll make an intro. So I'm going to do this clip kind of backwards. We're going to talk about the artifact, and then we'll make an intro for it. Oh, he's confused now. You came into my chat to make yourself feel better, to one-guy me, and talk shit to me to make your day better. I was saying the guy that was demonstrating in the trailer in the Vidoc was doing a terrible job because he was bot-like moving and showing footage in the Vidoc that no normal player would do. You're not just going to stand there and let the ad shit on you. So I was making a funny. And then when he used the chess piece and totally airballed it like a Titan does, I fucking thunder crashed off the map tons of times. I just knew that the movement was coming. So that's why I said that. But then you turned it into a, wow, you're a piece of shit, Clyde. Kind of get where we're going with this? Like what? We're reformed. We're being nice. We're always nice to every viewer. All right. If you guys are wondering what the artifact's going to look like in Renegades, it's pretty disgusting. We got anti-barrier hand cannon. We got anti-barrier sniper, overload pulse rifle, overload submachine gun, and unstoppable bow. Now, I'm not going to go through every single one here because, again, I want to make this sweet, nice and short. but I'm going to show you the ones that stand out to me. Nope. Fastest draw. In the first shot, shortly after reloading or readying your weapon, is a precision hit. Gain flinch resistance. This is probably going to be really good for Izanagi or Still Hunt or the new heavy sniper. Elemental Siphon. Rapid final blows with a kinetic weapon or weapon matching your equipped super creates an elemental pickup that matches your equipped super. So this is just more ionic traces and more fire sprites. This mod is really good. Keep pretending you're cool, bro. Okay. Well, you came into my chat saying that. So how about this, trainer? We'll just make it easy for you. Now you don't get to come back and you get, go hang out with the losers. We'll see you later. Click of a button. Look, if I click this button, you go poof. Bang. It's that easy. One button, one click. See ya. Fuck around. Find out. Sorry, committee. Okay. Kinetic synthesis, sustained kinetic weapon damage, and rapid final blows have a chance to generate a unique ammo brick. Collecting this brick will grant ammo to equipped kinetic damage weapons and grant special and heavy ammo progress. So again, this could be really good for swapping out your other weapons and getting progress on those as well. Reload at range. Precision hits with bows and sniper rifles grant a stacking bonus to their reload speed. Again, could be really good for Still Hunt and Izanagi. Riposte. Shortly after guarding with a sword, your light and heavy attacks stun unshielded combatants, and it works against unstoppable champions. I'm sure this would be really good for the lightsaber. Power from pain. Rapid final blows against weakened combatants grant you Devour. Just another way for you to not die. And also, get Devour when you're not on that subclass or that fragment. And also, a way to grant Devour when you're not on that subclass or that aspect. I said the wrong thing. Dielectric. Defeating arc debuffed targets grants bolt charge. Rapidly defeating arc debuffed targets spawns an orb of power and heals a small portion of health. Again, just another way to get bolt charges. Are we looking at another Titan return? We shall see. Armor Smith. Breaking a combatant's shield temporarily grants you damage resistance and increased melee damage. Again, we love stuff that just gives us more damage. Counter Energy. When you or a member of your fire team stuns a champion, you gain energy to your least charged ability. Give me more abilities. I pretty much have to add these last couple. Sorry, committee, because they're so good. Combination Argent Blade. Briefly pause after executing a light attack, then following up with a light or heavy attack to empower your sword for a short time. Grants its bonus damage and charge rate. Easy dub. Singularity Blade. While you have a void elemental buff, melee and sword hits weaken targets, while melee and sword final blows create a weakening burst. Pretty much you're getting the Fellwinter's helmet buff for free. This is going to be insane. Elemental Orbs. Arc weapon final blows have a chance to spawn an arc elemental orb. Arc orbs can be thrown or shot to create an arc explosion that jolts targets it damages. Again, going to be really good for our arsenal. Kinetic Rupture. Kinetic weapon damage against a powerful combatant has a chance to create a kinetic rupture. Targeting this rupture causes a damaging explosion that staggers combatants. Again, could be really cool to just use against bosses and champions. Sniper meditation. Sniper rifle hits grant stacking sniper rifle damage, stability, and reload bonuses for a short time. Heavy ammo sniper hits count as more than one hit. This is just going to be an easy damage rotation. Sword Storm combo, performing 3 sword light attacks followed by a heavy attack, summons a Praic Blade that surrounds you and does damage to disorient combatants. And when you get sword final blows, it extends it. Looks cool, right? And Void Infestation, defeating a weakened target spawns a tracking projectile that weakens other targets. I can't wait to use this. So yeah, these are the ones that stood out. I know it was a lot of reading, but what do you guys think about the artifact mods coming in Renegades? Why can't we summarize? I don't know. I just didn't want to. Sorry. My bad. All right, artifacts done. I think the next clip I should go do is Dato's video on the weapons. I can just use some of his footage. These 3 weapons.
This video contains no story mission spoilers for Renegades, but does show gameplay. Yes, you could.
So I'm just gonna mute the background. What the fuck was that? What was that? Was that a blurb? What was that? Windows? Well, did stream crash? No. All right, maybe it's just something stupid. Okay. So we got the machine gun here. We got the crossbow. And the lightsaber. Okay, so let's go to where he showed the machine gun. It's got to be in there somewhere, right? Right here. All right. Trying to make up my mind. Do I want to make a YouTube video? I probably should make a YouTube video. Something to go out like Friday. What's up, Nike? I think I make this clip on these 3 exotics, and then I keep watching the streamers' videos, and then go from there. Before I do that, though, give me a second. James Work. What's up, brother? 102 months. How's it going, man? Yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna make a clip on these 3 weapons, and then I'm just gonna go back to watching the creators' videos, and I'm gonna make a YouTube video. I don't deliver the turkeys anymore. I just 2 years ago, or was it last year? Last year they told us to not do it no more. Too many people started doing it, so we just donate to them now, and they use the money on like the event for Thanksgiving and Christmas. So what we did is I donated money to the Cancer Research Hospital in Cleveland, and then I donated to the VA because I called them. I'm like, hey, like my buddy called me, I can go get 20 turkeys right now. They're like, no, we're good this year. We told you that last year. I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot. And I just played it off like I forgot. And they're like, you can just donate and we'll use the money. And then, so I donated, and then I don't know, I think like a week later, they sent me a screenshot of a receipt. Like, hey, look, we did it. Blah, 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 blah. So yeah, it's a good feeling. It's always a good feeling to donate every year. But yeah, man, I miss doing it back in the day. We used to dress up like Santa and go into the hospital and stuff. Unfortunately, just because of security reasons and shit, like, how the world's been fucked up, they don't really let people do that no more. Can't blame them. But yeah, it's always a good thing still. All right. That isn't stuffing in those turkeys. Yeah, I know, right? All right, I'm gonna make this clip real quick. So now let's talk about the new exotics that are coming in. I fucked that up. So now let's talk about the new exotics. So now let's talk about the new exotic weapons that are coming in Renegades. We've seen some of the armor, and now I want to talk about this machine gun, the bow, and the Praic Blade sword. So this exotic machine gun seems like it's going to go nuts on a Threadling Warlock. You're able to spawn these Threadling hives, spawns like these nests, where pretty much it's also a healing machine gun, but you also are spawning these nests. So when you're shooting it, it just, I don't know, it seems like the flow of the exotic, knowing that it can, have these nests and you can also heal with it. It's like a multi-purpose exotic that is going to be like a cool loop to have in your build, so it doesn't feel like you're using a normal weapon. Where is the exotic catalyst at? Catalyst. I swear he showed the catalyst here. There it is. When you unlock the catalyst, obviously at rank 90, nests are now mature over time, and fully mature nests can harvest with a press of a button to grant yourself a held tangle. So again, just more arsenal to your weaponry, which is dope. So now let's talk about the heirloom combat bow. I think people say this is like the Chewbacca. I think that's what people said. It was like the Chewbacca bow or something. But it has bolt thrower. This weapon fires high power explosive bolts. And it has the big game hunter on it. Aim down sights for a period of time to overcharge the next bolt. So pretty much the longer you look down sights, as you see the meter going up, When you get to a fully charged shot, it does a lot of damage, but you can only shoot 2 in a row. Then the gun will be on cooldown. So again, you have to like time your shots if you want to use a fully charged shot, or maybe just do like a, you know, a 1 and then a 2. And then when you unlock the catalyst, select hits with charged shots, scorch the target. This is probably one of the coolest bows that I've seen in the game, just because the other ones were kind of so niche, and we only used the one raid bow, combat bow, because it was, you know, bugged. But this does look cool. You might struggle in close range combat with this weapon, but I'm kind of impressed with it. And finally, the Praic Blade sword. There is a lot on these. And finally, the Praic Blade sword, the lightsaber. There's a lot of cool things you could do with this. As you see, there's a section of the weapon mods where you can actually put different stones on that change the colors. And we'll have to unlock them. And also, there's tons of mods. Bungie wouldn't let the creators show them, but I think there's a mod that you could put on to grant Scorch and grant Threadlings. There'll probably be more. So again, possibilities in the customization for this blade is good. I really think that this blade is going to be really broken if you use certain builds like Banner of War with it, or other subclasses that can go with a sword build like exotics. I really want to see it perform in endgame though, like ultimate activities, because again, I'm not going to be playing Grandmaster stuff. I'm going to be playing Ultimate Grandmaster stuff. I do want to see how this thing performs in Ultimate difficulty and like the hard endgame stuff, because again, when you're 550 or maybe you're 470, remember the power level isn't going up, so you're not going to be doing lower level activities. So will this lightsaber just run over all the enemies, or did they show us this in a easier difficulty? We don't know. But the combos on this thing's insane. Let me just get some background footage. The combos on this thing's insane. The fact that you can sit here and reflect everything, and you can throw the lightsaber down and kill enemies with it. And it seems like you can customize the weapon set on this as well. We didn't really hear much feedback on that or information, but pretty much this sword is going to be the highlight of the DLC. Everyone's going to be able to customize it, throw it around, hit combos, block with it, and just enjoy it with your build. So definitely a debut from Bungie on this. All right. Now I'm going to go back. I think all the other stuff, I just wanted to make some shorts. So now I want to watch those videos again. You guys got any good videos that we should watch? Sorry, I'm getting hit with a whole bunch of DMs. Apologize. You guys got any any videos that creators have posted? I haven't really seen. Everybody's using that. Everyone's using this text now on their thumbnails. That must be a new trend. See the more stuff that Scaro did. Praxis Blade is here. I watched this one.
Record to say multiple times that in order for renegades to ever even be considered a success, this lightsaber, aka the Praic Blade, has gotta pop. And guys, I'm here to tell you, everything about this lightsaber exceeded my expectations. This is one of the best weapons you will ever use in all of Destiny. It has multiple forms, multiple combat styles, multiple light blade crystals, which unfortunately I cannot show, but yes, you've even seen the black saber from the trailer itself. It quite literally clears every other sword I have ever used in Destiny. And listen, I know I'm hyping this up right now, but fellas, just take a look at this clip.
All right, the PvP clip was something. All right, the PvP clip was dope. But this, we don't know what difficulty this is. It says revives. I guess that could be Grandmaster or Ultimate.
Us Titans are eating good, man. Today, guys, we are going to be going over this exotic. Now, no, this is not the dungeon exotic. And despite what people were saying, at any of these playtests, capture sessions, summits, whatever you want to call it, no one is allowed to play things like the dungeon or the raid, any of like the in-game stuff. This is purely content that you are going to be experiencing day one. As for this exotic, though, we will have to wait until the exotic mission releases. Now, we did do the mission. Let me just say, guys, you're in for a trippy time. But upon completing that exotic mission, you will then gain access to the Praic Blade. And just like the rest of our exotics that come from missions,
exotic
this
mission
is craftable. Now, I cannot fully show you all the details to the Praic Blade, but let me just say, guys, there are more options here present on this sword, this one weapon, than a multitude of other exotics combined. It is insane how...
No. That needs to be talked about. That is very important information. When does that release? When does that release? After campaign exotic mission? All right. Find some information saying it does release after the campaign. Did it say it in the TWID? I didn't see it. It does work with strongholds. It does work with strongholds, but again, remember, only Weenie Bobini Titans run stronghold builds. You do not, real Titan mains do not run strongholds. I'm just letting you know that.
How much thought has been put into this blade. But let's just touch on some of the things we can talk about. First up, it comes with the exotic trait Ranged Weapon, which reads right mouse click press to throw your Praic Blade, which will seek out multiple targets. Attacking recalls the blade while it is in flight. Now you can hold to perform a more powerful throw, sending the blade on a straight path in the direction of your aim. Releasing the button recalls the blade. Now as you can see here, the range on the saber goes pretty far and can easily wipe out multiple enemies in a single throw, with each hitting right here for 1,500.
Twitch says you get a blade from the campaign
against red bars here in the shooting range. Then you can also hold the throw button down, which would do a more powerful, I think it's just the way he said it, doubles our damage to this red bar here at
Why would he say that? Why would he say that in his video to fuck with people, saying when it's released at a later date?
3,028. However, this heavy throw only
maybe
goes
he just didn't
in a
know.
Straight line.
I think it was just bad wording on accident.
Reach as a normal throw. Now, the heavy throw is definitely more suited for wanting to hit a single target. Also, one thing to keep in mind as we go through these damage numbers, there.
So remind me, chat, when you're in the Insight Terminus and you have revives in the bottom right-hand corner, can that be Grandmaster? I wonder if this is Grandmaster or Ultimate.
There's going to be a lot of different factors on the sword that can increase or decrease our damage, some of which I cannot even reveal to you at this point. But throughout this review, think of these numbers as more of a snapshots, not exactly a one-to-one with each other. There's a lot of things Bungie's keeping under embargo that we cannot talk about with this blade, but let me just say the customization is crazy. There are multiple forms, and each one of these forms directly affects your damage. Now, in terms of ammo consumption for these throw attacks, both the base and the more powerful throw seems to consume just about 3 special ammo, which is really good, essentially putting it in line with our other swords. Now, this brings us to the other exotic perk on the weapon. We have Cormorant Combo, which reads that after 3 rapid light melee attacks, quickly press your heavy attack to execute a heavy melee combo. Now, this is going to be your more traditional way of using a sword. Testing this against a boss, we have 3 light attacks, which each deal 423 damage, and then we follow up with a heavy attack, which deals multiple damage numbers, giving us a total of 2,305. Again, very solid for a sword, much less a special ammo sword. Now, in terms of ammo economy, again, each light attack here consumes 1 special ammo, but beautifully at the end, that heavy attack doesn't consume special ammo at all. So you're actually incentivized to go through with the combo. But this takes us to our next exotic trait for the sword, and that's Cormorant Reversal. While guarding, this sword converts incoming projectiles into bolts that reflect to where you're aiming. Now, testing this here against some red bars in the shooting range, blocking and deflecting their bolts back was dealing around 391 damage, pretty much instantly killing them. And against a boss target, it was deflecting for 202 damage. Now, I'm sure some of you are wondering, does this work with our Titan exotic strongholds? Yes, it does. Beautifully so. Arguably the best I have ever seen with any other sword. The synergy between strongholds and Praic Blade was meant for each other. Again, stronghold reads that it maximizes our guard stat on equipped swords. You take reduced damage while blocking with a sword. Rapidly damaging targets after blocking shots with a sword grants restoration for a duration determined by the number of shots blocked. Listen, I lived, some would even say crutched, on strongholds throughout all of Heresy. If you remember back then, we were using our strand sword, we had unraveling rounds, bolt charge. It was a good time. And yes, you can essentially block infinitely with that build. But that combo was really only good because the artifact mods allowed it to be as such. Praic Blade here is good all on its own.
It definitely changed the servitors, chat.
From the weapon itself, and
I could see it.
To do so in a means that's predictable, meaning you can actually point the reticle at the target and reflect damage directly at that target.
These are red swords.
A godsend for a stronghold build. You can even amp this up further by using Banner of War, which increases the damage of those reflected shots. Yes, you can even still stand behind a Storm's Keep barricade, gain stacks of bolt charge, and that reflected damage will proc bolt charge on those targets. I seriously cannot express just how strong this combination is. I ran a solo ultimate difficulty inside Terminus,
so he was running
blocking
ultimate
the entire time without any risk of dying, while still maintaining offensive capabilities. And while Strongholds has always been a tanky powerhouse, it is lacked in its offensive capabilities. Praic Blade eradicates that issue. Now, granted, yes, your screen is shaking like crazy. You can hardly see what's going on in front of you.
Yeah, that's
you
gotta
just
go.
gotta block, brother. Even the activity that Pure Chill and I were running together, which was very difficult. Pure did end up dying. We lost all of our revives, not at a fault of his own. It was just a very challenging activity, and the only reason why I got through it was because I blocked my way to victory. Guys, the customization on Praic Blade is truly endless, and there's so much more that I wish I could show you, but for the time being, that is still locked away under embargo. All I can say is just watch the gameplay you're seeing in front of you, and I think some of you may notice some interesting things happening. All of this has to do with the different combinations of blade forms, power cores, weapon mods, and multiple exotic catalysts, which greatly alters how this weapon performs. Oh yeah, and a ton of crystal options, literally allowing you to change Praic Blade to whatever you want. Now, if you're sitting there scratching your head saying, Cross, I don't want a sword, I'm here to play a first-person shooter, I do want to tempt you with one more thing. The artifact synergy this season is one of the best I have ever seen for a sword. There is a ton of artifact mods here, from combination Argent Blade, which states that briefly pause after executing a light attack, then follow it up with a light or heavy attack to empower your sword for a short time, granting it bonus damage and charge rate. There's Singularity Blade, where while you have a void elemental buff, melee and sword hits weakens targets. And your melee and sword final blows create a weakening burst. You have the ability to stun unstoppable champions with riposte, but it's those column 5 mods that are so potent. Introducing what I deem to be the Mega Bonk artifact perk, Sword Storm combo. Performing 3 sword line attacks, followed by a heavy attack, summons penumbral blades that surround you to damage and disorient combatants. Sword final blows extends the duration of these penumbral blades. Fellas, this works with the Praic Blade here, which actually works beautifully with the exotic itself, as doing that 3-line attack combo into your heavy attack is the
No, but I
perfect
probably
execution.
will.
But with this artifact mod, you're getting a 2-in-1. And yes, those penumbral
like it was just
blades
time
are
for a
very nice,
revamp,
guys.
you know?
Again, something straight out of Mega Bonk here. And I particularly liked it with Void Infestation, which states that defeating a weakened target spawns a tracking projectile that weakens other targets. All of these things, guys, beautifully synergized with this weapon.
Thank
And
God
I know the
Cross
majority of this review has been
Ultimate.
speaking from the perspective of a Titan playing with strongholds. But keep in mind, guys, the new Hunter exotic, Fortune's Favor, is going to beautifully synergize with this sword. Not only does Kismet grant us a damage buff, but it also gives us an overshield. And again, guys, if you haven't checked out our exotic armor review, highly advise you check that out. But the reason why I bring this up is for the Praic Blade itself. Notice that artifact mod down there in that 4th column, Singularity Blade. While you have a void elemental buff, melee and sword hits weakens targets. And then, of course, melee and sword final blows create that weakening burst.
That has restoration on that
you
blade.
can take advantage of this on
Or is that the
even
stronghold?
Warlock. But that new Hunter exotic, with it granting you a pretty much constant uptime of overshield, you'll be able to take full advantage of Singularity Blade. So needless to say, guys, the synergy is all laid out there right in front of us. Even if you're not a big fan of swords, with the artifact mods being
So let me just go back here. This is what triggers me a little bit.
overshield,
Look at-
you'll be able to take full advantage of uptime.
Look at how much
of
time it
overshield.
takes to
You'll
kill
be able
these
to take full
enemies
advantage
when you're
of
just trying to do your
singularity blades. So needless to
combos.
say, guys, the
You're just
synergy
standing
is
there
all
hoping they
laid out there
die.
right in front of us. Even if you're not a big fan of swords, with the artifact mods,
You know, you're
so
just you're gonna be
stacked
doing
with
this
them,
a
I think you
lot,
guys are
using
really
this in the
going to like
content when you could
Praic
just kill
Blade.
the
Now,
ads
what about PvP? PvP,
way faster,
of course,
you
is
know?
a bit scary, primarily because blocking doesn't really work when the opposing guardian has a shotgun.
Now the light,
Pretty
dude,
much just getting
lightsabers and the
pooped
fucking
on.
crucible
However,
are gonna be
we did
toxic
an
as
entire
fuck.
match of swords
Holy
versus
shit.
swords, and I gotta say, guys, I enjoyed myself a lot. I never thought there would be a day where I was running around as Darth Vader with my red lightsaber. It's a good time, and yes, there are gonna be people that make plays with it, and it's pretty much an insta kill. I tried doing a bunch of blocks with it with strongholds, but to be quite honest with you, strongholds is just not as effective inside of PvP. But for the sword itself, though, if you can work around the ammo economy, which is going to be the biggest restriction there, as I think it works very much like Ergo Sum. If you can get around that, though, it pops off, man. Like, no lie, gets one-hit kills. You could throw it. You can.
I'm surprised they didn't make a
artifact mod
PvP
and get
mode
those
just
blades all
for
around you, and it makes for some
lightsabers.
pretty interesting fights there. And I'm actually really curious to see how Bungie ships this out with its own ammo economy. But yes, there is a world in which running around with the Praic Blade inside of Crucible is actually
Well, that's
an
how seasonal
effective
buffs
strategy.
work,
And let me just say, getting
protagonist.
kills with this thing is so satisfying. I went on a tear where I was just getting absolutely pummeled in a rumble match. But toward the end, we actually started to snowball there.
Gonna be a lot of
and
three
man,
peeking.
it was really feeling good to use.
Yeah.
Granted, this is Destiny PvP. Most people are just going to pick up a shotgun and blast you right away. So
Yep.
guys, that is our review for the Praic Blade. We'll be looking at the sword more once we get the full release. What I will say is that the weapon itself is so much fun, and I truly believe
That clip
it
he hit
had
right
to
there
be.
is pretty
It needs to
disgusting.
be a very good weapon, arguably the best sword in the game. Hell, fellas, it's a lightsaber, and for some people, it's the biggest selling point to Renegades. And I'm pleased to tell you guys that Praic Blade went above and beyond my expectations. Fellas and ladies, thank you all for coming and watching, and as always,
Slap that like button like your mama told you.
no one is allowed to play things like. And despite what people were saying, at any of these playtests, capture sessions, summons, whatever you want to call it, no one is allowed to play things like the dungeon or the raid, any of like the in-game stuff. This is purely content that you are going to be experiencing day one. As for this exotic though, we will have to wait until the exotic mission releases. Now
I just want to clear that up. I don't think we get the Praxis Blade from the campaign. You get a different sword. So maybe the exotic mission will unlock once you finish the campaign. They can't time. No, There's no fucking way that this is not available the first week. There's just no way. That would be really bad. But again, I'm not jumping to conclusions here. You know, I think it's during the campaign or after the campaign. I just think the way he worded it there, it baited it. You know, because if you go to the TWID, it says somewhere here. Where is it? Exotic kinetic sword that uses special ammo. It's a blade, blah, 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 blah. And of course it's a sword, so you use it to strike enemies in the close quarters. You get your own Praxis Blade during the Renegades campaign. Okay. I think he just worded that wrong. Because that baited the fuck out of me. That baited me. Good job, Cross. I mean, he got me. That's, you know. But it says you'll get your own Praxis Blade during the Renegades campaign, and it's very customizable. I don't think he meant to do that. So, cool. Anything, any other videos you guys seen that was pretty crazy? What did Mac do? What has he done here? The armor, the weapons. Is it worth it? So he's got the same stuff. What about Aegis? Did I get invited to the party? No. I figured out why, though. I didn't do anything wrong. I just didn't go to TwitchCon. And that's where I could have got invited, I guess. But I didn't go to TwitchCon because I had shit to do. I had family stuff. Bad beat. It's all good,
Hey
though.
everyone, today we're going to be looking at the first of 3 videos that I'm going to produce regarding Renegades and the creator preview. Now, for those of you that are not aware, although I'm sure this kind of spread like wildfire by now, there were a selection of creators that were invited to Bungie in order to kind of not playtest, but preview Renegades and get some capture footage for you guys. And I was very fortunate to be one of those creators, so very grateful to Bungie for this RPM LMG. That's if the legend.
All right, I care about
total ammo. So it has less ammo than a typical 360 RPM LMG. That's if the legendary variety, but in exchange,
I care about what he says
'cause
because he's a speedrunner.
Versus a 360 RPM. So for a 360 RPM, an example I can give you is like fixed odds from Duality. If you have that machine gun, imagine that, except it has 300 ammo and it does 33% more damage per shot. So it's as if you had an aggregate charge, enhanced aggregate charge level damage perk on your machine gun. Now, the special thing about this Service of Luzaku machine gun is that it's kind of like a supportive machine gun. It acts as both a support auto and as a machine gun. Now, its ad clear potential is pretty decent. It spawns like these little threadling nests that spew out like threadlings and like these projectiles, like unravel projectiles, I think. When you shoot them, I didn't get to playtest this machine gun too much. I wasn't super interested in it because, you know, I'm more of a boss damage endgame player type of creator. So I didn't really playtest this one too much. You can probably look at other creators' channels for gameplay footage of this machine gun. I mostly was focused on damage testing. But when it comes to damage, obviously, a high impact machine gun with only 300 ammo, no 4 times a charm, you know, only does 33% more than a legendary. Not very good for boss damage, right? And damage profile basically matches a target lock 360 RPM.
This is very important.
Exotic,
Probably
right?
gonna watch the whole thing.
So a couple interesting questions I have about this are, it obviously
I
gives
changed
the
my
support
gamer
from
tag, and
boost to
I'm
your
gonna make a
allies,
clip
so
on
you
the
can
whole name
severe rapid
change.
healing,
But my
increase
name in
weapon damage,
Bungie
and
is
spawns
the same
allies.
numbers,
So
4876,
I
but I
don't
changed the
know if
quad.
it's gonna give the exact same support frame boost, like the UI. When players that I
It'll
saw
probably
were
take
using
me
it
over a
mimic
month.
that of a support frame auto. So I don't know if
get
it gives the
new
exact same support frame auto to your teammates and they get like a 10% boost and you
shit
get a
made
10% boost that stacks with everything.
New
I don't know if that's how this works.
stuff for
But if that's how
Twitch
this
and
works, then, you know, pretty
everything
straightforward. It's
else.
basically a support auto machine gun. It doesn't use any ammo.
Still
when you're
have my
healing your
Gsxrclyde,
allies,
yeah,
as you
I
can see in the little description at the bottom there. So it's, you know, it's all right. I think it's just kind of like a
I mainly did it
cool,
for
like, power
sponsors and
fantasy
stuff.
exotic. I don't think it's particularly
why I
strong
changed
for
my name.
in-game content. But you know,
Plus,
this
I
is just the
wanted
data that I
Clyde,
have on
but-
it. If you're curious about the catalyst, I'll throw it up on the screen here. It just enhances like the threadling nests. I think you can like pick them up, something like that. So yeah, damage with. Next we have Heirloom. Heirloom is the Chewbacca crossbow, I believe. If you ADS with this, now this have 200,000 total damage, and you're gonna find that there's very few specials that have anywhere near 200,000 total. So yes, it has a lot of total damage. However, its DPS is not that good, right? So the DPS from shot to shot, and this is not accounting for reloading, just shot to shot. So let's say
Bad beat.
you have a moment in time where you release the first shot from full charging, and then from that moment in time, you start an interval and you end the interval on the next shot after waiting for the charge to
What's-
happen. So this is within
It's not
one
that.
mag. The
I want to
shot-to-shot
ride more,
DPS,
but my wife
2.7
doesn't want to,
seconds. The
and
DPS
I
during that
would have
period
to get
is
a
only
newer bike to
3.6
make sure it's safe.
right? So 3.6 thousand. Go ahead, look at my sustain
But,
tab on my spreadsheet, and you'll see there 3.6k.
I don't really
is, like,
plan on buying
pretty
nothing.
decent for a sustained weapon. This is shot to shot. This doesn't
I'm
account for the time that it takes to
I'm
vent
back
this
on the
weapon,
savings grind now.
and, you know, between mags.
Gotta
let's
get that
just call
wedding
them
money
mags, not
back, you know?
actually mags, but you know, between pairs of shots, right? On top of this, requires you to use the catalyst, right? Now the catalyst it's not like it's hard to use the catalyst or anything like that. But the way the catalyst works is I'll show it on screen right now. It scorches on hit, and it's kind of like Burning Ambition basically. And the ignition does scale. It's not a base level ignition, right? That's 600, 700-ish damage. It does way more than that. And I believe even without ashes, I'll have to check this once Renegades actually comes out, but I believe even without ashes, just 2 shots is enough to cause an ignition, which means every mag, quote unquote mag, you will be able to produce an ignition. And the catalyst also gives you 10% extra damage to scorch targets. So obviously it kind of self-synergizes. Your first shot is going to scorch, your second shot will obviously ignite, and then also get the increased damage because the target is already scorched. Now, with all these things combined, what do I actually think of this weapon? It's cool. I can see people using it for roam content. So another thing that we're going to go over when we talk about heat weapons a bit more, blaster frames, whatever you want to call them, is they sort of have like a reconstruction-like effect where they do exhaust heat over time while the weapon is stowed, just very slowly. So I could see people using Heirloom as like a roam exotic, where you just pull it out, you dump maybe 1 or 2 shots into a beefy target, which does a fair amount of total damage, and then you stow the weapon, and then you don't use it for a while, and then you pull it out again, and then maybe it's like half loaded or like half exhausted by that. So that's kind of my vision for Heirloom. I don't think it's really going to be used for boss DPS. I mean, you could, and I'm certainly going to test it for boss DPS, but it doesn't stand out in this DLC as something where I'm immediately attracted to it for boss DPS. But the total damage is obviously an outlier, and certainly something to be, you know, worth noting. Okay, and also it has unstop, apparently. I just realized that. It has unstop. It's in the description. That's cool. Another intrinsic exotic. That's kind of nice. Okay, so that is it for Heirloom. Let's go ahead and talk about the Praic Blade. The Praic Blade, this is you know, it's a lightsaber. You know, everyone's
This is
talking about
Aegis?
this thing.
Speedrunner?
Everyone's curious, is the lightsaber going to be
Aegis
crazy
relic?
for DPS? I can't reveal everything.
I said his name
about the
right,
Praic
Aegis?
Blade at this moment because there's a lot of
He's a speedrunner,
customization with this weapon.
And he's the,
There's
the data
crystals, there's
damage sheet
mods,
guy.
there's
So if
cores,
he tells me
there's
something's
catalysts,
bad,
and
I
they're going
trust
to be
him.
found, you know, while you're playing Renegades from different parts of the DLC, from different parts of the
So if
content.
he says some shit that you guys might not like, he's just telling the honest opinion. He's a speedrunner.
and how they actually
He tests damage
just
per
know that there's a
second.
lot of customization.
I
The
trust
weapon
him.
itself is also very versatile. You can block with it and deflect shots, as you've probably seen. You can throw the lightsaber, and it'll like kind of do a little spin and go through enemies, and then it'll come back to you automatically. And then you can also swing with it as if it's a sword. So I'm going to be talking about the damage profile of this thing because I think that's what most people are interested in. And also, I guess, some stuff for endgame content like movement.
Dude, the hook
So
on
the
that
first
thing
thing I'll
is
say is that
insane.
this thing is not great for skating. I'll show like a clip on the screen right now while I'm talking. You can fake skate with it for those of you who are like more speedrun adjacent, but the animation is kind of awkward. The way I like to put it to people who can't see, you know, visually what I mean is if you know what a sword left click looks like on the ground, like a light attack looks like on the ground, it's like an kind of awkward animation compared to when you're left clicking in the air, right? The Praic Blade, when you left click in the air, it kind of looks like you're left clicking on the ground. And so the animation is a bit drawn out and a bit awkward to swap with. If you try to fake skate with it, it doesn't let you swap immediately. So you can get some momentum out of it, but it's not great. And then in terms of right click lining, no. And then in terms of ground lining, it's like similar speed, I think, to a regular legendary sword's left click. So don't expect any crazy skating stuff out of this. You know, there might be some customization in the future that might play into the Praic Blade and skating and stuff like that, but it's yeah, I mean,
What the fuck is that?
there you go.
Excuse me?
Yep. Yeah, I mean, there you go.
That's the new changes for Izzy? Okay, so we'll get to that. That's
don't
insane.
expect anything crazy is what I'm going to say when it comes to movement, at least. Okay. Now let's talk about damage, because damage profile is going to be a big thing with this, because everybody, you know, is asking, is the lightsaber going to be good for DPS? So I'm going to give you some numbers here. First, this thing does 420 damage with its light attack. It does 803 damage with its regular heavy attack, and this is with 100 weapons, and with the new gear or featured gear bonus excluded, at +0 raid and dungeon level. Anytime I give you damage numbers, I'm going to be referencing that. So yeah, 420 light, 803 regular heavy, has 63 ammo, right, when it's configured for damage, and it has a special combo. So most swords, the heavy attack just is the heavy attack no matter what you do. This lightsaber, if you do 3 light attacks and then a heavy attack afterward, it does a special heavy that does like a multi-damage tick heavy. So the heavy, instead of becoming an 803 single number, it becomes a 605 number plus 4 366 numbers. And the amount of time that it takes to do 1 3 light 1 heavy cycle
That just
is
helps
3.1 seconds. So
one thing I hope about this lightsaber is that I hope that warlocks and hunters can use it just as much as titans.
all of this combined, along with some damage configurations, if you configure the Praic Blade for maximum damage, for boss damage, it does around 3000 DPS sustained, and which is, if you look at current swords that are in my boss damage spreadsheet, a lot of them are like 3.5, even approaching 4K in some cases. So yeah, it's not amazing when it comes to boss DPS. I will say though, it does have pretty crazy total damage. It has like a relentless like effect, and
that's good.
It has some insane total damage. So
the Praic Blade is good.
Wail away at a,
it doesn't need to be up with the other other
It
swords
has, like,
for
really,
damage,
really high
but the
total
fact that
damage.
it's close.
I remember I have a clip of me just like swinging away on an enemy and just getting back ammo. Like I was losing like 1 ammo per combo or something like that. I don't recall if it was maybe because of an artifact mod, but I'm pretty sure like it has a lot of total damage. That's my kind of blaster frames. Okay. This
is where we get into the crazy
legendary
stuff.
Weapon. So the first thing I want to get out of the way before we start talking about weapon archetypes and stuff like that is blaster frames. Okay. This is a big change, and I'm not sure if other creators are really going to cover this because I don't know how much they've tested stuff like base value wise, but blasters are very OP. They're very OP. I had a sit down with a dev, I think over lunch or something like that, and we were discussing blasters, and I brought up a concern that, number one, blasters, the idea that a bunch of these weapons in the archetype area, like the intrinsic trait area, they're now all called balanced heat or dynamic heat weapon, is probably going to be confusing to new players because the labeling is the same across different weapon types, when before you would have lightweight frame and it's like, oh, it's a lightweight frame SMG, it's going to do this much damage and it's going to have this RPM. Now you can have different RPMs and different damage profiles under the same weapon family, and they can have the same archetype. So the only way to know really what sort of damage profile you should be expecting is by looking at the RPM and maybe the impact value if you're looking at stuff like adaptive versus lightweight SMG. So this is definitely like, I don't know, it's a cool change. Don't get me wrong, like it's cool, but like it might be a bit confusing for people because now there's an extra layer, right? Because like in D2, when you look at a weapon, you have the tier, you have the perks, you have the origin trait, you have the masterwork, you have the weapon mod, you have the affinity, and you have the archetype, right? You have the archetype. But now you're also going to have this extra thing, is it a blaster or not, right? And so yeah, let's go ahead and talk about blasters for a little bit, and I'll explain exactly what they are and how they work. I'm sure you guys already know, third iteration is sort of like a prototype for this blaster system where it vents over time while it's stowed, but you can manually vent it to reload it a lot faster, and when you vent it, it obviously scales with typical reload buffs. And typically, I will say typically, because I think some weapons, they were kind of similar, but when you take a 1-for-1 comparison between a heat weapon versus a non-heat weapon, a blaster versus a non-blaster, you're able to fire for longer, so the mag size on average is larger, right? So the firing duration, the effective mag size is larger. And of course, blasters can also partial reload. So what I mean by this is obviously if you're halfway through exhausting your weapon or venting your weapon, you can just start shooting halfway through, and you'll obviously won't be able to shoot as long as if you vented it completely, but you can start shooting. It's a partial reload. There's also a lot of heat related stuff that's coming up, whether it's set bonuses, origin traits, stuff like that, that will synergize with this new heat system and will not interact with the rest of the sandbox for non-heat weapons. So that's another thing to look out for. Stowed exhaust we already talked about. And the big thing with blasters though is like, so far all of this is kind of like, okay, it's cool, that's nice, there's a little bit of diversity in the sandbox. You know, some people are going to prefer blaster stuff, some people are not going to prefer blaster stuff. And obviously whenever Bungie introduces a new system to the game, they add synergies, right? Whether it's in the artifact, origin traits, you know, set bonuses, stuff like that. They want you to play with these new systems, and so they'll encourage you, you know, to do so by integrating some sort of new synergies or artifact mods, right? The problem is blasters inherently do more damage to powerful combatants. Both of the archetypes, dynamic and balanced, both do more damage to powerful combatants, bosses, read bosses. And the dynamic heat weapons actually just have higher base damage than their non-blaster counterparts. So, I mean, I thought I'd seen it all when it comes to archetype power creep in the past, but this is kind of like a whole new level, because as far as I can see, I don't think there's really a lot of downsides to using blaster weapons and like venting and stuff like that, because you have reload perks, you know. I've confirmed personally that stuff like peacekeepers and loaders stuff, you know, it exhausts your weapon fully. So they're effectively like a regular weapon, except they have a longer duration for firing. They do more damage. And
I'm excited for
I
these
guess
blaster weapons.
Maybe has like a
But that's crazy. The power
reload floor.
The power creep's just gonna be insane. It's literally just gonna
maybe like
sunset everything in your vault.
Reload faster than like a vented weapon, but I don't think that difference really matters that much in endgame content. Sorry, I'm panking. I tested. This obviously has kind of vast implications for sandbox like balance, because there's a lot of new weapons, which we're going to talk about in the rest of this presentation, that are not blasters. And you're going to look at it as a player with this data in your mind and be like, well, yeah, that's a nice roll, but it's not a blaster. And that means I'm going to be sacrificing 15 to 30% of my potential damage to bosses. And for dynamic weapons, I think it's just damage in general, because it's not a blaster. So I don't know. I don't know if I'm like the biggest fan of this system. I mean, obviously every season Bungie adds like newer and more powerful stuff to the game, like the weapons. I mean, typically what it's been is, originally we had new perks, and weapons would have new perks added to them, and the new perks would be better than the old perks, and the new perk combos would be better than the old perk combos, and people would take the new weapons because of that. Then it became, oh, there's new archetypes, right? So for example, like heavy burst pulses power crept old pulses because they just did more damage, etc., etc. And then it became, there's like special versions of primary archetypes. So you have rocket sidearms, you have rocket pulses, blah blah blah.
This is why I tell you guys to delete all your garbage out of your vaults.
Blasters are just a better version of normal archetypes. They're just a better version. So I'm kind of like iffy on like this system, because now whenever Bungie releases something, there's always the question of, oh, it's not a dynamic, it could be better. Or, oh, it's just not a blaster, so it's just going to be losing me damage against a blaster version of this weapon.
Exactly.
And so, I don't know, this is like a really big jump as well, because in prior seasons, you would have competitors, right? You would have, it was just like the weapons were the same, but the perks were different. Now it's like the perks are different, and the weapon is fundamentally different as well. So, I'm not sure how this is going to play out. But yeah, this is like a new version of power creep.
I mean, it's good though.
Also, in my opinion, if Bungie is going to continue making aggressive advances like this in terms of introducing new weapon systems that are just inherently more powerful than the, you know, existing weapon systems, we should just do away with the featured and new gear stuff in terms of like damage bonus and DR bonus, because people are going to use the new stuff anyway. It is just better, right? Like we are reducing the new gear bonus from 10 to 5%, but our new gear that is coming out in Renegades, like a lot of these blaster weapons are blasters, right? They're just going to do 15, 30%. So what is 10%? That's a spit in the face of a 30%. I just like, I don't know. I think this is one of the biggest changes in Renegades, which will probably fly under the radar, because not really, I didn't really hear people talking about it when I was, you know, at Bungie and talking. Like, this is a big change, right? Like, imagine like you get a god roll sniper and it's just not a blaster. It's not a dynamic sniper. So it's just, okay, to be fair, I don't know what the differences are when it comes to heavies and specials. Maybe they're reduced. That would be a good decision from them. But as far as I can see, that's a big change, you know? That's a big change. So yeah, I don't know. Just yeah, that's all I have to say about blasters, really. I think the featured gear and the new gear system, they can stay when it comes to like avant-garde stuff and encouraging people, or even like forcing people to interact with new gear to play specific things as an added challenge, I suppose. But like the damage bonus just doesn't make sense anymore. Like with stuff like this being added to the game, whatever. That's cool. I mean, blasters, I will say though, I mean they feel cool. They're cool. I like the system, but the damage stuff, I don't know. I'll leave that for you guys to decide. Okay. Moving on, let's talk about our first new archetype, like actual archetype, the 72 RPM Disruption Sniper. So I noticed some people who were just like making things up, who were saying that the RPM of this refurbished A499 was going to be so slow that box breathing would be the best perk on this.
I'm going to be deaf.
I'm not going to lie, guys. This past like DLC discourse cycle has really taught me that
is
people
that
on
the goal?
Twitter and Destiny Reddit will literally just like make things up. They will
Just like
make things
that?
up. They'll just make
Sugar
things up,
Daddy number one?
for no reason.
Happy
and they will just,
Thanksgiving?
like, sound
You
extremely
can stuff
confident
my
while doing it.
turkey. I mean,
I have had the privilege, obviously, of having access to information ahead of time.
and he
just, like,
got the
comparing information that I
35%
have
off
and very
discount
true
because it's going
compared
on right
to
now,
stuff
ladies
that
and
I'm seeing
gentlemen.
people say very confidently has been kind of an eye-opener. So yeah, just don't believe everything you see online prior to release cycle. No matter what
Blurps
people
are
really
muted
saying.
right now.
I've seen people that are very confident about just things that are completely wrong.
You guys were just gifted
even
a
based on
sub
some things
from
that they've read
Zach.
in
Make
Twids
sure you
and stuff,
thank
they
him. He just
extrapolate,
gifted
and it just
32
ends
to
up
hit our daily
so
goal.
this is one of those things. It's not 40 RPM or whatever people were saying. It is a 72 RPM sniper, and even if it was a 40,
By the way, I know I'm going to sound like a fucking dumbass here, but you do get the 35% off gifted subs for 4 more days. I won't be here though, so. But we will have this on December 2nd, so you don't have to worry about it.
40 RPM sniper, by the way, this thing is a single mag. It's a single shot magazine, which means
Single
if you
shot.
wanted to use box breathing to match the RPM or whatever, you have to reload the gun every time you shoot. And when you're reloading,
Orco
that
art,
doesn't
thank you
count
for
as
the resub.
ADSing for box breathing. So you see the problem here. So yeah, it's a 72 RPM weapon. I think this weapon is low key gonna be quite good for damage. So right off the rip, let's go ahead and take a look at this damage.
Is this the
profile.
heavy,
Look at the right
chat?
side of your screen. We got 2362 damage per shot, single shot mag, like I mentioned. And you might notice 2362, that's a lot of damage. That's base
A
damage.
one
base damage per
magazine
shot,
bullet?
right? Rockets, for reference. A rocket, an aggressive rocket or an adaptive rocket, take your pick, with Pack Hunter and Impact Casing together, does less damage than a single shot of this sniper, by the way. So I want you to let that sit in, right? Like that's...
Wow.
Yeah. And rockets, you know how many rockets you have? You got 9, you got 10, you got 8. That's how many rockets you get. This thing has 20 shots and doesn't require Pack Hunter. And it works with Darcy. So when I say 2362, by the way, that's not including Darcy. No Sniper's Meditate, just base damage. No Darcy, no nothing. 2362 per shot. Okay?
Okay, so
Now,
this
these numbers are not necessarily
thing is
flipping.
good.
These numbers are not necessarily the final. The build I was playing was obviously not the retail build. And maybe I made a mistake on my numbers. I like double check them, but maybe I made a mistake on my numbers. But still, regardless, right? 2362 per shot. That's a lot. Okay? It's 12% more per shot compared to rockets, which have Pack Hunter and
need to
Impact
see
Casing,
the
blah, blah, blah,
perks.
aggressive frame. And it has basically the same total damage as New Land Beyond. And if you've heard me talk about New Land Beyond before, New Land Beyond does a lot of total damage. Like a lot of total damage, right? Except this thing does 2 times damage per shot, approximately, compared to New Land Beyond. And this is New Land Beyond with like a fair amount of stacks, like an average amount of stacks. So, yeah. You know, it's going to be good. I don't know what to tell you. It's going to be good. In terms of perk pool, we'll talk about that in a second. But yeah, I know everybody was talking about box breathing, and they're like, it has to be good with box breathing, because they literally explicitly mentioned that on heavy snipers, it's going to be 30%. This thing has aggregate charge. So I hate to burst your bubble, but you're going to be using aggregate charge.
Yep.
So yeah.
Aggregate
is
charge
my
is
opinions
better.
on the refurbished A499. The perk pool, we'll talk about it again when we get
This
to
is the first
list of
heavy
weapons. I have
sniper.
a whole list of weapons that I'm allowed to
Legendary.
talk about, which I'll show on the screen when we get there. And we'll talk about the perk pool more when we get there. But
Zach, thanks
that
again,
is all
man.
I want to
You're
say
nuts.
about the A499. It is potentially very, very good for boss damage. So, yippers, let's move on. Okay. Uncivil Discourse. This is a 180 RPM dynamic special hand cannon. And this is one of the examples of like
180.
weapons where I'm like, this is why it would be confusing to a new player, right? Because this is a 180 RPM hand cannon, just like the other precision hand cannons we have in the game. But instead of being named a precision weapon, it's a dynamic heat weapon. And by the way, there is a dynamic heat, or I'm pretty sure it's a dynamic heat. Is it? Yeah. There's a dynamic heat 180 RPM primary hand cannon. So it's super confusing because you have these two things that they have the same frame name, but they're different ammo types, but they have the same RPM.
But
so
dynamic's better.
I don't know. It's a little, I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but I think the system is like definitely a little confusing. I think it would be nice if they had like a separate section for like blaster stuff and it wasn't just replacing the intrinsic trait stuff. But I guess it kind of makes sense because the intrinsic trait stuff is not supposed to just represent the RPM, but it's also supposed to represent like an intrinsic effect, like rapid fires when they're completely empty, they reload faster, stuff like that. And you don't want to have both of those effects stacked on a weapon, but still, I don't know, it's just weird. I guess that was a compromise they had to make. Okay, let's actually just, no more yapping, let's talk about Uncivil Discourse. So, this thing, for reference, if you want to look at my spreadsheet, I'm going to try to avoid giving too many exact numbers because it kind of flies over people's heads. And it's like, then you have to do the work yourself, right? So I'm just going to give you like conclusions, which is usually what people come to me for. So Uncivil Discourse does around 3.4 times damage per shot compared to current 180 RPM hand cannons. So if you want to take a look at what this weapon will theoretically do when it comes to Lucky Pants, go to my swap tab right now on my DPS spreadsheet, and you can clone it, whatever, and duplicate
this thing's going to be crazy for Lucky Pants
precision instrument row and add a 3.4 times multiplier to the swap DPS. What are you going to get? 8.8 thousand swap DPS from a single mag of this thing. So needless to say, Uncivil Discourse, by the way, I tested this, the Lucky Pants scaling is the same as a primary hand cannon. So I was thinking, okay, well, I mean, if this weapon does literally 3.4 times what current 180 RPMs do, then obviously they're going to nerf its interaction with Lucky Pants like they do with Ariana and Sturm and like all that stuff, right? They're obviously going to nerf it. No, they didn't. It's 5.5 times or whatever it is. So it's the same scaling as the normal Lucky Pants. The only downside to this thing really is that it has 44 shots, and against a current like 180 RPM hand cannon, you need 17 shots to max out, fully saturate that Lucky Pants duration, that timer. And 17 shots when you have 44 total, that's like 2.6 mags. So it's not a lot, but the burst is pretty crazy, right? So like 8.8 thousand is a lot. That's like super like level of DPS, by the way. So yeah, Lucky Pants are back like in an actual way. I think this is the first time ever that Lucky Pants are like a legitimately insanely powerful damage option. Like before, it was like, oh, you could swap to Malfeasance for Final Stand. Oh, we could do Warden's Law stuff. Like it was like quirky, not quirky necessarily. Like it did have some actual use, but this is like legitimately a class leading option. Right? Like when people talk about still hunt on hunters, and I'm sure there's going to be discourse. Like I'm making this video well in advance, by the way. So I'm sure there's going to be discourse regarding hunter damage and warlock damage. Like this is like a big, like, this is a lot. This is
a lot.
So yeah, but bear in mind though, like this thing just at a base level, like without Lucky Pants and stuff, abysmal total versus other special weapons when it comes to bosses. At least I don't know if it has like enhanced minor scalers or something, but like when it comes to boss damage, at least this thing has abysmal total. Without the Lucky Pants stuff. So this is basically, in my opinion, some people might use it
Moxie.
I know people were using it in PvP when we were playing private matches at Bungie, because it's like a legendary forerunner kind of in a way.
You excited for Druid?
Like, PvE stuff, I don't know. I mean, I think people will have to like play with it to find out whether they like it or not.
Pretty much just gonna be playing Destiny, PoE 2, and like Arc Raiders.
I don't know, like Area Denial, Rocket Pulse, or Rocket Saturn, maybe that sort of thing. I mean, definitely competes directly with Rocket Saturns. But
people have been giving me shit all day that I didn't go for Gsxrclyde 420 sniper.
I'll let the jury decide that one. But when it comes to damage, abysmal total, but crazy burst. It's like crazy burst, like crazy burst. So you could definitely see people in solo challenges, low man challenges, or even on day one stuff next season. You might see people like pop on Celestial Still Hunt, go Still Hunt Goldie, and then swap to Lucky Pants, and then just dump a mag on this thing. That's how good it is. So I don't know. I could be wrong on the numbers here. Again, like not the retail build. Changes might happen, stuff like that. But at least when I was testing,
this is definitely intended to bring hunters up.
Vow, swap stuff out of the water. Like it's not even close. So yeah, that is that. And it's like 55k damage per mag, by the way, which is like the equivalent of like, I don't know, like 2 Thunder Crash, like a little under 2 Thunder Crashes, which is like for a mag of hand cannon, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyways, let's move on. Okay, next we have Peculiar Charm. This is the most uninteresting of the new archetypes. This is an aggressive burst, 600 RPM SMG, and it does similar damage to current 600 RPM SMGs. I think it does maybe a little bit less or a little bit more, but the difference is very negligible. So it's probably not relevant for PvP because 600 RPM SMG rips. Next up, we have a full list of every weapon that I'm allowed to talk about. there are more weapons that are going to be in Renegades. Renegades is bringing a lot of new weapons. Thankfully, I don't think if you're an endgame player at least, you don't really need to farm for that much. I think the red rose are going to be the stuff that I'm most excited to talk about, which we've already covered most of it. But yeah, there are more weapons that are coming that are
Standard perks worse than mint. The rocket pulse rifle. That worries me. What else do we see here? Horror's Least, Oxygen, the Oxygen SR3, huh? Hawthorne's Field Forge Shotgun, Cataphract, Astral, Riptide.
are not shown on this screen, but I'm just like, I can't talk about them yet. But, be excited. There's going to be more weapons.
The Cataphract, it says behind my cam box. I'll show you. Disappointing. Best is Envious Arsenal and Bait and Switch. That jail's cooked. Where's the dungeon weapons? Does it say? I don't think it says, right? On top? Oh, what the fuck? He did put them on there. I wonder if he meant to do that. There's 6 weapons in the dungeon. I don't know if he meant to do that on purpose because he was. Why would he be told about the dungeon weapons? That's interesting.
As well. So out of these weapons, what do we got? So let's take a look. I've italicized and bolded anything that has the word dynamic, because dynamic weapons are OP. And if we look at the red rose here, I mean, really it's going to be 3 things, right? Number 1, Uncivil Discourse. Damage perk wise, this thing has access to Precision Instrument. That's the best damage perk you're going to get on it. And yeah, as I said, Lucky Pants crazy. On other classes, if you're playing Warlock Titan, a toss up on whether it's worth it or not. Up to you. Refurbished A499, again, has aggregate charge. The only thing unfortunate about this new Disruption Sniper is that
I don't think he was supposed to put this dungeon stuff in this video, but I don't know. Thanks for showing us. Screenshot! Eager Edge Sword. Not kinetic sniper. Not kinetic, but will still probably be best in slot.
the first slot has some doggy doo-doo. Okay. If they give this weapon a weapon with this archetype, slideways, slide shot, envious arsenal, anything like that, I think the swap DPS stocks of this weapon are going to skyrocket, right? They're going to be amazing. However, right now it has
a lot of weapons, Chad,
in the first column. Like
a lot of
I rolled through
a lot of reskin, but
A499, and the best I could come up with was like snap aggregate, which is like snapshot. Really, like when I'm telling you that snapshot is the best perk in the column, you know, it's not great. So yeah, yeah, great weapon for swap TPS. Has a lot of room to grow. Has a lot of potential. So that's interesting. And also, like I mentioned, works with Darcy. Okay, Psi Eterna 4. As the article implies, snipers, hands-on and NC. Thermal atomization. This one is like high impact reserves, but for heat weapons. So it does increasing amounts of damage. I think like right when you're about to like run out of ammo, like when you're about to overheat or whatever, it like hits 15%. So unless this is like a first column perk, not the best, right? Not the best. Delicate tuning is like PvP stats related stuff to heat, so not going to talk about that one too much. Trickle charge, I've highlighted in red here because I think it's like maybe the only notable perk. Reload on bolt charge, that was a description. I didn't check whether it was like on your first get of bolt charge, it reloads, and then like after that, if you're behind a Stormscape barricade and it stacks to times 2, times 3, times 4, it doesn't reproc. Like I don't know if it does that or not. I wasn't able to test it. I also don't know if it has an internal cooldown on the effect. If it works with Stormscape, and it like continuously reloads your weapon, and you don't have to like worry about an internal cooldown. This perk is essentially the return of old Lunas, which is cool, I guess. That's nice.
Yeah, we don't want
that's
that.
nice, I suppose. But I don't know. I haven't tested it yet, and the weapons that it does appear on right now, as far as I know, they're not that impressive. So we'll see. Maybe it's gonna be on a, who knows? Maybe they'll put it on an arc disruption sniper. That would be good, right? Okay, cooling baubles. You lose some heat on orb pickup or elemental pickup. Could be useful for like a heat weapon where you're doing DPS with like attrition orbs or something. I don't know. Situational, not amazing. Mega Neura is making a return on oxygen, as you saw on the previous slide. So yeah, I mean, it's the same. I don't think they changed it. So Mega Neura. Adhesive Ordnance, exhaust explosion on the first shot after ammo pickup. Yeah, I didn't test a lot of these perks because I was doing other stuff when I was there. But I don't like, even just the perk itself, even if the explosion is quite large, does not seem very. It requires you to pick up a heavy. Last thing we're going to talk about in this video, God knows how long I've been talking. Okay, origin traits. There's 3 new origin traits. The first one is called Air Cooled Core. This one is on the seasonal weapons. It is sprint to vent, is the main effect when it comes to PvE. There's other like PvP related effects, but the main thing that you're going to be looking at is when you sprint, it vents your weapons faster. And so that makes sense, obviously, because all the seasonal weapons are heat-based weapons. And I don't know if this works when the weapon is stowed. If the weapon is stowed,
Is that a dungeon trait?
Vents it faster. That would be cool. But the other effects are not really super noteworthy. So that's Air Cooled Core. Imperial Allegiance. This is actually a pretty important one, right? This is from the dungeon weapons, so from Equilibrium. Cooling and charge rate boost for being, I think it's just passive. I don't even think you need to be near allies. So cooling and charge rate boost, and then you also get a damage boost at high heat near allies. So this is kind of like the thermal atomization perk, where at high heat, aka like at the bottom of your mag, you get increased damage, which is nice. It's kind of like the, I don't know, like the prophecy origin trait in some ways. So yeah, I'm curious to see how much damage it is, but it's free damage, right? It's free damage. You just gotta be near allies. Like, I think it stacks as well, actually. So maybe if you're near 5 allies in a raid or something,
Link it,
maybe it's
Ajax.
a lot. Who knows? But we'll see. Nail Meat Hammer. This one is on an unknown set of weapons. I don't know. I didn't really get the chance to explore this origin trait too much, but I believe what it said is it increases the ammo generation of your weapons and increases the shield break power of your weapons. Like when you're breaking a shield, it's like easier to break a shield or something like that. So yeah, that is pretty much it. So that's it for weapons. You experiment with the OP with Lucky Pants. So could be very, very good.
The reason why I wanted to watch this chat,
yeah, there's an energy rocket
because
pull. If we look
I
at
mean, this is the list right here. He's pretty much telling you, like, hey, get that sniper, get that hand cannon, and get the pulse rifle. That's it. The other stuff is just very niche. So, like, again, since I'm an end game player and I like teaching people how to beat the shit out of the game, I'm going to be going for that sniper. I'm going to be going for that hand cannon, and obviously the pulse. The rocket pulse rifle and the energy slot. Everything else is just, it'll happen, you know? So like, but again, I take his advice because, you know, I think people need to listen to speedrunners more, in my opinion. You don't have to go fast, but understanding how to stack all your damage in your build to just beat the shit out of bosses is always good. That was a really good video by him. Does he have any more? The future of Destiny's DPS meta, what I learned from 2 months of testing. No. All right, what was you said this video?
This video is going to have a lot of information in it. I have 26 Renegades legendary weapons I'm going to show you today.
Holy
For the majority
shit,
of them, I have all the
26.
perks in the 3rd and the 4th. So, spoilers, obviously. And for their other weapons, I do have the screenshot. Not all the perks. We can still talk about them, though. So, we're going to spend some time on some. We're going to blow by others. This was from an early build, so content is subject to change. I have the 26 today. Another video soon, I'm going to be talking about the 6 dungeon weapons. There's other videos for the 3 weapon exotics. And on top of all those,
I just want to see the
there's
other
stuff I
weapons he
can't
talks
show you.
about. That's
This
all.
is all weapons. And honestly, I was surprised at how many weapons there were in all total. There's 40, and all the ones that I can show on the channel, I am, except for the ones that I can't yet, but that's okay. So first, let's start with some Trials weapons, 5 of them, 2 new, 3 coming back. First, we have the Martlet. This thing is good, going to be good. Void 450 RPM lightweight frame. In the 3rd, we have Headseeker, Firefly, Perpetual Motion, Keep Away, Repulsor Brace, Lone Wolf, Loose Change. In the final column, Sword Logic, Destabilizing Rounds, Desperate Measures, Withering Gaze, Kill Clip, Desperado, Zen Moment. And in PvE, I have some Firefly Destabilizing Rounds footage. Not quite as powerful as the Void Dungeon Pulse that's Mega Nura destabilizing, but this thing was great. It felt great. Clean sight,
That's
PvP,
nice.
it has a ton of things. Headseeker Kill Clip, Lone Wolf Zen Moment, Perpetual Motion Zen Moment. On and on, tons of good combos. Next, Corundum Hammer. Trial Strand 140 RPM hand cannon. In the third, Reconstruction, Slide Shot, Lone Wolf, Firefly, Shoot to Loot, Fragile Focus. In the final column, Sword Logic, Precision Instrument, Tear, Keep Away, Explosive Payload, Opening Shot, Elemental Honing. Really good stats, really good perks on this thing. It also has a really cool PvE combo that I tried, Firefly Tear. So Headshot, Firefly Explosion. Since it's wide with the explosion, it spreads ever further. It was really cool. But there's so much PvP stuff in here. Slide, Explosive Payload, and a ton more. Definitely on my radar. And then 3, returning. Immortal is coming back, Cataphract, and Astral Horizon. Next, the refurbished A499. This is a heavy kinetic sniper rifle, a disruption weapon intrinsic, single heavy hitting round, disintegrates targets on impact. In the third, Bewildering Burst, Gutshot Straight, Outlaw, Snapshot, Lone Wolf, Moving Target, No Distractions. In the final column, Envious Assassin, Mulligan, Ancillary Ordnance, Box Breathing, Aggregate Charge, Autoloading Holster, Ambitious Assassin. This thing felt okay. I need to check how it compares to combat bows and honestly even Heirloom. And if I could go back, I'd probably have Autoloading Holster on it because it does shoot a heavy shot. It'd be nice just to shoot it, stow it, get it back. Spent a little bit of time with it, but we need to test how its damage is overall. Next, the Something Something, a 72 RPM kinetic sniper rifle. In the third, Triple Tap, Snapshot, Bewildering Burst, Stopping Power,
I like
Discord,
this
No
one.
Distractions. Stopping Power, this weapon's kinetic ordnance can more easily stagger combatants and grant increased target acquisition and damage against low health enemies. In the final column, Elemental Honing, Adhesive Ordnance. Collecting ammo loads an explosive round that adheres to surfaces and detonates shortly after
So I'll take
impact,
chat off the
and
screen.
applies
The
exhaust.
last perk
Box
is
Breathing,
All-Star.
Kinetic Tremors, Redirection, and All-Star. Collecting ammo loads this weapon from reserves and enhances its damage and reload speed. Collecting heavy ammo grants
That's
more
gonna be a
time.
good one.
Next, the PvP SMG, Peculiar Charm, a 600 RPM aggressive burst SMG. In the third, we have Rangefinder, Attrition Orbs, Impromptu Ammunition, Rapid Hit, Stopping Power, Shoot to Loot, Lone Wolf. In the final column, Firefly, Headseeker, All-Star,
Definitely a
Kinetic
PvP
Tremors,
one.
Master of Arms, Desperado, Bewildering Burst. I spent a little bit of time with this thing. For PvE, it has things like Attrition Orbs, Kinetic Tremors, maybe Stopping Power, Firefly. PvP, there's Headseeker, it's a 4-round burst, it's pretty neat. There's Desperado on it, tons of cool stuff. Next, an all-time favorite of mine, the Horror's Lease is returning, 540 RPM Arc Pulse. In the third, Zen Moment, Transcendent Moment. Heating up, we have Supercharged Magazine. When amplified ammo from reserves gets thrown in, when in Speed Booster, ammo regenerates faster and overflows the mag. Trickle Charge
geez.
and Overflow. In the final column, Kill Clip,
Trickle Charge,
Frenzy,
Supercharged
Perpetual Motion,
Magazine on that
Jolting
thing
Feedback,
with Kill
Rampage,
Clip.
Rolling Storm. A little update
Gonna be
to it.
disgusting.
Still has the bangers, Zen Moment, Kill Clip. Even old school things like Heating Up, Kill Clip, Overflow, Jolting Feedback, or maybe Supercharged Magazine, Jolting Feedback. I'm glad they brought this thing back. It's always had great stats, and in today's game, the stats can be pushed even further. The Motive 41, I really like this thing. It's a solar area denial frame. In the third, Threat Detector, stats for all, Wellspring, Impulse Amplifier, Heal Clip, Loose Change, Autoloading Holster. In the final column, Incandescent, Binary Orbit, Reverberation, Demolition,
They didn't use
Global
the same
Weapon,
perks.
Attrition Orbs, Master of Arms, Heal Clip Incandescent, Wellspring Demo, Autoloading Incandescent. There's a ton of combinations. It's a workhorse. The time that I spent with it, which was only a little bit, it did everything that I wanted it to do, and I'm going to be looking for it on release. Next is the Evening SI4, a 3-round solar sidearm. In the third, Proximity Power, Lone Wolf, Heal Clip, Offhand Strike, Impromptu Ammunition, Subsistence. In the final column, Collective Pugilism, Sword Logic, Burning Ambition, Headseeker, Desperate Measures, Incandescent. 3-round burst sidearms are my favorite class of sidearm. It's kind of rare to see them, and this one has all the solar good stuff. If you want to do the Heal Clip, Incandescent. But Headseeker on it's really interesting. Offhand Strike's really interesting in PvP. We'll see how it goes. Next, the PSI Eterna, an arc micro missile pulse. In the third,
All
Blast
right.
Disruptor, Eddy Current, Beacon Round, Stats for All, Reverberation, Trickle Charge. In the final
That's a bad beat. No rewind.
column, Collective Pugilism, Elemental Honing,
Collective, Elemental Honing, Jolting, One for All, Rolling Storms. Man.
Jolting Feedback, One for All, Rolling Storm.
That Solar
Adrenaline
Pulse
Junkie,
rifle's a
and
little rough.
Shocker to absolutely no one, this thing rips. Gonna be a must-have. There's the Jolting Feedback. There's One for All. Maybe Trickle Charge, Rolling Storm. It was an
You knew that
awesome
was
weapon.
coming. It's a
It was
solar
so good that I put it
or
down. That
arc.
way I could just use other stuff. So it's
An arc
definitely
one.
good. There's a couple here that I don't have the perks. I just have a screen. We just know that they're there. Quavinctus, a Strand 360 RPM machine gun. We have a good shout, avoid heavy combat bow. In the third, no distractions, bolt scavenger, built to blast, withering gaze, repulsor brace, envious arsenal. In the fourth, butterfly, aiming at an enemy for a short period without firing causes the target to explode
elemental
the next
honing,
time
yeah.
you deal final blows. The timer resets when you stop aiming down sights. I didn't get to use butterfly, but it looks pretty neat on this. Box breathing, high ground, destabilizing rounds, rampage, demoralize. I've been liking these heavy combat bows. This one's void. I was using withering gaze, box breathing. That way I could debuff, get in a little bit more damage. Tried that for a little bit, but things with butterfly look interesting. Envious is interesting. There's a couple things here. I'm excited to use it more. Next, the Sarpedon D Arc Spread Shot Hand Cannon. In the third, To the Pain, Trickle Charge, Proximity Power, Lead from Light, Eddy Current, Impromptu Ammunition. In the final column, Collective Pugilism, Rolling Storm, 1-2 Punch, Trench Barrel, Volt Shot, Desperate Measures. Very interesting. It does have Volt Shot on it, and that's what I use. But remember, these have very poor reloading. A very poor reload stat, but you can build into that.
Negative.
Eddy Current's there to help it. All the things like 1-2 Punch, Trench Barrel are there, especially for PvP. This thing's going to see some play. I just wish I had more time with it. Build
Why are
around
the
it a little
shields
bit.
so weird?
Next, I don't have anything for it, but the Oxygen SR4 is back. Meganura made a return, so it's only fitting that Oxygen is back. There's some
Oxygen
other ones that
is
we
actually
can go
good.
by. I don't have the full perks. Hawthorne's Field Forge Shotgun. It's returning. Coming in as
Oh
a
my god, that
stasis
looks like the
lightweight.
one
It
OG
has kill clip
shotgun.
on
What
it.
was that
There's a
OG
couple-
shotgun called? What was that fucker called? The red one. It was red. And it was a kinetic. Nah, what was that thing called? Hawthorne's. It was Hawthorne something. Or was it the same name? No, it was Hawthorne something. Was it Field Forge Shotgun? The same name? Holy shit, yeah, I haven't seen this thing for a while.
Fusion rifles, the Nox side reel. It's a stasis aggressive frame, and I'm interested because I haven't seen this style fusion, like the model, in years. It's like a D1 style. Next, the Monty 44, a high impact fusion, a Suros fusion void, the Moss Athenor, a void aggressive hand cannon, precision instruments here, and I do know a lot of people like this thing when they did PvP matches. It reminds me, and it's similar to Bottom Dollar, but with better stats. And there's perks like Demoralize, a lot of void things here. So forgive me on these and a couple more. But as you can see, there's a lot, and I only had so much time, especially with the exotics, the dungeon weapons, actually playing. But we still have more to go, like Compact Defender. I love this thing. It's a heat weapon, 30-60 void RPM sidearm.
This thing's
In the
gonna
third,
rip.
Cooling Baubles, destabilizing rounds, built to blast, hipfire grip, proximity power, rangefinder, delicate tuning. The final column, Desperate Measures, Frenzy, Kill Clip, Swashbuckler, Precision Instrument, Repulsor Brace, Thermal Atomization. Cool stuff in here. Remember, Cooling Baubles, collecting an elemental pickup or orb of power reduces weapon heat. Delicate
that thing's
tuning,
gonna
while at
rip.
low heat, this weapon has improved range, handling, and accuracy. And Thermal Atomization, while at high heat, this weapon deals increased damage and causes targets to explode when defeated. I was using, I believe, just Destabilizing Repulsor, but with how this thing gets through ammo and the heat wise, like Thermal Atomization looks great with Destabilizing rounds. There's a ton to explore. I think this thing's really cool. Uncivil Discourse. This is an ARC 180 RPM hand cannon blaster. Dynamic heat weapon. In the third, Outlaw, Air Trigger, Keep Away, Lone Wolf, Cooling Baubles, Quick Draw, Delicate Tuning. In the final column, Offhand Strike, Frenzy, Jolting Feedback, Desperate Measures, Precision Instrument, Opening Shot. Then Thermal Atomization. I, of course, spent time with Air Trigger, Jolting Feedback, be in the air, faster vent speed. Also, if you overheat, Air Trigger bypasses that overheat cooldown, so that's really cool. You get a faster vent. And this thing hits harder than Forerunner in PvP. It has a ton of cool combos. I think you're gonna love it. It sounds cool. It's the blaster. Next, the M17 Fast Talker, a 900 RPM stasis heat weapon, balanced heat weapon. In the third, Attrition Orbs, Dynamic Sway Reduction, Demolitionist, Delicate Tuning, Stats for All, Cooling Baubles,
The
Cooling
900
Wind.
RPM.
The final column, Target Lock, Sword Logic, Crystalline Corpse Bloom, Kill Clip, Tap the Trigger, Master of Arms.
They will not give us another Attrition Orb Kinetic Tremor SMG ever again. That's crazy.
Thermal Atomization. I was using Demolitionist Crystalline Corpse Bloom a lot, and it has a heat weapon. Of course, I loved it, but there's still a ton of stuff here. Dynamic Sway, Tap the Trigger, Demo, Thermal Atomization. There's a ton of things. The heat weapons are cool. Like the next one, Modified B7 Pistol, 180 RPM hand cannon that's stasis, dynamic heat weapon. In the third, Cooling Baubles, Rapid Hit, Keep Away, Rhyme Stealer, Firefly, Demolitionist, Delicate Tuning. The final column, Headstone, Adagio, Eye of the Storm, Opening Shot, Crystalline Corpse Bloom, Built to Blast, Thermal Atomization. I like this one too, because the frame, it does a little bit more damage than a regular 180. I was using Firefly, Crystalline Corpse Bloom. You get it down, able to spawn crystals up, get a headshot final blow, Firefly breaks them. Just area denial, fun to play with. I mean, there's Demo Headstone, Firefly Headstone, Adagio for PvP. Lots of things to explore. It looks cool, sounds
180s
cool.
are rough.
Really liked it. The All or Nothing Strand Pulse Rifle, 540 RPM, Dynamic Heat Weapon. Again, these are higher base damage versus powerful combatants with high heat generated. In the third, Cooling Baubles, Slice, Delicate Tuning, Zen Moment, Perpetual Motion, Keep Away, Firefly. In the final column, Tear, Desperado, Kill Clip, Sword Logic, Headseeker, Hatchling, Thermal Atomization. Again, this thing has a lot of stuff. Does good damage, lots of strand synergy, PvE, PvP stuff all over it. Kill Clip, Desperado, Headseeker, Zen Moment, Keep Away, PvE, Firefly, Slice, Tear, Hatchling, Thermal Atomization. I found myself coming back to this thing a lot for strand synergy things that I was covering, like the Strand Warlock helmet. Felt great to use.
The same
And the
RPM
last
and
one,
same
the
everything.
only
I
footage I
didn't know
got
that.
was of a drop. The 86 strand sword. Don't know what archetype, but there it is. That's the 26 to show today. This is to start off the week, and soon on the channel I have a full video on the 6 dungeon weapons, their perks, the armor set, Voltaic Shade, Sullen Claw, Zealous Ideal, Conspiracy Honed, High Tyrant, and the Bitter End Machine Gun. And let me just say, these weapons right here were my favorite legendary weapons with my time spent at Bungie. They are super unique, very fun to use.
So this is a
with the
dungeon
6 dungeon
weapon.
weapons, that brings our total to 32. We have the 3 exotics. I have a video coming up. It's a dual breakdown of the Solar Combat Bow Heirloom and the Strand Machine Gun Service of the Zaku. And of course, I have a quick video for the Praic Blade. That brings us to 35 weapons, and the rest? Well, we'll find out. But 3540 is a lot, and as a weapons guy, Zen Moment, Keep Away, PvE, Firefly, Slice, Tear, Hatchling, Thermal Atomization. I found myself coming back to this thing a lot for strand synergy things that I was covering, like the Strand Warlock helmet. Felt great to use. And the last one, the only footage I got was of a drop. The 86 strand sword. Don't know what archetype.
Surprised they were showing the dungeon weapons though.
But there it is. That's the 26 to show today. This is to start off the week, and soon on the channel I have a full video on the 6 dungeon weapons, their perks, the armor set.
So this is a scout rifle at 260. This is the first dungeon weapon.
Shade, Solar
This is a sword with eager edge. It's a lightweight sword with eager edge.
Claw.
The next weapon
Zealous
is a 450 auto rifle.
Deal. Conspiracy
A 140 sniper rifle.
Honed. High Tyrant.
A 540 pulse rifle.
And the Bitter End
And then the machine gun, which everyone's going to want.
Machine Gun. And let me
Surprised
just say,
they showed
these
'em.
weapons right here were my favorite legendary weapons with my time spent at Bungie. They are super unique, very fun to use. So with the 6 dungeon weapons, that brings our total to 32. We have the 3 exotics. I have a video coming up. It's a dual breakdown of the Solar Combat Bow Heirloom and the
I wonder if that combat bow is the dungeon exotic then.
Strand Machine Gun Service of the Zaku. This part of the game, it makes me very happy to see that many. We have the 3 exotics. I have a video coming up. It's a dual breakdown of the Solar Combat Bow Heirloom and the Strand Machine Gun Service of the Zaku. And of course, I have a quick video for the Praic Blade. That brings us to 35 weapons, and the rest? Well, we'll find out. But 3540 is a lot, and as a weapons guy, someone who enjoys this part of the game, loves this part of the game, it makes me very happy to see that many. And when I went there, weapons were on my mind, and I wanted to show you as much as I could, so I hope you enjoyed. I cannot wait for you guys to experience Renegades. It's super cool. If you're new here, remember to hit the subscribe button, and if you are subscribed, thank you so much for your support. Let's talk about all this down below. Which ones are you liking? What looks to be a sleeper, or maybe we'll slot right into one of your favorite builds. Let's talk about it. Thank you for watching, and until the next one, I am Cool Guy.
It was a good video.
Firefly.
I'm just really shocked about the dungeon weapons. I don't think they've ever been showed like that.
I found myself coming back to this thing a lot for strand synergy things that I was covering, like the strand.
I was
and
really
the last
shocked.
One, the only footage I got was of a drop. The
So that means
86
they
strand
did let
sword.
them
Don't know what
shoot the
archetype,
dungeon
but there it
weapons
is.
there.
That's the 26 to show today. This is to start off the week, and soon on the channel I have a full video on the 6 dungeon weapons.
I swear people were using the machine guns in the earlier
the
videos
armor
we've seen.
set will take
But we don't know what this origin trait is. Unless there's some information on it somewhere. I haven't seen it. But he says right here.
This is to start off the week, and soon on the channel I have a full video on the 6 dungeon weapons, their perks, the armor set, Voltaic Shade, Sullen Claw.
Yeah, the armor
Okay.
set.
This is to start off the week, and soon on the channel I have a full video on the 6 dungeon weapons, their perks, the armor set, Voltaic Shade.
Yeah, see the armor sets. You know. So the armor sets and the origin trait is wait. Did I get the origin trait right there on accident? Being near allies grants further increased cooling or charge rate and increased damage while at high heat or low guard. Okay. I didn't even mean to get that origin trait right there, but we did. All right. So we don't know what the armor set does. But that's pretty good for those weapons. Being near your teammates grants increased cooling. Yeah, he showed it. I was confused because everyone's saying different stuff. Cross said they didn't get to play with no dungeon weapons, but these guys did. that one threw me off. Okay. You guys said that he showed something else. You said Aegis tested the artifact. Where's that at? I don't see that one.
All right, hi everyone. So originally we were not going to be able to talk about the
Oh,
artifact.
this was
with
on a
Renegades,
different channel.
But, there's a TWID. They're going to give us some artifact details, and so yes, I did test basically all the artifact mods that I think are going to be important in Renegades for damage and whatnot. So yeah, we're going to be going over the artifact, which is in this TWID, and I will be giving you some more details when we get to the artifact mods that I've tested. So yeah, you guys can watch all this stuff. Pretty exciting. Emblem for watching the stream. There's a interesting. Dungeon World's First trophies. That's cool. That's cool. Okay, so encrypted data disk. Yep, it's a 5x5 right now. Let's go ahead and take a look at the artifact mods. So, artifact mods, as I may have sneakily hinted at, or not so sneakily hinted at for the past couple weeks, it's going to be focused around kinetic stuff, swords, snipers. That's going to be the theme for this artifact. And like I've said, this artifact is probably the most activist artifact we've had in a while in terms of getting you to play a specific way. Compared to the Edge of Fate artifact, at least, this is a lot more in your face and a lot more you should definitely use these weapons. Okay, so I'm not going to focus too much on the first column. I mean, you have anti-barrier sniper, overload pulse, you know, this sort of stuff. Pretty cool. Let's see.
Armor bonus sets. Where the fuck did this come from? Lawless Frontier, 2-piece. Grenade kills grant heat weapons stability and vent speed. Primary ammo weapons receive stability and reload speed. 4-piece. Rapid heat or primary ammo weapon kills grant grenade and weapon stat and bonus ammo gen for those weapons. That's pretty good. Lawless Frontier variant, 2-piece. Swapping to a heat weapon, submachine gun, or a hand cannon grants a short period of increased handling and accuracy. This effect does not extend. 4-piece. Dealing final blows with reflex action is active. Grants a bonus to weapon stat and increased stability, reload, and aim assist for heat weapons, submachine guns, and hand cannons for a moderate duration. Equilibrium is a 2-piece. Sword hits grenade and class ability energy. Amount. Oh, sword hits grant grenade and class ability energy. Amount increased if blade focus is active. 4-piece. Briefly guard with a sword to ready blade focus. While active, gain increases sword damage and lunge distance for a short duration. Fire team ops. 2-piece. When your shields begin to regenerate, you gain flinch resistance and damage resistance for a short time. I mean, GG. Stack that with smoke jumper. Fire team ops. 4-piece. While your reserves are low, combatant final blows with while your reserves are low, combatant final blows with weapons provide additional ammo progress. Primary weapons boost special and heavy. Crucible 2-piece, increased reload speed from bottom half of the magazine. 4-piece, reloading a weapon grants its bonus handling and flinch resist. Suro energy weapons are getting range instead. Pinnacle ops 2-piece, damaging a target with a sword, glaive, or any melee attack exhausts them. Oh, well, that's fucking great. 4-piece, blocking attacks with a sword or glaive grants a short period of damage resistant against combatants when you next drop your guard. So the Pinnacle Ops playlist is pretty good too. And the Fire Team Ops, that's pretty good. Trials 2-piece, after sliding primary ammo weapons gain flinch resistance. 4-piece, gain bonus handling and ADS speed. Okay, so pretty much if these are all the new armor sets coming, the Lawless Frontier set's decent. Equilibrium is pretty good, the 2-piece, because you get grenade and class ability energy. And Pinnacle Ops and Fire Team Ops. That's good.
See here. Yeah, this is not that important. Second column, usually not that crazy, right? Yeah, cool. Press the advantage. Again, not that crazy. Okay, kinetic synthesis. Is this the one that I'm thinking of? Yes. Okay, so this is a very, very powerful artifact mod. Kinetic synthesis. Very, very powerful artifact mod. Let me read you what my testing entails. So let's read this artifact mod. Sustain kinetic weapon damage and rapid final blows. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, so basically how this works is when you're doing DPS to a boss, it will drop a brick that looks like a primary brick. It's going to be a white brick. And you need to do kinetic weapon damage to the boss. Now, the amount of damage appears to be... Let me take a look here. It's a fixed amount, right? So you know how like temporal blast used to work, where like you had to hit a certain damage threshold, where like depending on
I'm
the
gonna
power
run to the bathroom real quick. I'll let you guys watch this.
Lower power content,
I'll come
it's harder
back
to hit this threshold, and when I say lower power, I mean lower power delta, right? And when you're at light, it's a lot easier to hit this power threshold. Now, in my testing, I tested a bunch of different weapons. It's approximately 3,800 damage. Okay, so at +0, for example, the heavy sniper with even like a small amount of buffing, not even tractor, I think, like a small amount of buffing, can easily hit 3,800 damage per shot. So you're literally making an ammo brick every single time you shoot the boss, and everyone can do this. Okay, I don't think it makes it for your teammates, but you basically have infinite ammo. Okay, like it's basically infinite ammo for weapons like Izzy, for weapons like the heavy sniper. So very, very strong. Column 3 mod too, but like very, very strong. Probably in like a contest setting where you're like -30, it might take 2 shots, maybe 3 shots to make the brick, but you know, still free ammo, right? Still free ammo. So yeah, that's cool. And also, right, if you're running, let's say you're running Izzy and the heavy sniper, you get ammo in both of them. It's a kinetic brick, so it gives you ammo in both of them. So cool stuff. Reload at range, whatever. Riposte, yeah, that's kind of whatever. A lot of stuff in the artifact and also in the set bonuses that are in like kind of in the theme of playing around your sword, right? So like kind of blocking a little bit, waiting a little bit, pacing your attacks. That's a big theme with this season and also with this artifact. So there you go. Power from pain, we've seen that before. Dielectric, seen that before. Armor smith, yeah, whatever. I didn't test the DR, but you know, that's probably good. Counter energy, whatever. Combination Argent Blade. Okay. So Argent Blade is back. This one is a little bit different from previous iterations of Argent Blade because it doesn't actually require armor charge, which is nice. So you're not going to chew through armor charge. I mean, obviously, a lot of people like using attrition orbs for like swords and stuff, so you probably didn't even need to worry about armor charge, but it's not going to chew through armor charge. Instead, you got to pause for a little bit. And the pause is quite short, right? It's not like you have to sit there for like 3 seconds. It's kind of short, right? And there's other stuff you can do during this pause. So for example, like you can guard with a sword. I think there's some other stuff in the artifact and also set bonus wise where it's like you would guard with the sword, it would increase your damage, and then you would like go back.
Thank
in
you,
for an
Soupy.
attack.
Thank you.
You might see sword combos this season where you pause for a little bit, maybe you block, and then you go in for another attack. Okay, it's a big theme with probably.
Sorry, I missed
everyone can do this.
I want to hear what he said.
I don't think it makes it for your teammates, but you basically have infinite ammo. Okay, like it's basically infinite ammo for weapons like Izzy, for weapons like the heavy sniper. So
What does he mean by this?
Column 3 mod too, but like very strong. Probably in like a contest setting where you're like minus 30, it might take 2 shots, maybe 3 shots to make the brick, but you know, still free ammo, right? Still free ammo. So yeah, that's cool. And also, right, if you're running, let's say you're running Izzy and the heavy sniper, you get ammo in both of them. It's a kinetic brick, so it gives you ammo in both of them. So cool stuff. Reload at range, whatever. Riposte.
Wait. How would you run 2 snipers and an energy? How? This says kinetic. So how could you run as a Nagi? That's in the kinetic slot. Are you saying you could run an energy weapon that takes primary? I thought that's not coded as a kinetic weapon. Or is it just kinetic ammo? Because, yeah, that'd be insane if that's what he's saying.
Ammo in both of them. It's a kinetic brick, so it gives you ammo in both of them. So, cool stuff. Reload at range, whatever. Riposte. Yeah, that's kind of whatever. A lot of stuff in the artifact and also in the set bonuses that are in, like, kind of in the theme of playing around your sword, right? So like kind of blocking a little bit, waiting a little bit, pacing your attacks. That's a big theme with this season and also with this artifact. So there you go. Power from pain, we've seen that before. Dielectric, seen that before. Armor smith, yeah, whatever. I didn't test the DR, but you know, that's probably good. Counter energy, whatever. Combination Argent Blade. Okay. So Argent Blade is back. This one is a little bit different from previous iterations of Argent Blade because it doesn't actually require armor charge, which is nice. So you're not going to chew through armor charge. I mean, obviously,
I can't believe they got the like
attrition orbs for like, swords and stuff. So you probably didn't even need to worry about armor charge, but it's not going to chew through armor charge. Instead, you got to pause for a little bit, and the pause is quite short, right? It's not like you have to sit there for like 3 seconds. It's kind of short, right? And there's other stuff you can do during this pause. So for example, like you can guard with a sword. I think there's some other stuff in the artifact and also set bonus wise where it's like you would guard with the sword, it would increase your damage, and then you would like go back in for an attack. So you might see sword combos this season where you pause for a little bit, maybe you block, and then you go in for another attack. Okay. The damage is 15%. So Argent Blade is 15%. Yeah, pretty straightforward. That's how that works. Okay, Singularity Blade. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, yeah, this is pretty self-explanatory. Didn't really need testing. Okay, Elemental Orbs Arc. Okay, I forgot about this. Yeah, this is these orbs are kind of annoying sometimes, but, you know, whatever. Not really relevant for damage. Okay, Kinetic Rupture. This is a big one. So this is an artifact mod where, like, unless you tested it, you would have no idea how good it is. Basically, how Kinetic Rupture works is when you do kinetic damage against the boss, so like Izzy or, you know, the Disruption Sniper, whatever, right? Refurbished.
So these kinetic weapon damages on both of these artifact mods, Izzy counts. So it's going to have infinite fucking ammo.
Just a chance, but like when you do more damage, it like appears faster. So it's not like a weapon like Microcosm is going to create them way faster because every single time you shoot the boss, it's like a you know, it re-rolls the chance. It's like, it might be a counter system of some sort. It didn't really seem like an exact specific number in the same way that kinetic synthesis works.
Ding,
but basically,
ding.
if you shoot a boss with some kinetic damage, it's going to create this glowing orb of light on the boss. Okay, it says a kinetic rupture. It doesn't look like a fissure or anything. It looks like a glowing white orb.
That's in my ears.
On the boss. Okay, and this orb can appear anywhere on the boss's hitbox. It can be on its head. It can be under its butt. It can be behind the boss, which can be annoying. And when you shoot this rupture, it makes a damaging explosion that staggers combatants. Now, this seems like, oh, okay, that's like some LARP shit. You know, it doesn't seem that good. It is very strong, okay? And the reason is this rupture's explosion scales with what you shoot it with. And whatever you shoot it with, it does double the damage of whatever you shoot it with. And the source of the rupture, the source of the kinetic damage that creates this rupture does not impact your eventual explosion that you trigger by shooting the rupture. So what am I getting at here? What I'm saying is you can do kinetic damage with whatever you want. You could do it with multi-mock, and you can make this rupture. And then you can shoot a ×4 Izzy into the rupture, and it will do 2 times damage when you break that rupture.
Fuck?
2 times damage of a ×4 Izzy. So pretty cool stuff.
GG.
But yeah, if the rupture spawns on the back of the boss, it's kind of annoying. And also, I experienced some bugs which I reported, where like if you shoot the rupture, sometimes it has immunes or something and it doesn't do any damage. But for the most part, it was pretty consistent. And yeah, that's kinetic rupture.
Izzy's
But
back.
yeah, it's a cool thing, right? You can have one person run it, and then you could have one person be the rupture guy on the team, so that everybody doesn't waste their ×4 Izzy's like shooting the same rupture, right? So you get one guy be the rupture guy on the team. They target the ruptures. Everyone else just does normal damage, and it's like a free like 2 times damage boost to like whatever you shoot with. So, you know, pretty cool. I don't know if they've changed the scaling since I played, but that is how it works. So pretty cool. Sniper's meditation, I already said this, is 15%. Not really much to talk about there. And then finally, the last interesting artifact mod is Sword Storm combo. So you probably saw this yesterday in the preview with the devs playing, and you saw that kind of like, I was LARPing yesterday. I was like, oh man, what is this white aura that's spinning around this guy and making the ding? Yeah, that's Sword Storm combo. So Sword Storm combo, the way this works is 3 light, 1 heavy, makes this kind of spinning aura around you. It's like a slicing chain or
Chat, trivia question. Why did they make the lightsaber 3 light, 1 heavy?
something. I don't know. It's like a slicing thing around you. And it has a cooldown, obviously, like after you activate it, like while you're hitting a target with it, you can't, like, okay, how do I explain this? So like while it's spinning around you,
Same
you
as
can't do
Lament.
3 light 1 heavy, and then it will like refresh itself.
I think it's
if that
the
makes
same
sense. You have to
coding
be,
as
like,
Lament.
it has to be fully gone before you can do it again. But there's not like a long internal cooldown or anything. It's like the second they disappear, you just have to hit 3 light 1 heavy after that. Okay. In terms of damage, you might be wondering, right? This is the type of artifact mod where it's like you have no idea how much damage it does until you actually use it. So I will give you some numbers. Okay, my notes here are a little disorganized, but I did some testing, I believe, with Ill Omen in the shooting range, and I think I did testing over a long period, enough to do like 2 Sword Storm combo cycles, and the damage went from, what is it, 11,352 over a period of like 4 or 5 combos or something like that to 13,427. So that is an 18% increase to sword damage, even including those periods where you're doing the combo and it's not contributing to your next Sword Storm combo. So yeah, that's pretty good, I guess. Yeah. So yeah, sword's pretty good this season. Sniper's pretty good this season. Yep. And for those of you who are not paying attention, the Praic Blade is a kinetic sword, so it will benefit from multiple of these things, right? It will benefit from kinetic synthesis, it will benefit from kinetic rupture. As you've probably seen in my weapons video, though, like the Praic Blade doesn't really need ammo. Like there's no way you're running out of ammo with that thing. Like the relentless effect is just very, very strong. So yeah, you don't really need kinetic synthesis, but it will interact with some of the other stuff here. I don't know if that's enough to make, I mean, this artifact is very clearly designed around the heavy sniper, and it's designed around still hunt, and it's designed around the Praic Blade. Because the Praic Blade is the only sword in the game whose optimal combo is 3 light 1 heavy. Every other sword in this game, especially some of the newer swords with that buff charge rate like Sinancia, they like 1 light 1 heavy or 2 light 1 heavy. So in order to fully play into this, you're going to need to use, I guess, the Praic Blade. But I mean, 3 light 1 heavy is not the worst. And if you don't have any Lucent Blade combo, if you don't have any Lucent Blade copies on your chest, every sword is fine with 3 light 1 heavy. So, kind of take it or leave it. Yeah, that's the artifact. Swords are good.
That was a good video. A lot of information. Have you guys watched any other ones? Oh, by the way, this is Izanagi reload changes. What the fuck? What do you mean?
Yeah, I mean, there you go.
That's fucking stupid.
Yep.
Pretty nuts. Any other videos before I make one? Yeah, Izanagi went back to its old self. It's back. Have you guys seen any other videos that I should take a look at? Because I've pretty much seen a lot of shit. New activity?
Factions are coming back in Destiny 2 in
Okay.
a really big way. And I think Bungie has learned a lot from the Dead Orbit, New Monarchy, Future War Cult days and the faction rallies. And it seems like they're really making the best version of this system and the deepest version of the system that we have ever seen. And I'm so excited for it. So if you don't know, I was recently flown out to Bungie to play Renegades and, you know, give some of my feedback, but mostly record some gameplay and share it with you all. And you know, parts of Renegades I like, parts of it I'm not really sold on, but one thing that I think Bungie absolutely has nailed, and I'm so excited for, is the Lawless Frontier. So this is the expansion activity, but when I say that, a lot of you are going to think about like, oh, Wellspring from Witch Queen, or the Civ from Edge of Fate, but it's so much more than that, guy.
My thoughts on this activity, chat, I just don't like how they just copied Helldivers. Like, the Bungie devs and the Helldivers devs had beef. They were, like, talking shit to each other on Twitter. Like, Bungie's better than them. Like, again, Helldivers is a great game, and it's holding really good player base. But, like, dude, it's Bungie. Like, they could do so much better. They don't need to copy others, you know? I even seen some Warframe vibes, you know? So it's like, I think this activity is going to be really good. Like, it's going to be really fun for people, but I don't know the replayability. So hopefully this video tells us something about replayability, because, I mean, dude, if you guys just grind it for like 3 days straight, what's after that, you know?
It's like, it's really hard to convey how...
You know what? I like what Shin just said. They're trying too hard to copy formulas, but they lead the competition during their own thing. Yeah.
Complex in a good way this system is, and how many like overlapping currencies and gameplay systems and kind of like just things for you to buy into that this game mode has, the Lawless Frontier, and it makes me so excited, which is why I'm giving it its own video, because it's quite complex in a way that we really haven't seen in a long time in Destiny. I mean, this kind of, to me, harkens back to like when Gambit was first released, and especially in Season of the Drifter, where it's like Gambit Prime and the Reckoning. And
did you see Datto accidental leak about eager edge like effect on the lightsaber? Yeah, I just watched Aegis's video. You can't skate with the blade; it's slow. So if you want an eager edge, you should use an eager edge sword.
You know, they had their own game loop and unique rewards and factions, kind of with the Drifter that you had to care about and that sort of stuff. I'm not saying that this is like Gambit per se, but I'm saying it's like its own isolated ecosystem of smaller activities and gameplay systems that continually play into each other.
What's up with these shields,
in a
man?
really awesome way.
You guys notice that too? What did they do to the
Activities and
shields? Why do the
gameplay
shields
systems
look
that-
all weird? What is that? Is that like a buff in the activity?
Continually play into each other in a...
It must be the Empyrean new type of shield, I guess. They said they changed the shield. Oh, they did change it.
really awesome way.
Okay.
And that makes
thought
me
I was
excited
tripping.
because we do not get that a lot in Destiny anymore.
I mean, you see here,
The Coil kind of had it. Onslaught kind of
this is an actual build.
I
That's
guess
what
you
I'm
could
talking
maybe
about.
say the Nether
See the
had it, but
difference
not
of
really.
running an actual build in this
The way
content
this
and the
works
stuff they
and
Bungie showed us?
plays into
This is what
itself
happens when you
is
run an actual
amazing.
build.
So I'm
Everything
really excited about
dies
that. But
and it falls
how
the
does
fuck
it work?
over.
Like, what is the Lawless Frontier? So essentially, there are 3 main factions that you can pledge to. So you're able to switch between them, so you're not like stuck with one. Very similar to like New Monarchy, Dead Orbit, Future War Cult. We don't know much about their like internal lore yet, but we do know their aesthetics, so we can talk
So there's going to be 3 factions that you guys can like.
about that. So you have
Pledge
the Pikers, which are the pink
for
and blue
this.
Fallen. You can
It seems like you could switch
you
it
know,
up.
interact with them. You can talk to some of their representatives within Tharsis Junction, the new social space. And every faction has like a set of unique rewards that you can grind for. So they have unique renegade abilities that you can unlock by...
Again, not being negative here, but back in Arrivals, they said they were getting rid of this reputation system because the community hated it, and they brought it back. So again, only veteran players understand this stuff that they say. Like, dude, when they say that they don't want to put stuff in the game to just make you feel like you have to no life grind reputation on a new activity. That was words that they said from themselves. So I was pretty surprised to see this screen, the seasonal model. Now again, it's cool that you could switch factions, but it's like they got to be careful because OG players that put the game down 6 months ago, they might turn the game on and see this screen and be like, ah, man, one of those again. So again, I just worry because I don't want the player base to be upset, you know?
Unique renegade abilities that you can unlock by leveling them up, which we'll talk about here in a little bit. Renegade abilities, by the way, way better than Kevlar abilities. And
Chill out.
There's
Lana's
no
coming
bump,
downstairs.
Okay? There's no
be
bump.
quiet.
So they have unique abilities. They have unique upgrades for your Praic Blade or
You're
your
gonna smack
lightsaber.
me?
They have
Do
unique
it.
guns that they
Kinda like it.
specifically
I mean,
drop a
whoops,
ton
wasn't
of,
muted.
if you have like a specific gun that you want from the expansion, and they have unique cosmetics that you can grind for as well. So
Maybe
like I
something
said,
to
the
drink.
Pikers are the pink and blue Fallen. They're pretty cool.
We got any cold cranberry?
Versus Reformation are the Vex with clothes that everyone seems to really, really like. They have some awesome upgrades as well.
Oh, I want the pop. And then, are you hungry? What are you thinking? Yep.
And then finally, you have my favorite, the Totality Division.
We
which
also have
has
6
the
months to
coolest
grind this
name
time.
and the
Chim.
coolest aesthetic. They are
What the
red,
fuck did you just
black,
say?
and gold.
We know you're
and
gonna be
they
on Arc
look
Raiders and PoE.
absolutely
Get out of here.
So super sexy. I don't know what they believe in or anything, but they look the coolest. So they're definitely my favorite. So I'm really curious though, like out of these three, just from this, which of these three is your favorite? Let me know down below. But I encourage you to go Totality Division. Know what they believe. No.
Is it
And
just a
finally, you
shader?
have my favorite, the Totality Division.
Thank you. So it's a shader? Oh, wait a minute. I bet you each faction has different renegade abilities, right? Each faction has different rewards for the renegades. Right? Thank you, Reed. So I wonder if you could just switch on site, you know?
Vision, which has the
Thank you,
coolest
Reed.
name and the
Thank you,
coolest
Soupy.
aesthetic.
Thank you,
They
Captain
are red,
Riven.
black, and
Thank you for those
gold,
resubs.
and they look absolutely just so super sexy. I don't know what they believe in or anything, but they look the coolest, so they're definitely my favorite. So I'm really curious though, like out of these three, just from this, which of these three is your favorite?
I don't think
Let me
there's
know down
armor sets
below.
for different factions.
But I encourage you to go Totality Division because they are the coolest.
What triggers me, again, I'm not jumping to conclusions here, Chad. I'm just saving you the
Let
headache.
me know down below. Anyways, if you go to, and they have unique cosmetics.
This is literally 3 different factions to rep up. That's a lot of reputation. Now, some of you might not have played this game, but it's called The First Descendant. They came out with a game mode, a seasonal activity that forced you to just do it until your eyes bled or you fell asleep doing it. You had to do it so much to get your Sigma points. So if this is like the Nether, where there's 3 different factions, and you're telling me you have to level up each faction to max, I feel like that's a lot of grinding. But again, you guys might, again, I don't want to sound negative here, but you might think you like it, but like, dude, once you do it for 2 weeks straight, you're kind of fucking, you know. I'm just telling you, okay? I'm just telling you, like, let's be honest here. So that's why they got to be careful. You know me. Watch. Clip this now so we can watch the comments together. We're going to clip this now on November 26th. If you have to grind all 3 reputation ranks for all 3 factions, when I post the clip of telling people I did it, they're going to be like, oh, must be nice to just grind the same activity all day. Fucking streamer piece of shit getting to sit home and play video games. Us casuals don't get to play the game like that. They're going to flip the fuck out. Like, I'm telling you. Just You guys keep saying, okay, look. I'm being baited right now, okay? I think we just take away committee's money for today. I think we just have him buy me dinner. Because he's out here trying to bait me. The next thing I say, I can't be judged. I'm immortal. You guys are saying you got 6 months to grind it. Dog, this content might not even last through December. You guys keep saying 6 months. Are we being realistic here? Or are you guys getting paid by Bungie? You think the community's going to just do it? I see what you're doing. It ain't going to work. You wait. People going to be sitting there like, all right, it's December. I'm bored. Come on, man. Nope. I'm not getting baited.
You can grind for as well. So, like I said, the Pikers are the pink and blue Fallen. They're pretty cool. Tharsis Reformation.
The roadmap of Renegades is everyone's going to be wondering what to do after December. Bungie announces Pantheon for March. So between January and March, people are going to be careful on what they're doing in Destiny 2. That's it. That's your roadmap.
Are the Vex with clothes that everyone seems to really, really like. They have some awesome upgrades as well. And then finally, you have my favorite, the Totality Division, which has the coolest name and the coolest aesthetic. They are red, black, and gold, and they look absolutely just so super sexy. I don't know what they believe in or anything, but they look the coolest, so they're definitely my favorite. So I'm really curious, though, like, out of these three, just from this, which of these three is your favorite?
I really like these factions, though.
But I encourage you to go Totality Division because they are the
Again, I'm
coolest.
not speaking negative.
Anyway,
I just want to see
you
it.
can pledge to these factions, and this will kind of
Everything that I've seen
start
all
the
day
whole
today,
system. So
I
if
don't
you
see
go to
longevity.
the screen
I don't.
Of Lawless Frontier, there's just so much information here, and this is really like representative of how complex the system is. So first off, Bungie, talking directly to you, when we have been saying that the portal lacks soul and that it's not fun to click boxes, this is exactly what we are talking about. Look how beautiful this screen is. Look how much information is displayed here so efficiently. This feels like Destiny.
Oh, this is Destiny. This isn't Portal. This is Destiny. This is Planet.
The Portal screen. We want this. It doesn't have to be all the main director. It can be offshoots of the main director.
Exactly. It doesn't have to be in the Portal menu.
And beautiful this screen is. This screen tells you a lot of different information. So on the left side of your screen, you have different contracts that you are running. They're essentially like bounties for your different factions. So it'll say...
I do want to point this out. It's what Def just said. Adding all these menus is just confusing the returning and new players, and they get pissed off about it.
Like, hey, go run jobs where you are fighting members of other factions, for instance. Or, hey, go do specifically these types of...
And again, remember I told you my neighbor downloaded Destiny 2 and started trying it? He's like, dude, I literally got so lost. I didn't know what the game wanted me to do. And I've told him to keep playing, but...
jobs.
I gotta work on
there are
that.
three main types of jobs. You have smuggling jobs, where it's a lot of like picking things up and dropping them off at points and fighting through waves of enemies and stuff like that. You have the bounty hunting jobs, which are just like killing a bunch of stuff, really. And then you have sabotage jobs.
I do like that there's three different jobs.
Because we played like 4 hours of Lawless Frontier. I don't think I did a single sabotage, so I'm not really sure what those are about. I imagine blowing stuff up, but I don't really know. That's my bad. It's a hectic 2 days, okay? I do my best. But there's these three types of jobs that you can do, and everything is communicated to you through these different icons on the screen. So you can see on the bottom right, you have a legend that show the different types of jobs on top, the different factions that they represent on bottom. That one that's like gold is the faction you are currently pledged to. So you can see I'm pledged to Totality Division because they're the best. And then if you look at the icons there are at any given time at least 4 different activities that you can do. Really, it's actually 7. We'll talk about that here in a second. But there are 4 activities and they rotate every 15 minutes. So if there's a certain type of job that you don't like or you don't want to fight against a certain type of enemy, you wait 15 minutes and it will be completely different, which is amazing. And so you can also see there's some of these have these like little blue symbols off to the right of them. That means that these specific activities directly would give me progress towards contracts or jobs that I need to complete for the Totality Division for extra rewards. You will also notice that some of them have this little yellow border. That means that invasion is active in those specific activities. We'll talk about invasion in a little bit, but for right now, we're just going to focus on the PvE only activities, those 3 that you can see there on the top. They don't have the yellow border, which means you go in, you will literally only be fighting the types of enemies that is represented in the icon, right? The final thing on the screen that you need to know is that once a day you are given a priority contract, and you can complete these by doing the objectives within the red icon on the right of the map here, the contested
I don't like seeing that reward, Lawless Frontier gear 3 to 4. So I wonder if it could be just 5 from dropping in the activities.
territory. These are a little harder. They have invasion always activated, but whenever you complete them and complete your priority contract, it will give you a large boost of reputation for your chosen
My socials like
what
YouTube,
does a
TikTok,
run
and
of the
Twitter will
Lawless
still
Frontier
have
even look like? We have now spent 7 minutes talking about
Gsxrclyde
the
ads,
setup.
but
What is
different
the run?
display
So
names.
it's pretty standard Destiny, I would say, with a lot of extras in it. Basically, every run you load.
Now, this
in,
is
you're
literally
in a
just
hangar.
the Nether.
There's going to be a shank in front of you.
The Nether
you walk
update.
up to the shank, and you
It's
can pick 2
same as the
of
Nether.
your
You
renegade
pick your
abilities
upgrades.
to take into this run. So, do you want a drop pod that will, drop on enemies and spawn you a ton of ammo? Do you want to drive an ATST this run? Do you want a drone that will?
Remember what they did with Renegade, or sorry, you remember what they did with Nether? They capped us on reputation. I wonder if they're going to do that with this.
Instantly give you all of your abilities, including your super back.
I'm just really surprised that they did the reputation like the Nether and the healing like the Nether, because people fucking hated that shit. That's where I'm confused too.
Do you want to be able to make a huge Vex Rumble Cube that blinds and shocks enemies inside of it? There is so many different gameplay combinations that you can pick here, and it all starts at the beginning of your run. Whenever you pick your abilities, you get into the ship, and once all of your team is in the ship, it'll load you into the activity itself, and there will be a series of mini objectives. And usually how this goes is mini objective, 1 big objective, mini objective, 2nd big objective, and then you exfil. Then you do a little defense thing, and you leave. There are also a lot of extra things, but it is important to say, I forgot to mention this, every run
exactly
this activity
7.
is 15 minutes, I would say. It's a pretty standard, maybe slightly
You're gonna get tier 5
longer
if
than
you're
average
leveled.
Destiny activity. It's got some pretty good length to it. But while you're completing it, it's not just doing the mini and big objectives. There's also a ton of extra stuff. So there are secret bonus objectives that you can come across, kind of like Onslaught. So you can see here, I notice a little waypoint marker, and I go to this thing that you can see, a weird device. And I have to shoot these red panels to destroy it. There's also ones where you have to capture circles, and when you do these, you get a ton of extra loot. You get ammo, you get Renegade's charges, which allow you to use your Renegade's abilities more.
No loot.
And then you will also get these lock boxes that drop, and these lock boxes, you can see on the side of your screen, it says extractable. And what that means is whenever you complete the activity, when you deposit these lock boxes, you will get extra of whatever they drop, whether that be dark matter ingots, which is a currency that you can use to level up your factions, could be credits, which is another currency which you use to buy things from your factions, or sometimes you can even get armor or weapons lock boxes, and you will get additional pieces of loot. I also want to notice that a lot of the loot in this gameplay is dropping at tier 3. Bungie did say that that would be changed by the time this came out, and you would be getting higher tier loot from this activity as well. So I did want to mention that.
There it is.
Not only do you have these optional objectives, there's little pots around the map that you can break. Sometimes they give you health orbs or ammo, things like that, sort of like the coil. There are chests all over the place that will give you extra loot. Sort
He's
of like
guardian
leather.
rank 10 and he's 487 in
There's
that.
just like a lot of exploring to do, which is really cool. And
Which
any
he
one of
probably
these given
didn't
runs,
infuse.
you're completing 2 small objectives, 2 large objectives. You might be fighting off invaders, which, like I said, we'll talk about in a little bit. You're completing like all of
think
these
we're getting tier
bonus
5s
objectives.
off
You're
the
finding
rip.
chests. You're finding destination materials. You're finding extra credits, and like all of these things just make the game
Oh,
mode
committee's
feel
gonna hate me when I make this
incredibly
video.
well thought out and very deep, which is awesome because we have not been able to say that about a new game mode in Destiny in a very long time. It makes me very excited. So that's like the basis of the activity itself. There's a lot of other stuff in there. I want people
You need to
kind of
grind guardian
discover,
rank.
some
It's
of that
easy.
for yourselves, but that's the basis of like a run
Not now,
of the
but
lowest
in
frontier.
Renegades you should.
Now let's talk about invading. You can play.
You're not
game
working
modes
on
where you are doing
Thanksgiving.
the PvE
You can
thing,
edit it
and
tonight
Sometimes, if you click on one of the
and
yellow
Friday
barcodes on
morning
the map once again,
if you like.
you will get
The video
invaded.
won't get posted till
And
Friday.
this means that someone will come and
I would
try
not
to
make
stop
you work on
from messing
Thanksgiving.
with their faction. So how this works is when you get invaded, the invader has 3 lives. You kill them, they respawn. You kill them again.
But it's only one
and they're
YouTube
trying to kill
video
you.
and
Their goal
maybe
is
like
to kill you
2
3
more
times, and every time one of
shorts
you or
after
your
today,
teammates
and that's
die,
it.
you will
So it's a
drop
nice chill
crest,
weekend till
like in
Monday.
Supremacy. Essentially, the invader needs 6 points. They can kill you 3 times and pick up all 3 of your crests, or they can kill you 6 times, or some combination of those things. They have to do that before they get killed 3 times. And if the invader kills you, it's fine. Like, the only reason this really hinders you is A, it can be a little annoying, it can slow you down a little bit, but in higher difficulties of the Lawless Frontier, you have a limited number of revives, and that means
Well,
that they are
I'm gonna
essentially
make it
draining
in the
your
next like
lives. And that's actually
20
not
minutes after this
that
video,
big
so
of
you
a
can
deal.
work
I
on
mean, you get a
partial
lot
some of
extra
it tonight,
reses
and then
during
make
this,
sure you just
activity.
get it
But
to the
also,
point where you
if
can finish
fail,
it Friday
like,
morning.
If you run out of revives, you still get a lot of loot. So
Love the
in this
name
clip,
change, thank you.
Mactix absolutely trashed on Fallout and Cool Guy on my team. They ate all the reses, and then we ended up failing the run, but we still got a lot of really good loot from completing what we did from this activity. Also, if you stop the invader, you get bonus loot from their dead body as well, which is pretty cool. So it's
100% on
it might
Friday.
slow you down
I mean,
a little bit, but
yeah.
it's kind of like a win-win. The other side of this is you being the invader. So when you are playing with the
when
Lawless
else would it
Frontier, if
go
you're
up?
playing activities where invasion is active,
Saturday?
occasionally you will get this currency called death marks.
Love the new name,
Death
thank you.
marks allow you to become the invader. So there's a currency that you need to earn to be able to invade. So that means people can't just only invade or constantly be invading. You have to interact with the entire system, which I think is actually a very good move. When you invade, you can wager 1 to 3 death marks. The more death
I get
marks
lonely.
you wager, the better your payout will be if you successfully invade. So if I go invade and I kill 3 people and I grab all 3 of their crests and I wager 3 death marks, I will spend those 3 death marks, but I will get way more loot than if I only wagered 1.
Oh, okay.
However, if I try to invade and I die 3 times and I am not successful in invading, I just lose those death marks. I don't get more loot.
So, doing the PvP version mode of this doesn't get you better loot. It just gets you more loot. So, I thought Bungie was forcing people to do the PvP mode. You don't have to.
And I will have to go grind more out. So it's a true wagering system within Destiny, which is cool. My one critique of this, I will say, this is not like presented to you in a clear way at all. It's hidden in the submenu when you wager. This should really be in that front screen when you're loading up Invasion or the kind of Invasion playlist. I gave this feedback to Bungie. They heard it. Not sure if they're gonna have time to fix it.
It's gonna take you about a week,
It's just
Rinsler.
kind of annoying that it's hidden in a submenu and not like explicitly spelled out for you anywhere. So that's something I hope they fix. The last thing that I want to talk about is sometimes when you are invading, it will start something called a double cross. And what that means is you are essentially locked into a 1v1 with another invader. You are not invading someone doing a PvE activity. You are now doing a 1v1 with someone else wagering death marks as well. This is a really cool system. It'll just randomly
crazy.
pop up. It's very high intensity and it goes pretty fast as well. So that's just something to keep your eye out for as well.
Damn, he
The
just shit
only
on him.
problems I have with this system, I mean, like, overall, the Lawless Frontier is freaking incredible. I cannot wait to lose so many days and weeks playing this activity, grinding out for different rewards and things like that. I think it's going to be so much fun. I do have a few problems. So I was asking some of the devs, Robbie Stevens and Ben Womack, and, you know, those types of people specifically. I was asking them about, like, in-game faction wars or faction rallies and stuff, and they said in-game they have kind of a limited things that they are doing on that front, unfortunately, so far. But it seems like a lot of people were giving the feedback that they were really interested in seeing something like that, so hopefully, fingers crossed, that, you know, they're able to put something in. They did say there were other similar things to that coming that were maybe like half out of game, half in game, so I'm not really sure what that means. I'm not able to expand. Like, they wouldn't really say much about that, but it seems like there's something going to be happening in the kind of faction rally vein, and yeah, I'm excited to kind of see what that looks like. But I would really love for there to be like something in game that's like, hey, for this week, whichever faction has the most jobs completed get some sort of bonus, you know, whatever that may be, sort of like old faction rallies back in the day.
Yep.
Other than that, this system is absolutely incredible. It is
Good video. Kind of broke it down some more. Any others before I start yapping? Oh, in other news, let's go watch this real quick.
We here at Nintendo are excited to announce the next step in our company's challenge to cripple your bank accounts. We're overflowing with pre-cum and enthusiasm to reveal our brand new piggy bank. I mean the Nintendo Switch 2, our little bukkake of innovation. Games, we've got that. Hardware, we've got that. A moral compass, now let's not get crazy here, but what we do have is the ability to play catch-up with our competitors and strike whilst the iron is frozen, because I'm delighted to share with all of you our revolutionary new feature, Group Chat. Fuck me till I fart, this is the future. Please, take a look. Oh my God. We here at Nintendo are proud to showcase Game Chat, our brand new party feature, which will allow you to do what our competition has been doing for the last 2 decades. Here you'll be able to have amazing conversations with your friends.
Right, I'll tell you what, you fat little cunt. You're boring.
Oh!
Wow, the memories that will be made. You can even connect one of our colonoscopy cameras to the Switch 2, allowing you to FaceTime your friends like it's a Zoom call during COVID.
I used to nut in my socks until the crust smelled sweet.
You can even share your game screen up to 360p and 5 frames per century. We've designed it this way to ensure that every stream will have the video quality of an ISIS beheading. Now you might say to yourself, why the fuck would I pay for any of this shit when Discord exists? The Switch 2 might seem overwhelming to you peasants with all these groundbreaking advancements. That's why we're including a tech demo which will showcase key information. We're really hoping that we'll
to hide the strippers.
demo. What? Guys, a fucking paid tech demo in the year 2025? What? But Astro... Oh, okay, I'm reading the prompt, fucking hell. We've got Mario Kart World with new upgrades and features, such as adding your mother to the roster. We've got Wheelchair Rocket League. We've got Silksong. Anyway, Donkey Kong is back, baby! And all these great games and more can be yours for the low, low price of your left kidney. We're starting at $80 for the digital version and $90 for the physical. That's right, we're charging you $10 extra for a fucking plastic case. GTA 6 will now cost more than $100 because we've opened Pandora's box for nothing more than shits and giggles. What's that? You want to play your older games? Go fuck yourself. We're holding your games hostage unless you pay our ransom fee of an upgrade pack.
Fuck yourself.
And do not worry, we have no desire to let these games ever go on sale. Breath of the Wild is still $60, and that game came out 8 years ago. We don't fucking care, because like a moth to a flame, you'll buy it anyway. And if not from us, from scalpers. The Nintendo Bait and Switch 2. Thank you for watching, and go fuck yourself.
And go fuck yourself. Oh, man. Wait, there's more?
We're going to make so much money.
I couldn't help but notice that you're a bitch.
Hey, man! How did you get here? We're in the Nintendo Void, for God's sake.
Now don't change the subject. You're charging $90 for Mario Kart.
That's the physical version, actually.
You know, you're making EA and Ubisoft look like Make-A-Wish right now. Do you honestly think your audience will pay for your games if just buying one costs a fifth of the console itself?
Yes.
Look, just because you're correct doesn't mean you're right.
I'm sure our audience are completely fine with it. And who cares? Pre-orders are out, and people are buying it like it's crack. Who just blame inflation or some shit for the increased prices? We can't lose! Do you know how much money we'll make in America alone?
You might actually have a problem with that.
What?
Do the Mario swing your arm.
Yeah, hang on a second, I gotta take this. Go for Papa Skeletor. Whoa, 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 whoa. Nah? What do you mean the pre-orders are off? Oh! What tariffs? Oh! Okay, so what's left? Now you me? Where's Miyamoto? What do you mean
Well, have fun with all of that.
the prices? What do you mean the camera struggles to pick up melanin? What do you mean? Oh, God damn it!
Oh, I love that guy. Tom Christie. It's good shit. All right. What else we got? Any other good videos that you guys seen or no? Voids, thank you for the 39 months. I think we watched like everything, dude. Like we watched a lot of, I mean, here, I'll just do this. I mean, we watched Mr. Fruits, 36 weapons. The blasters, we know about those. All the new exotics, we know about those. We know about the artifact. We've seen the dungeon weapons. I mean, we kind of know a lot, and it seems like the only thing we haven't got a straight answer on is how you get the unlocks for the sword, the lightsaber. Some people said you get the lightsaber after you beat the campaign. Some people say it's in the campaign. Some people say it's the exotic mission. So it's kind of all over the place. I think I could just make the video. Yeah, you guys are right. Yeah, the name, this is the name now. It stays. I'm gonna make a clip on it. So pretty much as you see right here on my Twitter, this is how YouTube and TikTok's gonna look. I'm just changing my display name. The main thing is I just wanted to change my name on Twitch just because of a couple sponsors asked me months ago about stuff. Sometimes my name was spelled wrong and things. And I don't I don't really ride my Gsxr anymore, and I don't upload bike content. So Clyde was taken. The streamer that actually uses the name Clyde, he's not partnered, but he does stream. He hasn't streamed for a long time. So if he keeps not streaming, maybe I can steal it. But it has to be like an unactive account for a while. So Gsxrclyde was the move, the best thing I could get for now. So I just wanted to... since I was doing new emotes for you guys, we're actually going to be doing new emotes coming up in December and January. I was like, well, if I'm doing new emotes, maybe I could do some new sub alerts to make it cool. I'm not getting rid of the shatter hammer. I'll never get rid of that, but some other stuff. And I just wanted to spice up the content. So same thing with YouTube. YouTube won't change. I will change my display name. So if I change this is how people land on my page. You see this up here, the domain. It says youtube.com/@Gsxrclyde. If I change that, I'm going to fuck my whole algorithm up. And I don't want to do that. So I'm going to change this. Which means I'll lose my verification check mark, but that's okay because I'll just reapply and tell them, hey, I did a name change on my display name. Give me that shit back. And the same thing, I'll do the same thing on my TikTok. But if you type in Gsxrclyde on YouTube, I'm the first one that pops up anyway, so I win. But this is the actual Clyde guy. As you see, his YouTube's a little bigger than mine, but he doesn't stream on Twitch much. But yeah, there's a super Gsxrclyde. So yeah. I think it looks cleaner. I like the way it looks. I like the way it looks like just, you know. I just think it looks cleaner. Looks dope. So. But yeah, I'm gonna make I'm probably gonna make a clip on that right now. Committee, you could post it whenever you want. Crossbow exotic is from the dungeon. That's what I figured. Okay. All right. I'm just gonna make this clip real quick. Gamers, we sold the Gsxr. No, I'm just kidding. But I really don't ride my bike, and I really don't upload bike content. So after 9 years and 10 months, it was time to change the name. So now on Twitch, we're going by Gsxrclyde. Clyde was taken. I'm going to do the same thing for my socials. So as you see here on my profile, it will say Gsxrclyde, but the @ symbol won't change just because I don't want to like lose the following. And I'll do the same thing on my YouTube channel. If you just type in Gsxrclyde, Gsxrclyde still pops up, but you might see very soon to where I change this display name to Gsxrclyde, and I'll do the same thing on TikTok. Definitely don't want to change too much, but I definitely wanted to get rid of the Gsxr. We're gonna open up opportunities for making new stuff on stream, making new alerts, making new emotes. So just want to let you guys know everything's the same, so don't freak out. And yeah, thanks for all the support. All right. Now comes the hard part. Shouldn't that be made when you do the full transition over? Well, the full transition won't be for like a month, and people are going to be like, where the fuck did he go? 3 people already messaged me, thought my account got banned. Okay. I don't need to be in game. I didn't lose my numbers though. It's just so my old gamer tag was Gsxrclyde, hashtag 4876. I just took out the Gsxr, so now it's a lot easier. Most people struggled joining up on me because they couldn't spell Gsxr, so it should be free now. Scuffed rebrand it is. Well, the rebrand's not done, you know. Again, like, I had to do the name change because I fucked up and I told people what names I was thinking about choosing, and they were trying to swoop the shit, you know. Trust me, I was gonna wait. I literally emailed Twitch and I told them maybe we should wait. But then they replied to me and they said, hey, just to let you know, new accounts are being created, so people will be, you know, trying to mess with you. This is your decision, though. And I said, okay. And I said, it's not a big deal, but if they were doing it on Twitch, it could have caused me a headache down the road. So now, since committee wants to give me a hard time about the name change, we piss them off. Because now I'm going to sit here and do a complete voiceover of talking about what I watched in all those YouTube videos today. And you have to go grab the footage from those videos of me talking about it. But don't worry, I'll just screenshot my recent history of what videos I watched. You can go grab them. Oh, he's cool with it. Never mind. He's cool with it, ladies and gentlemen. All right. I'd rather do that than you showing it. Oh, well, all right. Let's fucking yap. Oh, all right. So we'll see, you know, you could have just helped me with that. All right. Let's go to this. I'm just going to go to my history so I can like see what I watched. So we're going to go. All right. Oh, no, if he doesn't. It's okay. I mean, committee can have his fun now, but when December comes and I'm literally fucking just chugging caffeine in my chair all day, every day, and he's going to fucking hate his life. So, because we're going to crank out videos nonstop, so he's going to fucking hate it. So he can have his little vacation weekend, take it easy this weekend, but after this, it's time for pain. But he can handle it, though. He actually does pretty well with the work. But yeah, I agree. He's getting a little uppity lately. We might have to check a motherfucker. Anyways, we're gonna get into the video. Right there. All right. I'm just gonna put something on screen chat so it looks like I'm doing something. I do have to put this here though for Izzy reloading and other stuff. Okay. Gamers all wait. I had to make sure all the stuff's muted so I don't get fucked up. Gamers, all the Renegades footage has been released and all the content creators have been sharing their footage that they captured at the event. And I kind of wanted to give my feedback on what I've watched today. I've watched a lot of YouTube videos, probably you have too. And shout out to all the creators that uploaded to give us this information. And I kind of wanted to just share my insight on stuff because some people appreciate my opinion. The new exotics. Again, I am not going to know the name of these, so we're just going to call it out by title. the Warlock exotic. That's probably the coolest one I've seen. The fact that you can suspend targets. It seems like the Warlock Threadling build, the Strand build is definitely going to be favored. They showcased how much it can actually suspend, and the fact that one of the new exotic machine guns is going to work with it. It's probably going to synergize really well. Can't wait to try it out. The Hunter exotic. Not only did we think that this was just going to be a balding PvP exotic to where hunters can just run around with overshield, but as you see here in the perk, when you have an overshield for PvE, you're going to do 20% more damage. This will stack with Radiant. It's been tested, so the hunter could have another damage rotation exotic in PvE while getting an overshield from that Titan banner shield, but we'll have to test it. Now we get to the Titan exotic. Again, I watched 3 different videos and they all said kind of the same thing. It's kind of meant for movement, but that's about it. It looks a little clunky. I hope it's cooler. Maybe pairing it with a eager edge sword, but the fact that I can just be on line rampants and use a sword and skip a whole jump puzzle without even blinking, I feel like that's more easier. I really hope the Titan chest piece is fun. I really, really hope it's fun. But it did look kind of mid. I'm just saying. Just honest opinion. So, like I said, the exotic machine gun. This machine gun looks busted. It's going to be from the season pass. When you hit 90, you're going to be able to unlock the catalyst for it. And the catalyst makes it so that the little nests spawn threadlings and spawn tangles. So again, if you guys love a tangle build or you love a threadling strand build, this machine gun is going to have good synergy. And also it's a healing AR. And also it's a healing machine gun as well. So it's like double perk. I always find stuff like this in the game cool when Bungie tries to incentivize you to use different things. Hey, try this out. We know it's a different playstyle, but try this weapon out. So I think this machine gun will stand out. The exotic crossbow. We think that this is going to come from the dungeon. I don't know why Bungie showed it, but again, this is just what I'm thinking about. Let me re-say that. So now let's talk about the exotic crossbow. I think this drops from the new dungeon. I don't know why Bungie would show it. It's kind of cool to keep things a secret. But if this does drop from the dungeon, this crossbow does look sweet. So what this is, it's a normal crossbow. And what it's going to do is when you look through it, you're going to charge up the bar. As you see here, when you charge up the bar from looking down sights, it's going to do higher damage at different levels. Now you do have to be careful because if you do 2 level 3 charge shots, it's going to be on like a cooldown. Like the weapon will have to overheat. So you'll have to chill for a second. So there might be a certain way for you to shoot this in a different order, like shoot a charge 1, then shoot a charge 3, then go back to a charge 1. We'll have to see. Close quarters, the crossbow didn't look that good just because if you're getting surrounded by enemies, you got to shoot real quick. But at distance, it does look like it packs a punch, so we'll be interested in that. Moving on to the Praic Blade, the lightsaber. I mean, this is what it's supposed to be, right? This thing is busted. It looks like it's going to do a lot of damage. It's going to sync with the artifact. We'll get to the artifact in a little bit, but the artifact is based around swords and snipers. So the fact that this sword can, the Praic Blade can feed itself ammo pretty much because of the upgrades you get on it. It will literally just print ammo for you so you never run out. It is a kinetic and it will have special ammo, but this thing, just being able to block with it, it does work with strongholds. It will work with Banner of War. I really hope that there's a way for warlocks and hunters to enjoy it more with their kits and exotics. But again, when you got Titan that has all the cool stuff, this might be really nuts. Being able to block with strongholds and Banner of War, people are just going to meme this and have fun. Now, there is cool things that you can add to this, like different stones for colors, and you can also have cool things like Scorch, maybe Weaken, maybe Tangles. The creators weren't really able to show what those mods were, but there is some interchangeable mods on the bottom of the Praic Blade that you'll be able to customize it. So that's going to be your big focus here, which we knew when they launched the lightsaber, it was going to be a big hit. Now, I can't go over every single weapon because I think in total there was close to 40 weapons, new and returning weapons and dungeon weapons coming in Renegades. But I did watch Aegis's video. He literally broke down every single weapon. I would suggest you guys go watch his videos. He's a speedrunner and he loves damage testing. He always kind of breaks down stuff. He goes over all the weapons on how some of the newer weapons, what's it called, chat? The I forgot what the fucking weapon's called. So this screen's important, but the dynamic. So the one cool thing about these weapons that are coming is the dynamic and the balanced heat frames. What he says in his video is that the dynamic frames are just better. They're going to just do more damage than any other weapon in the game. So pretty much this is Bungie's way of saying, hey, all that old stuff in your vault, do not use it and delete it. Because we all know that the Edge of Fate weapons and the Ashen Iron pretty much power gapped all your vault weapons except a few fan favorites for PvE and PvP. But with the new weapons coming out in Renegades, they're really going to just destroy you. I do want to show you on the screen that he does have most of the weapons on here. He might be missing a few, but the dungeon weapons I'm not going to put on screen, but they are have been shown in certain videos. I don't know why Bungie let the creators show the dungeon weapons. Again, it's nice to leave that stuff unshown, but there is 6 weapons, and I guess there is an eager edge sword, and there is a dynamic sniper. It's not kinetic, but it will probably be the best in slot. So we'll have to see it then. He does also show you that there's a sniper in the game, which is a kinetic, and it is like No Land Beyond, but it's doubling the damage pretty much. Or sorry, let me say that. Also, what you're going to see here in the second red... Did I fuck it up? Oh, no. Let me just redo that whole part. So now the things that he has highlighted, these are 3 weapons that stands out to him. So the uncivil disclosure. The uncivil discourse. It is a dynamic hand cannon. It's a 180, but it does about 3.4 times the amount of damage than any other hand cannon for the hunter with Lucky Pants. So yeah, you might want to get this. Lucky Pants Hunter is going to do some absurd damage with this weapon. Can't wait to see people farm it. It does drop with I'm gonna have to go check. I forgot what it drops with. He said it drops. Is it aggregate charge? What's the damage perk? I forgot what the damage perk was for this. It's the one where you fucking tractor it and it's ×2. It's on the tip of my tongue. I just can't think of the fucking thing. What's that perk? What's that perk? The high damage one. Not honing, no. I really don't want to pull up another tab. Oh, it's the new perk. It's literally the new... I'm gonna have to go play the fucking video. God damn it. God fucking damn it.
Reference, if you want to look at my spreadsheet.
It's aggregate?
I'm going to try to avoid giving too many exact numbers because it kind of flies around.
All right, thank you. Yeah, he said aggregate charge is the best. But he also put in his notes has PI. Like, what the fuck? Do I have to go rewatch it for that? Ooh, I don't want to say the wrong thing here. Okay. So this hand cannon does have a lot of damage perks on it, but I think aggregate charge is going to be one of the best. But also, again, the perks could change when the guns come out. Something could be, left out. It does have precision instrument too. So again, hunters, you're going to be eaten with your Lucky Pants builds. The next is the refurbished A499. This is the heavy sniper. And it pretty much is the version of No Land Beyond, but it does twice the amount of damage. So when this thing shoots, it's a single shot and it does twice the damage of No Land Beyond. And stack this with other perks on the artifact and other builds that we can run, this might be one of the highest damage non-exotic snipers in the game. And you can stack this with the Izanagi. So yeah, I do want to show you something here as well. This is the Izanagi changes that are coming. Pretty much it's going back to the OG setting here where you can just hone it, shoot it, hone it, shoot it. They're reverting the changes to bring back Izanagi. So yeah, this thing's just going to rip.
Yep.
And then finally, the PSI Eterna. This is the missile rocket pulse energy that is pretty much the mint in an energy slot, and it's going to be arc, but the perks are worse than mint. They knew better to give us a rewind rocket pulse rifle again. So the fact that this doesn't have rewind, it's okay. It still has elemental honing, but you'll have to reload it more. Again, I think it'll still be a really good energy weapon. Also, I checked out Cool Guy's video. He pretty much broke down every single weapon that's coming in Renegades and showed some perk pulls in each row. So definitely go check out his video as he breaks down every single weapon, even some of the old ones that we haven't seen in a while, like Hawthorne's Field Forge Shotgun. Haven't seen that one. The Oxygen SR3. The Immortal SMG from Trials. The Cataphract from Trials, the Riptide. So again, I don't want to show any of the dungeon weapons on screen just because some people want to avoid that. But again, they're out there. And also, these are the armor sets I'm going to leave on screen. Again, So what you're going to have to do here, I'm going to have to redo that line. You're going to have to block out the Equilibrium armor set because this is the armor set for the dungeon. I'll put this in chat if you guys want to keep it, by the way. So you can look at it. So put a blur on this. Committee. Just on this part. So these are the new armor sets that we know about so far coming in Renegades that you'll be farming in the Lawless Frontier, the Fire Team Ops, the Crucible, the Pinnacle Ops, Trials, and the Dungeon one's on here, but I did blur it out. We can put the link to this image down in the description. So if you did want to view the dungeon, you could, but again, a lot of people want to stay spoiler free. So I don't want to make you mad, but some of these sets could be good. I'm not going to read every single one. But if you just want me to look down here, I thought this one stood out. A Pinnacle Ops 2-piece, damaging a target with a sword, glaive, or melee attack. Exhaust them. Yes, please. And then the Fire Team Ops 2-piece. When your shields begin to regenerate, you gain flinch resistance and damage resistance for a short time. You could pair that with Smoke Jumper and get more DR. So again, there's going to be some cool stuff to farm. And no wonder you're going to need all that vault space. All right, now I'm going to go to the final stuff. I got two topics left to talk about. I'm just going to leave this here, but I'm going to talk about the new Lawless Frontier. So now we're going to talk about the Lawless Frontier game mode that they're adding. This is pretty much going to be Bungie's chance to get you to just grind this game mode. It seems like everyone's going to do the campaign. You're going to get the exotic and the portal activities. Now they're going to add 6-player activities to the portal, and they're going to add some rotating stuff in the portal. But remember, you guys hate the portal. You don't want to do the portal. So I think a lot of people don't want to play the portal activities and don't want to do the same stuff that we've been bored of. So they're going to focus on the Lawless Frontier activity. This does look cool. Now, there is factions. Yeah, that's right. There's 3 different factions. When you go into the social space, I forgot the name, but you could pledge with these factions, and there's going to be cool reputation rewards. As you see here, you're going to have to level up these factions to get reputation reward unlocks that you can actually use in the Lawless Frontier. You'll actually be able to get some upgrades on the PvE side and the PvP. And it seems like each faction has its bonuses weekly, and there is a shader. Now, here's where I'm kind of confused. If you guys don't know, the Nether healing effect is in this activity. And then the screen that I'm showing you here is leveling up like we did in the slab. You guys remember leveling up the slab for Nether? Bungie time gated us. They only let us hit so high so many weeks and kept time gating and time gated it, then dropped Parodiad. I'm not assuming this. I'm just praying that that doesn't happen again. Please do not time gate us and tell us that we can only level up so much. Also, if we have to level up all 3 factions, because you're allowed to switch whenever you want to be able to get all the unlocks and the rewards, that might be a lot of playtime just in that Lawless Frontier activity. I hope there's replayability, because from the looks of it, you might be getting tier 5s right off the rip. So if you play for a few hours a day, by day 3, day 4, you might get the weapons you're looking for. If you got to remember, tier 5s drop 3 perks in each column. It's very easy to get what you want. Now, if you're not achieving tier 5 gear yet, you got to work for it. But I just really hope that I've seen in previous games that I've played over the years where a new seasonal activity comes out and they just want you to just live in there. I don't think the community wants to do that. Now, this activity does look cool. There's a lot of cool things you can do. I was watching Cross's video, and he was like, yo, you can summon all these vehicles and domes, and when you go invade, you like can use the ADSTs, I think they're called, and you're in the vehicles and you're trying to get the kills and get the gambling going, because that's what you do in like the invasion mode. You pretty much invade them while they're doing the 3-player activity, and you steal their res tokens. And also you're wagering stuff. So in the PvP version of this, when you click on invasion, you can wager some tokens. So if you go in and wager 3 tokens and you go in and get 3 kills, you get more loot. But don't think that you have to do this, because you can just do the PvE activity. From what I've seen from the videos today, you can simply just stay on the PvE mode if you like, but also switch it up and, troll people. I just can't imagine not running Truth, right? Buy the upgrade that gives you heavy, go in with a Truth rocket, hit the tracking, call it a day. Kind of toxic, right? But overall, I think this activity is good for the game. I think that we can see that they're trying to give us replayability, and I respect that. My only gripe is, why can't Bungie make their own idea? It does seem like they used a lot of Helldivers and other things. At the end of the activity, you kind of have to wait for an extract. Are they trying to get you prepped for a marathon? I know that was a joke, but you get where I'm saying with this. Like, Bungie's shown in the past that they can make really good content. I don't think they need to copy other games right now. They just need to, you know, hey, Menagerie, give us a rebrand of that with all new loot and all new weapons and new tokens. Menagerie killed it. The Forges, Reckoning, the list goes on. But yes, you will be seeing some upgrades like you've seen in Helldivers. But like I said, I just really hope that that is the replayability of that activity. Because once people finish the campaign and they get the Praic Blade unlocked and they get their juice, they're going to be hungry for more content. So hopefully we can grind that content out in the Lawless Frontier. And then the Tuesday after, December 9th, we're grinding out the Vanguard alerts, which those are like GMs. And then we got the dungeon on the 13th. I just want to see longevity for Renegades. I don't want to see it burn out after 3 weeks. Again, I've seen it happen before. So overall, I think we're going to enjoy this seasonal activity. It does look fun, and I can't wait to grind all the weapons. One last thing, and that is this artifact. It was posted in the TWID. Also, if you guys didn't notice, there is some trophies for the world's firsts, and you'll get this emblem if you watch Evan and CB on Dungeon Zone, December 13th. So yeah, we're definitely going to be fighting that dungeon day one, getting that clear, and GG's to whoever's going to win the trophy. But let's talk about this artifact really quick. Again, I'm just going to kind of like scroll here so you can like look at it all, read it, maybe highlight something while it's paused, but I'm not going to read the whole thing just because that would take a little too long. So stuff that like kind of stands out to me. Obviously, we got anti-barrier hand cannon, anti-barrier sniper, overload pulse, overload submachine gun, unstop bow. But remember, you don't need to run any of that. You can always stun champions with Radiant or other ways. I always tell people to open up your character screen and look what it says underneath the anti-barrier, the overload, and the unstop, because there's more ways to stun them just by using these mods. Fastest draw stands out to me. In the first shot shortly after reloading, readying your weapon is a precision hit. You gain flinch resistance. The new sniper, Izanagi, still hunt. There you go. Elemental Siphon, we've seen this before, but again, rapid final blows with a kinetic weapon or a weapon matching your super. It creates elemental pickups. It's really good for Devour builds and, you know, stuff like that. Now we get into the crazy stuff, and this is where you'll see it just jump off the paper. Kinetic Synthesis. Sustained kinetic weapon damage and rapid final blows have a chance to generate a unique ammo brick. Collecting this brick will grant ammo to your equipped kinetic weapons and grant special and heavy ammo progress. This might be unlimited bricks from a boss. So if you keep shooting a boss with your kinetic weapon, hello, Izanagi, and other stuff, you could keep feeding your bullets. You would just have to run up and get these bricks, but you could take time in between damage phases. You never know. But this seems really busted. Again, another boost to the snipers. Precision hits with bows and snipers grants a stacking bonus to their reload speed. Bungie's trying to tell us something here. They want us to use swords and snipers. Another cool one that I've seen that stood out to me was Power from Pain. Rapid final blows against weakened combatants grant you Devour. So again, if you're using a weakened weapon and you defeat the combatants, you could get Devour without using a Devour build. So that's just more DR that you can stack up or get ready for like a crazy ad clear phase. Dielectric, we've seen this before, but this is kind of, more crazier. Defeating arc debuff targets grants bolt charge. Rapidly defeating arc debuffed targets spawns an orb of power and heals you. Could be really cool. Armor Smith, picking a combatant shield temporarily grants you damage resistance and increased melee damage. That's going to be really good for the sword. So again, another sword buff. Argent Blade is back, so you can stack this with stuff like Lucent Blade. After you get a hit, you briefly pause after executing a light attack, then follow it up with a light or a heavy attack to empower your sword for a short time, granting it bonus damage and charge rate. So pretty much you can still do the old combo like 3 lights and a heavy, but this artifact mod opens up opportunity for you to try different combos like 1 light, 1 heavy, or 2 lights, 1 heavy. We kind of just have to test this out more, but it is a really good buff. Warlocks, you're going to enjoy this one. Singularity Blade, while you have a Void Elemental buff, Devour, melee and sword hits weaken targets, while melee and sword final blows create a weakening burst. So pretty much you're going to have Winter's Guile on with the Cha-Cha Slide build, and you're going to get the Fell Winter's buff that the helmet has. That is insane. Also, Titans could probably eat from this too with the shield throw. Captain America build. Kinetic Rupture. This is pretty insane. So Kinetic Rupture, I'm going to just re-say that. Kinetic Rupture, this one looks insane. Kinetic weapon damage against a powerful combatant, a boss, has a chance to create a kinetic rupture. So it's going to create like a ball to shoot. It could either be in the front, the sides. If Aegis said that sometimes it went behind the boss, that could be really annoying, so you'd probably lose out on this. But targeting this rupture causes a damaging explosion that staggers combatants. So what this is that if 3 people are sniping a boss and a rupture spawns, 1 person should stop shooting the boss and shoot that rupture. What it does is that it 2x's the damage. So if you Izanagi hone shot the rupture, it's going to 2x that damage into the boss. That's broken. So yeah, definitely want to try this out. Sniper Meditation, we knew this was coming back. It hit grants stacking sniper rifle damage, stability, and reload bonuses for a short time. Heavy ammo sniper rifle hits count more than 1 hit. So this is pretty much made for you to use, Izanagi Still Hunt, the new snipers, and the heavy sniper. And you've probably seen in some of the videos where people were using the lightsaber and they had like these blades forming around it. This is what the sword storm combo is. When you perform 3 sword light attacks followed by a heavy, it's sunburn. When you perform 3 sword light attacks followed by a heavy attack, it summons a penumbral blade that summons around you and does damage and disorients combatants. Sword final blows extend the duration of these penumbral blades. So yeah, it's pretty insane, and the damage is cracked. So again, more ways to use that lightsaber. And I thought this one was good. I don't know how good it's going to be, but Void Infestation, defeating a weakened target spawns a tracking projectile that weakens other targets. That could be really cool. So yeah, get your snipers and swords ready and enjoy collecting all these other weapons. No stream from me until Renegades, but I might show up Monday night. Just want to clear that up. I do get home on Monday around 4 p.m. So I might just sneak in a little stream on Monday night for a few hours. So if I don't see you guys until Monday night, which would be the 1st, happy Thanksgiving. Or hopefully you guys had a Thanksgiving. And I'll see you guys next week. That was a lot of yapping. Sorry about that. We were making a YouTube video. YouTube video on why my name changed. I changed my name because I felt like it. Everyone keeps asking me, but I literally changed my Twitch name because I wanted to. I was sick of it's time for something different. I've almost 10 years with that name. It'd be different if I posted bike content, but I don't ride my bike, and I'm ready for something different. I like the name Gsxrclyde. I wish I could have Clyde, but the guy that has Clyde on Twitch, all I need him to do is just not stream for like the next 6 months, and then I'll steal it. You know? I just need him to not stream it. Jonas, thank you for the 5 gifted, taking advantage of the 35% off sale. GSR coming in with the 102-month resub. Where's the time go? Voids, thank you for the 39. And Dami Mommy 213, thank you for the 19. Dami Mommy. Lana says that. It's an interesting name. But yeah, give me a month and we'll be switching shit up. But again, like nothing's gonna change on the socials or anything. If you type in my name, you're always gonna see the Gsxrclyde. I'm not taking that off my socials. I just changed the display name. So same thing for YouTube and same thing for TikTok. So I'm not changing none. But I did change my name in game. I'm Clyde now. So now it's just an easy gamer tag, Clyde4876. I feel like I did good on that video. It was a lot of talking, but I went over all the important stuff, and you know, that's all. I mean, there's a lot of videos floating around right now. I think people are like kind of lost. Like, what do I go watch? You know? Looks odd. Well, I mean, you guys have looked at that Twitch name for 9 years, 10 months, so it'll take a little bit. I think it looks clean in the directory, though. Look. See how it just says Gsxrclyde? I think that just looks cooler. You know? Oh, just how I feel. Just fucking deal with it. But man, now we gotta think about storing some juicers, huh? Some little XP now. Let's see what this says. Oh no. My bot's off, so I don't have it. Does anyone have the checklist Destiny recipes link? Anybody have that? Unfollow and unsubbed. Yeah, it wouldn't be the first time he did that. Hook, line, and sinker. That's what I was looking for. Steam. Checklist. On my bike? No, I didn't. Of course not. Estimated artifact mods unlocked 7. All right, that's pretty good. Y'all motherfuckers better clean out your vaults, though. You ain't about to have enough room for all this new shit. You know? $40 new weapons? So what is the best sniper in the game? Pray this session I went from a 600 to a 750. Praetus Succession. None of those will be good. So it'll be this. It'll be Praetus. So I forgot about Whisper too. Whisper could be really good. See, the legendary snipers are going to be dangerous because of the Darcy buff. Get ready for snipers in the dungeon, though. I mean, they made it pretty much. Again, the dungeon could be troll, but like, why would they buff snipers so much for the dungeon, you know? I think we're going to be doing Izanagi swapping with a heavy, and I don't know what. Maybe with this? Could be. That's a beautiful rocket launcher right there, ladies and gentlemen. You got a question? What's up? What do you guys think I should do? Should I stream on Monday when I get home? I think I should. I'll get home at like 5:30. I honestly think I should stream. Even if it's like a 2-3 hour juicer, I think I should stream Monday night. Just because it's the night before Renegades. Prepare myself and rest. Maybe. When I get the rest for Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, either I play Mortuary Assistant tonight or I play it Monday. I don't mind playing it tonight, but I kind of want to be online like the night before Renegades, like, because I know no one's gonna fucking be streaming. No one's gonna be streaming on Monday. Is there any reason why I'm loading into the reclaim activity solo? Are you on the match made one? Are you clicking on fire team ops? Don't click on this one. Don't click on this one. Click on fire team ops, Cabal's watch. Make sure it's on match made. No, it is happening. It is happening. I will literally play it tonight, or I could play it Monday. I have to. I said I would play it before Renegades. But I just checked my flights. Like, I'll literally be home at like 5 o'clock. And I know I'm going to just sit here and have nothing to do. I'm going to want to stream. Anyways, I'll think about it. I wonder if, like, I wonder what's going to be the best weapon to run with snipers, though. If it is a sniper rotation, I mean, it has to have something with auto loading, right? Unless you have a Titan on banner shield, but then we need to test that banner shield. This rocket could be good too. Could be. Maybe. I guess we'll just have to see how it plays out. Never mind. I feel like I'm forgetting something. I made the clips. I made a YouTube video. Am I forgetting any clips, community? I just want to make sure before I start like gaming, doing stuff. Like, did I make clips on everything possible? I feel like I did.
Foundry engineers
Yeah, everything I care about. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
but field testing is the true measure of a weapon.
Hold on a second. You got Avalon done? Nice.
This is a chance to help research and development get ahead of the game. Let's not waste it.
All right, start. All right, now I need chat's help. Start talking about stuff that you guys seen today that excited you, and I'll see if I made a clip on it. How's my glow on me? Oh, well, I'm guardian rank 11, so I automatically get the glow when I come over here and talk. You're saying on my shoulder? Oh, I don't know. Change my name to Gsxrclyde. Well, you know, people don't need to know about that account. Trying to think. Renegade's first look of factions, artifact, weapons, Praic Blade, the exotics, exotic armor. I feel like I got everything, to be honest. All right, that's what we're gonna do. Okay, we're gonna give you guys a little bit of entertainment. I'm just gonna fuck around and do some shit, just to act like I'm doing something in the game right now, but really I'm not. So you're probably gonna get baited. And I'm just gonna play the fucking spooky game and get it over with. So I'm gonna play a horror game. It's called Mortuary Assistant. I'm gonna play it for a little bit. That way we don't have to stress it out on Monday. Okay. Sound good? We're just gonna do it. So if you want to piss your pants and laugh at me, I'll provide you with some entertainment. I'm just gonna do a few more bounties, like 10 bounties. Let me do like 10. What I want to talk about armor builds. I mean, I'll be able to break down what's. I'll be able to see what's good in Renegades after the first day or two. Like once I see how the meta plays out, it's very simple for me to like. It's very simple for me to see like, hey, this armor set's good. You know, this is what we should use in the dungeon. You know, this weapon's gonna be really good. So it shouldn't be too bad for us to you know, figure it out, because unfortunately, the streamers that went to the capture event, they were able to see all 40 weapons that are being added to the game and all the perk pulls, which is just nuts to me. Like, they literally have all the perk pulls. Like, literally, you know what the weapons are coming with, so kind of like GG. Yeah, I mean, all that stuff should have been an element of surprise. I agree. I think they showed a little too much, because, you know, the Destiny haters, they see that stuff and they just go, yep, see, nothing's really exciting me to come back to the game. So, but Bungie's really bad at keeping stuff a secret, just because, I mean, look, you know, the people that have leaks on Destiny, they said that Bungie started talking about creating a Destiny 3 a few weeks ago, like 5-6 weeks ago. Like, the Destiny 3 is in development, you know. We don't know how much of that is true, you know. And to me, I feel like if that is the case, and they are starting to work on Renegades, like, why didn't they tell the community, you know? Maybe they were just, maybe that's why they pushed the roadmap, you know? That's why they didn't want to talk about the roadmap right away, because of Destiny 3 being in development. So I don't know. But if they do come out the woodwork and say that, that'd be fucking fantastic. Like, if they just say, hey, we literally delayed the roadmap because we were making Destiny 3 and trying to make a decision, that's fucking fantastic, you know? Yeah, unlike that, yeah, Light.gg has all the weapon perks day one. Well, you have to understand that Renegades doesn't need to, you know, Renegades doesn't need to carry 6 months. There's already leaks saying that Pantheon's coming back in March, so, and it's the old shit. It's the Valcor, the fucking Insurrection Prime, the old layer bosses, so stuff like that is pretty good if you ask me. So Renegades needs to get you guys to like January, and then you put the game down in January and you wait, you know, 6 to 8 weeks for the new shit, and then you play, if that makes sense. You do have to understand, though, that, you know, people just hate right now. People just hate to hate. And, you know, a lot of people are going to talk shit about Renegades, man. Like, again, I've been a content creator for a long time. I've never seen so much Destiny hate in the viewership. People that watch Destiny, like, they just come in and let you know, like, hey, fuck you. We hate Destiny 2. This game sucks. Like, I've seen that happen in the past, but I haven't seen it happen as much. Hate is going on right now. So when Renegades launches, you know, we'll take care of them, you know. So, you know, when we're playing on December 2nd, you're going to hear me address people that start saying stupid shit in chat. I'll be like, hey, man, you know, not in this chat. Take it somewhere else. And if they do it again, I'll just have my mods time them out for 24 hours, and you know, maybe they'll come back the next day and be a good boy. If not, you know, we'll take care of them. But I gotta be optimistic, and I have to be confident that's, you know, in my mind, I know that I can get at least a month of content out of Renegades, so that's my high hopes, is that I can just help people do the dungeon all month of December, and I can get you guys some clears on it and get you some good loot. That's it. That's my plan. So you just got off work? Hell yeah, vacation for a few days, right? Politics of the studio assist with the hate. I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. It's definitely a fucking toxic workforce there. No one's arguing that, but I just don't give a fuck about that stuff. I just play the game. I think if Pantheon 2 is real, Pantheon 2 needs to stay in the game. You can't take it out. I feel like you can't rip some of the end game out. Bungie just learned a valuable lesson. They took away GMs and now they're bringing them back. So I think if Pantheon does come back, it needs to stay in the game. Again, that's just a good idea. If they listen, they listen. If not, oh well. I just really hope that these Destiny 3, you know, I really hope that these Destiny 3 rumors are true. We were talking about this last night, you know. If Bungie would have launched Final Shape and said, hey guys, we're going to give you, you know, another year of content. Here is Renegades and here is Edge of Fate. We're going dark for about a year and a half. We're going to give you a fucking banger ass game in 2027. Destiny 3 is coming. I think the community would have accepted it better. But the fact that they had to find out from a secret leak that Destiny 3 might be in development, why didn't Bungie just say that? You know? Why didn't they just tell us that? Why didn't they tell us that the roadmap's on hold because of that, or other stuff's on hold, you know? All they had to do was talk. It's like they're scared to talk about it. It does seem like, if you guys want my honest opinion on the fucking source saying that Destiny 3 is in the works, I think it's about 65% true. But I don't know for sure. Until it's said, you know? Until it's talked about. Now when they talk about it and they confirm it, then we're all good. But until then, I'm kind of just, I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, new engine, new elements, new everything would be great. But we'll see. You feel D3 was the reason that Sony bought Bungie? So Sony knew that Destiny 2 would struggle and knew that Marathon would struggle a little bit. But they were just banking on Destiny 3. Could be some copium, but I like the assumption. I honestly just think that people just need to realize that Destiny's not a forever game anymore. But yeah, we probably wouldn't see Destiny 3 until 2 years from now. Or more. I think GTA 6 will drop first.
You have faced the Hellmouth and lived.
Well, that's what I'm saying, Smokey. But like, why would Bungie take the beating and get get absolutely shit on? You know, like the past 2 months, Bungie's been nothing but getting plastered on the social media. Why wouldn't they just shut them up and be like, oh, you guys think this is funny? Yeah, D3's in the making. Shut the fuck up. Again, you could word it better. You know. Well, GTA 6 is going to drop next year around this time. Destiny 3 is 2 to 2.5 years out. 100%. A lot of people say it's too late. Well, I mean, I do believe in some of that. The player base does show that, you know, it's too late. You promised this stuff in the past. No, hey, we're not falling for it again. That's what people are going to say about Renegades. I totally agree with you. Does it even work for my... It does. I mean, Anthem had no end game, and then when they banned Glad, it was GG. We didn't give a fuck about that game. Oh, Smokey, me and my friends talk about this all the time. 100% Bungie wanted to kill their game on purpose. Bungie wanted to kill Destiny 2 and put it at its all-time low on purpose. We don't know why though. And I'm a firm believer in this. The game is in a current state the way it is right now because of them. They did it on purpose. Just can't prove it. I wish we could. Why did Glad get banned from Anthem? Because he was doing an exploit, getting unlimited alts. The devs saw him doing it, so they wanted to make an example out of him. Even though that every single person on the planet was doing that exploit. By the way, we were doing like a double exploit. So not only were we, well, he was doing the storm alt glitch, but we were doing a chest farm glitch where we literally would just speed around a dungeon and get unlimited drops. They didn't give a fuck about that. They cared about Glad doing his fucking exploits, so they banned him. And then they realized they fucked up because the community just scalded them for it, and yeah, they regretted it real quick. But that's when the game died, and GG. Fuck them. Where the fuck is this fragment at? Just need one more. Drop their shit. There you go. yeah. I mean, if Bungie bans you, they ban you, yeah. People don't give a fuck, though. I know people that get banned from Bungie and they play on alt accounts or they play on other people's accounts and do recups still. People are rats. They don't give a fuck. They are rats. You guys ready for this fucking storm? Got a little, we got a little storm coming. A little snowstorm.
Here to help.
George, it's not that.
Lots of data to be recovered out of
I don't think it's that. I don't think they want to see people burn. I think that's people like Destiny fans are just very passionate about the game, and when Bungie fucks it up, they get mad. Because like a lot of the changes, even with Edge of Fate, or even the changes that we're dealing with right now in the game, it's like the elephant's right in front of you. It's in the room. You know exactly what to do to change it, to put in the game, to give yourself a good game, and they just ignore it, and they choose the wrong fucking shit every time, you know? So people just get so frustrated when they see it. They're just like, are you serious? Like, the good idea was right in front of you and you just fucking ignored it, you know? Like, that pisses people off.
Interesting.
Abilities. Solar weapon. Most of the hate is from... Oh, wait. Most of the hate that comes from this game is people that don't even play the fucking game. I think I just hit my head on every single possible. A lot of people that don't play the game, they just bitch. You know, they'll come in and be like, "Oh, Destiny sucks still. Fuck you." It's like, dude, you don't even play. You ask them like, "Hey, have you done the new raid?" Nope, don't need to. Fuck this game. It's like, okay, well, why are you talking shit about the game if you don't play it? And they just go, because I can. You know? I don't think they got a heroic. Oh, we did. Let's go. Yeah, I mean, not being unified enough is definitely a part of it, but I think also that a lot of people judge the game like, I always say this, with the new system in the game right now, you know, playing solo just hurts you. And solo players hate hearing that. Or, you know, free-to-play players, they're always bitching, so... Stuff like that's just annoying, you know? You're trying to tell yourself, like... man, why do people feel that way? Why do you know? I read a lot of those comments all the time. People are just like, oh, I don't like the game, and I'm like, okay, why? And then they'll be like, I hate grinding. It's like, okay, well, don't go play something else.
As always, we thank you.
Never mind, I just fucked that bounty up. Well, better onboarding experience, but again, you also have to remember too that people are trying to play a game that is, you know, what, 8 years of content? Like, how are you supposed to do 8 years of content, you know? Where the fuck is what I'm looking for? It's over here. I think the biggest... Okay, I fucked this up. The biggest gripe for people is that, you know, they want to just jump on and have fun, but they always feel like I thought it was funny when the Bungie dev on the couch yesterday said, oh, you know, when people are raiding, they're going to use the Titan build more. There's no incentive to do the raid. There's no incentive to go back and do that raid. There's no incentive to go and do the old raids at all. So on Renegades, people are just going to be focused on the new dungeon and the new campaign and the new weapons and the new 6-player activities, you know. No one's going to go back and just go do Desert Perpetual. There's no reason. And I love Desert Perpetual. I think it's one of the best raids that they've created. It's a top 5 all time for me. I thought it was fucking epic. Like, dude, it was so much fun. Just 4 bosses, hard fucking encounters, back to back to back to back. But people don't do it. It's just like Avalon. People don't do Avalon. People like, it like pissed people off that it was so easy to get the Guardian rank 9, and then the fact that you had to try a little bit to get Guardian rank 11 pissed people off. People don't want like to grind like harder content anymore. I get it, but yeah, all you gotta do is value their time. Make it rewarding so people will do it, you know? I had this idea the other day. I said, if you complete, you know, your Guardian rank and you get to 11, you unlock a gun that only you can get. Give people a reason to do it. You know, the casual player gets really good loot when they start playing, but the grinder doesn't get that good of loot when they get to their end game, you know? They you know, run out of shit to do. And that's kind of what everybody's worried about in Renegades. They're like, oh, well, if I turn on Renegades and I get tier 5s right off the rip, then what? The problem, right? Some people say, they're like, oh, well, that's not true at all. It's gonna be RNG. It can be RNG. What do I recommend on a good gaming chair? It all comes down. Oh my God. Gamers, we got to teach you. Come to the outside. Crouch by the window. You don't need to go in there. How much money you want to spend on a gaming chair? That's what it comes down to, my friend. TWID. What the fuck you mean TWID? No budget? Herman Miller Aaron chair. Those are probably the best bang for your buck.
What can Verix do?
X in my name? Well, hey, why don't you do me a favor? Go find the guy with Clyde on Twitch, convince him to change his name, and I'll get rid of the X. You got me? Yeah. Easy. I would actually, if you guys are in the market for a chair, I bet you if you go check Herman Miller, they probably will do. When I bought my Herman Miller chair, my old chair, I bought it around Black Friday time, and they did 20% off with free shipping. So I ended up getting like 25% off the chair, which is fucking crazy. Well, yeah, George, but I always talk about like the glory days of D1 and the glory days of D2. The gaming scene was totally different. Bungie had competition. There was other big titles coming out that interfered with the players in this game. So Bungie always had to, keep up with the meta and try. Also, they had Activision and Vicarious Visions. Once they lost that, the ideas went out the window. When's the last time we got a new strike? I'm gonna go this way. I live in Hawaii and free shipping except Amazon doesn't exist. At least you're not like Deaf Kid, Moose delivers his mail. Like Deaf Kid lives in like the boondock of Canada. So like, dude, he's literally got Moose knocking on his fucking door delivering the mail. Do you guys live in cities in Canada, or do you just live in the boondocks? Looks like I'm selling the Gsxr and grabbing the Clyde 1000R. You're in Montreal? Got it. Isn't that expensive there? The housing's expensive in like Toronto and Montreal, I thought. Where the fuck did this asshole go? I just want my crits, man. Oops. Nova Sequoia for you? Did I say that right? Probably not. Nova Scotia. Nova Scotia. Oh shit. How long will I be gaming for? I'm just finishing up what I'm doing, then I was going to play the horror game. Chat, I was trying to play the horror game on Monday, but chat's like, play it tonight so you could chill. But I wanted to play it Monday instead, but I'm just doing a couple bounties, fucking around. That's crazy. I don't have to kill him. Do I not have to kill him? Hi, what's up, babe? What do you want? You want food? Glad I got the name changed. Thank you. Nothing else changed, though. Still the same on other platforms. I'll just change the display name. Oh shit. So I think necrotic grips will be extra nasty with all the kinetic artifact mods. Yeah, because they're buffing osteo. Chat, you guys are tripping. Gsxrclyde is way better than Gsxrclyde. It looks so much cleaner. You guys are just tripping. I don't think I'm gonna get my crits. Which sucks. I think this bounty will reset. Oh, it doesn't reset no more. It used to. Aha, I got it last second.
Barracks. Phylax is down.
Her soldiers will scatter, but there are other powerful elixirs.
Ever do the precision missions? That's free. Yeah, there's 3 sets of bounties you can't do. That would be Nessus, EDZ, and Banshee. Lana, you want like food or something? Is that what you're saying? He was just wondering. Yeah. If I want to go out later. Everybody's blasting this fucking Destiny 3 shit. The clan bounties, yeah, if you want.
I was just thinking about you.
Thanksgiving Eve bar night. That gets a little wild there, Mr. TWID. Destiny 3 coming out? No, Destiny 3 is just being started to be talked about. You going out to the bar tonight, TWID? Oh, I was gonna say, like, damn, it's been a minute. Yeah, I mean, yeah. When I was younger, I used to go out every night because, like, right now is the perfect time to go out because all your friends are in town, people are home from school. Wasn't planning on going anywhere. Yeah. I am just going to get this kill right here and then I think I'm going to do the spooky game. Knock it out. Get it done. Only at 30%? Oh, fuck. What am I supposed to do when I run out of ammo? Well, I think that answers my question. Yep. Here we go. Everybody's gonna get ready to shit their pants. Chat thought I wasn't gonna play it, so I gotta fucking play it. I gotta juice it. Gonna finish this last bounty real quick. I only did 40 bounties on 2 characters. That's enough to put me ahead a little bit. Once I finish the campaign, I'll probably have all of them, and then I can just make a video on them. Yeah, babe, we could see. I mean, we might be able to go out. I just don't think there's gonna be much to go out on, like, places to go. %. Need to play solo leveling? I mean, you really don't have to, like, level up for anything. You're not required to level for renegades. Created a Titan, made a consecration build. Anything else you need? Exclamation point Titan, exclamation point Warlock. Or, sorry. Exclamation point Titan, exclamation point Worm God. Fuck, I can't talk. What's the last movie we watched? I don't know. We did rewatch some Harry Potters. We watched Black Phone 2. I think that's it. Do we have any information on light level and tier level of loot in Renegades, especially if one is 550? It seems like the 550 gamers are going to get tier 5s off the rip. It's what it seems like. I don't know for sure, though. It would make sense. What are some shows you would recommend to watch? Dude, let me tell you what it's like a day in my life, okay? So I wake up, usually get up around 8:30, 8:45. I leave, either go to the chiropractor or I go to the gym. Then me and Lana race home. We eat breakfast, and then I stream. When I end stream, I usually shut everything down, go upstairs, see what's going on for dinner, play with Thor, eat, and then I come back down here and chill on the computer for a few hours, and then I go to bed. You know, that's it. Sometimes I'll go out at night, but a lot of the times I'm coming back. Like the past few weeks after I end stream, I've been working at least a few hours after stream at nighttime. So especially now, since we did the name change on Twitch, pretty much the whole month of December is going to be a fucking blur for me. I don't really plan on taking any days off in December until Christmas. So that's why I'm kind of going to enjoy this next couple days off. Like I'm taking tomorrow's Thanksgiving, and then Friday I'm flying to Philly. We're doing a Friendsgiving with a couple of my mods in chat and friends. So we're staying in an Airbnb from Friday to Monday. I'll be back home Monday in the evening, and then Tuesday I'm going to boot up stream and Renegades launch. We're going to do E-Girl Christmas Tree. We're going to do Secret Santa's going to start. You know, squeeze a workout in during the week. Yeah, I mean, I have a home gym too, but I like going to the gym too. Right now, I'm currently me and Lana currently go 5 days a week. Why did I change my name? I was just ready for something new, man. I had the same name for almost 10 years. But yeah, I mean, it's a blur, man. And trust me, like usually, like when it's summertime, usually in the summertime when it's nice out, I end stream and I leave. I don't come back down here because I don't want to be like, if I'm sitting in this chair, I'm either playing some games off stream or I'm working, doing some emails or setting up, you know, meetings or, you know, talking with the video editors or the thumbnail guys or the marketing team and, you know, doing stuff like that. It's just, it gets annoying. So pretty much in the wintertime when it's cold and shitty out, you don't want to go outside. So you're just like work, you know, which I'm totally fine with. All right, let me find this game and let me buy it. I haven't downloaded it or anything. Oh boy, here we go. Here we go. How do you spell it? How do you spell mortuary? M-O-R-U. I found it. $25. So I gotta buy the full game or the demo? Full game? Okay. Buying it right now. Apparently the new special hand cannon plaster. Yeah. That's the juicer. All right. Hey, I kept my word. I'm doing it. Y'all motherfuckers said I wasn't gonna do it. I kept my word, okay? So eat shit. Hold on a second. Chat, so I hit a sub goal like a month and a half ago to play this game, so you're get ready to shit your pants. It's gonna be bad. We're all gonna shit our pants together. What is this game? I don't know. I don't know anything about this game, but I guess it's, you know. Turn the brightness up. Bloom on. Sure. Where's the correct all right. Crouch. I broke the game. Hold on. What the fuck? Hold on a second. Yo, what the fuck was that? Yo, I'm trolling you guys, bro. Thank you, Havoc. I'm scaring you guys. Interact is left mouse button. Clipboard is space. Inventory tab. All right. I don't want to skip the tutorial. All right, I think we're good. Embalming. All right, new shift. Fuck it, let's go. Oh boy. Please, God, don't let me shit my pants. It's taking so long. Oh, okay. Yep. What's taking so long?
I'm so glad it's almost over. Congratulations.
Oh boy. All right.
Thank you.
Oh boy, we all know what happens in Connecticut.
I'll never understand why you chose such a macabre field, but
Chat's fault. Holy shit.
There's nothing disturbing about it.
She's been on a couple benders. Yo, is that me?
But I'm proud of you. I really am. You've come.
I need to go find me a sugar daddy right now. Pay my bills.
So, you haven't told me what's next. Will you get a job where you are, or?
Wait, the game's broken? I should restart it? All right. I think it was locked at 60 FPS when I fucked with the shit. I think it's good now. Oh, skip his enter. I think we're good now. All right, it's moving a little faster. All right.
I'm so glad it's almost over. Congratulations.
No, honestly though, I'm kind of a baddie. I need to find someone to pay my bills.
I'll never understand why you chose such a macabre field.
Like if I'm looking
disturbing about it. It's
looking
just
like this, I could find me a sugar daddy.
I really am. You've come
Just
so
saying.
far. So, you haven't told me what's next. Will you get a job where you are, or?
They actually have everyone they need. But my old teacher, Mr. Delver, transferred me to his office to finalize my internship there.
Oh, well, that's good. I remember you mentioning him. Where's he located? Are you moving away from me?
No, I'm not moving. He's actually located around here. Riverfields.
Oh, Rebecca. I don't like that.
Grandma.
Even I've heard things about that place.
Mm.
Just be worried
People
about you.
make up stories. Death is a scary thing to a lot of people. And we try to explain things we don't understand, and we want comfort when we lose someone we love. I mean, no one's embalming any ghost bodies or
We'll prompt the name change. I've been thinking about it for like
Sorry.
4 or 5 months.
But I wanted to give you this anyway. So, here.
I don't know if I want that.
Just take it, please. It should be yours anyway.
Well, I switched to Gsxrclyde until Clyde's available. The guy that has the Clyde account, like, he hasn't streamed for like 9 months. So
Thanks.
All right.
I'm gonna wait until it's like over a year.
So proud of you. When is all this happening? When
Or a
do you
year and a
start?
half where it's on a
I've actually
like
been there for a few weeks
inactive,
now.
and then I'm gonna ask them if I
My
can
review
take
is
it.
tomorrow.
The Clyde on Twitch, his YouTube is like 225,000. So, but he doesn't stream on his account. He's got like 25K followers, so it's weird. Like I thought for sure I thought reading it in the rule book, like a Twitch, if a partner wants a name for an account that isn't a partner, you could have it, but they changed it. If the account's active, then you can't. He's not partnered, no. Game crash? I think the game crashed. Oh, we're back. We are good. Why does it look like I just got plowed? What am I supposed to do? Oh, enter. Enter skips. Oh, fuck. Here we go. Nah. Wait, why does this move so slow? It shouldn't be 60 FPS. Should be higher. Don't you guys feel like the game's running in slow mode? Is it the 120 hertz that's fucking it? Let me change it. I'm just snooping around. It's a little too quiet, man. One last thing I forgot to give you. Please grab a pencil from my desk and sign. Thanks. Okay. Use to sign the paper. All right. Okay. Do I have to?
I can't use that here.
Okay. Can't use that here. Do I have to sign this?
I can't use that here. I can't use that here.
Can I pull this chair out? I need to sign the piece of paper. Do we have to stand in a certain spot? Okay.
I can't use that here.
Can I move this up? Something's going on.
I'm missing something.
What about if I just use this?
I can't use that here.
Oh, there we go. Okay. Nah. Nope. I know what's down there. I'm gonna look in this mirror and... Whoa! I got some nice tits. Dude, I know something's just gonna jump out at me. Like it's just common knowledge right here. What the fuck is this? Nope. Oh. No.
Rebecca, great. Perfect timing. I just finished with Mr. Dalton here. Please wheel him back to cold storage and bring us Mrs. Page.
Mrs. Page? What are you doing here? Hey, yo, man, don't be rubbing that monitor a kind of certain way. I don't know about that one, Chief. Moving to deceased. Stand behind the gurney and press use gurney. Okay. Oh, okay. This makes total sense. Yeah. Why don't we just, you know, make me shit my pants? I don't know if the game wants me to walk backwards, but this guy's gonna fucking just jump up and just boo me. Like, I have no idea where I'm going. Okay, we're just gonna keep going. Don't do it. Am I walking slow? I'm holding shift. And I'm taking my time. I'm holding shift. Think the game is bugged? Is it because I changed the setting, you think? What about now? Seems like it's fixed. Full screen's fucking it up. Can I move this? There we go. All right, time to shit. fuck? I don't know what that means. Alright, in you go. Get your ass in there. What? Oh, wait. Oh, okay, I get it. Okay. Put that back in there. Put this here. Grab this. Put the dead guy in there. Put him in the fridge. Smell you later. Position this. Grab that. Oh, wrong button. Oh, man. God, turning sucks.
All right, I'm just finishing up something here, so why don't you grab the clipboard and start recording identifying marks. I'll get out of your way when you're done and let you hop in here.
Okay. Clipboard used for forms and keeping track of the mortuary tasks. Okay. Dorothy Page, age 87. Record any marks. Oh, dude. Oh, she's got some marks right here. Okay. All right. Oh, okay. So I just need to inspect them. Find the marks. Okay.
These old windows never stay latched.
I'm sorry. Did that window just close on its own? Oh, fuck you. Nope. Nope. The fuck is that? Okay. I don't see any more. Needles. Cavity fluid. The fuck is all this shit? Can we just turn on the zapper and call it a day? that something?
Great. Climb on in here and put everything into the record system.
All right.
Don't forget to take the printout to the front desk so Zoe can add it to the packet for the family. After that, we'll get started.
Oh, so we didn't even get started yet. Got it. Enter. Click the record.
What was that?
What the fuck?
I didn't say anything. You
What
all
the
right?
fuck was that? Nah.
Yeah, I'm fine. Sorry.
Click the record system. Match the section of your clipboards. Okay. Once all. Okay. Wait, do I have to type this? Head. Was that a blurb or was that real? Was that part of the game? Oh, that was real. What the fuck? Nah. Oh, hold on a second. There's a setting somewhere. All right. Now what? I did it. All right, so, oh, okay.
Time to embalm.
Oh, so it is time to embalm.
All right. I've set everything out so you can just go ahead and get started. I'll be monitoring.
Oh,
everything's on your list there if you need it.
Wire jaw shut with needle injector. Oh, great. Large items are held in your hands. If both hands are full, you will need to drop a large item before picking up another. Okay.
I can't hold anything else.
The fuck was that?
I can't hold anything else. I can't hold anything else.
Was that the game? Jesus Christ, I just shit. Was that a blurb?
I don't have my clipboard.
I'm trying to get it. Wire jaw shut with needle injector and setting needles. Okay. So, where's the setting needles? All right, we found them. Okay. Okay. So can I just do this?
I can't use that here. I can't use that here. I can't use that here.
Why not? Setting the face. Pull the manipulator up and press the injector button. Drive the barbs into the skull and twist the wires. Okay. What the fuck am I doing? Fuck, I forgot what it said. No! I forgot what the tutorial said. Can we go back in the VOD and see? Oh! How did I do that? I think I'm just pressing the button. Oh.
There we go.
Oh. Insert eye caps. I don't think we have those. Got some dude wipes. All right, we got those. Placing eye caps. To open the eyelid and completely interact with the eye and place it shut. Okay. Okay. What?
All right.
Okay. Oop. Mix embalming fluid and pump. Am I supposed to? Okay. Why's it got the stupid card thing out?
That's not it. That's not it.
Okay. I was trying to find that setting you guys were telling me about, but do you guys know if it saves? Does it like save your progress? Or do you have to start over? Like, can I go to the main menu? Why does it give me the card? Alright, so it's telling me to do this. You think so? I don't know if we, oh wait, use item.
That's not it.
can't hold anything else.
Okay.
I can't hold anything else.
What am I gonna need next? All right, so we're gonna need to make a decision. Moisturizer wipes, but like the hand thing shouldn't be there. It should just let me use this, right? Or do I have to actually like mix embalming fluid and pump? So where am I supposed to find this stuff? Oh my god, I didn't even see this.
I can't hold anything else.
Bozo! Alright, I'm gonna try this. We're gonna go to exit. So I feel like the jump scares aren't on enough. I feel like I gotta turn them up just a smidge. Oh, I can continue. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. We'll just turn it up, you know, a little bit, you know. See how this setting goes. Oh, no way. I think we're good though.
All right, here we go.
Well,
I can't use that here.
what do you mean you can't use that here?
Rebecca. Great. Perfect.
Alright, we're gonna speed run.
I just finished with Mr. Dalton here. Please wheel him back to cold storage and bring us Mrs. Tate.
Hold on a second. Don't you fucking think about it. In you go. Drop it. Open. The turning point sucks. was there. Oh. It's just giving me a clue to go forward.
All right. I'm just finishing up something here. So why don't you grab the clipboard and start recording identifying marks? I'll get out of your way.
Fuck you, man. Stupid bitch. Aw, man. That's criminal. I'm like locked in. I get it. I deserve it. What the
These old windows never stay latched.
Nah. Nah. That's just criminal. Should be something on the shoulder. Oh, wait, I see it. It's on the face.
Great. Climb on in here and put everything into the record system. Don't forget to take the printout to the front desk so Zoe can add it to the packet for the family. After that, we'll get started.
All right, we'll get started.
What was that?
What the
I
fuck
didn't
was
say
that?
anything. You all right?
Dude.
Yeah, I'm fine. Sorry.
I think that's everything.
Time to embalm.
I thought there was going to be more jumps.
All right. I've set everything out so you can just go ahead and get started.
I didn't know I had to crank it up all the way.
Everything's on your list there if you need it.
I fucked up. All right. This. And there's one other. Not that, not that.
I'm missing something.
For more jump scares, you have to set the meter to max. Well, why didn't we say that? I didn't know.
I'm missing something. There we go.
It's still fucking creepy, dude.
All right.
Oh, I had to restart. I turned up the jump scares a little bit. Is it 4 of them? Yeah.
I can't hold anything else.
Okay. All right, we get it. We get it. We get it. We get it. We get it.
I can't hold it. I can't hold anything else.
All right, yeah, but let me exit this shit. I
can't hold anything
don't want
else.
to pick it up. There we go. No.
Sometimes we get chemicals that haven't been stored properly.
What
and it can make them
fuck
pop.
was that, dude?
Just keep doing
It nah. What am I supposed to do with this? Mix the embalming fluid. Okay. 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 Make an incision on the carotid artery and jugular vein with the scalpel. Oh, that's just fantastic. I've been looking forward to doing this. Use forceps to clamp the tubing to both veins and connect the embalming pump. Okay. The forceps and the tubing. Okay. Hey, we're doing it. Engage pump and let the body drain. What the fuck? This is what Ren does at work. Fill an empty IV bag with cavity fluid and then insert. Okay. The bag. You come over here and you fill it. Wait, what?
That's not it.
Oh.
I'm missing something.
Oh, okay. We need to get the thing. Disgusting.
There we go.
Mix cleaners in bathroom closet to create the tank cleaner, then pour it into the embalming pump. What the fuck was that? Hey! Who's back here walking around and shit? Nah. I seen them. Somebody just did this. You.
That's not it.
Thanks, Carlos. Appreciate it. Apply moisturizer. Okay. What the fuck? Nah.
Tell you what.
What?
Why don't you go ahead and head out? I'll take over from here.
What are you gonna do to her?
Are you sure? I just got here.
Don't worry. You're doing great.
Huh.
I'll get the last of your paperwork sorted today and call you in for your first shift.
Okay. But I'm not done.
Go ahead. It's fine. I'll give you a call when we get someone in.
So did I fail or? I win. I did it.
It was just really weird.
So some stuff fell over. That's not a big deal.
Okay. Wait, this is my crib. Am I looking for something? Book covering the process of science and decomposition. Or decomposition. Book about embalming. Okay. Can I get some food up in here?
Where are my keys? God, I always lose those.
Can't go in there. Temporary items do not take up space in your normal inventory. Use a temporary item by directly interacting with it. Okay. Oh, we're driving. Let me in.
All right. Guess I'll head to the back and get started.
Yeah. What's what the fuck was? Hello?
Mr. Delver, I need help. Someone's outside the mortuary.
Just try to stay calm. I know you're scared. I'll unlock the door in a moment.
What?
This is very sudden, but listen to me. We have to start right away. I'm sorry. I didn't know until it made itself known this morning.
Oh,
I was here,
great.
let alone bound to you. I had no way of knowing the possession had started.
What the Look, this isn't funny. Stop.
You need to take this seriously. You need to act quickly.
This is insane. I'll just leave. I'll just fucking leave.
You can't leave, Rebecca. I can't allow that for you or for others. It's far too dangerous.
What am I supposed to do then?
Most bodies I work with at night are fine, so we stay calm, okay? We embalm, file the paperwork, everything. Treat it like a normal day. Staying focused will help. I left some things for you on the desk. I'll call again when you get to the embalming room.
No, wait. Damn it. What the fuck? This is insane. Okay. This is so stupid. It's just some hazing for the new girl or something. Just play along and do your job.
Where'd the tape recorder go? You fucker. Who played that? Zach? No. Mr. Chocolate Rain, thank you for the resub. What can I do with the tape recorder? Oh. What can we use with the old key? There's gotta be something in there, right? What is that? Gotta be a clue somewhere.
I'm fucking quitting tomorrow. I mean, who does something like this?
Here we go.
All right, listen carefully.
Look, I'm sorry, but this entire thing is extremely unprofessional. If this is how you treat new hires, I don't think I can work for you. This isn't funny.
Rebecca, you don't have to believe me, but I hope you do before it's too late. The only way to save yourself is to banish the demon before you're too far gone. To do that, you will need to learn the demon's name, bind it to its chosen body, and burn it in the retort.
Oh, great.
Look, I know this is a lot to take in. I wish I could do more for you. I had years to learn what I know. You have hours. I've recorded a number of cassettes to instruct you in the hope that having a physical object with a known message will help you stay grounded.
Great.
I won't be calling again. You can't trust the phones. Anything can be manipulated. Listen to the tapes. Learn the demon's name. Burn the correct body. The most important thing in the room is in that cabinet. Open it up. Good luck, Rebecca. I'm
Got
sorry
it.
this had to happen.
This is insane. Whatever. Just be the professional one, grab a body, and get started.
Oh.
Yeah, screw all of whatever this is. I'm getting back to work.
Small cassette labeled 2 tools.
To
Okay.
banish a demon to hell, it must be bound to its chosen body and burned.
Okay.
The 3 objects in this cabinet are your tools.
Okay.
First, the clay tablet in the center is called a mark. Placing the smaller pieces in the correct configuration will spell the demon's name.
Okay.
Second, the bottles on the top shelf are a special reagent that will react to the mark. Add a bottle to the embalming mixture during the process. When the mark is placed on the correct body with the reagent inside, it will force the demon to become bound to it. Pay attention to signs that you have chosen correctly. They can be obvious or extremely subtle. Once you are certain the demon is bound to its vessel, burn it. Finally, the pieces of paper on the right are called letting strips. It must inscribe the sigils of its name in our world to begin the evocation. You will need to uncover these sigils to use them. Hold a letting strip up while wandering the mortuary. If it begins to smolder and burn, you're close. When the paper combusts, the sigil has been revealed somewhere in that area. They can be anywhere, so look on walls, under objects, inside furniture, anywhere. The demon will inscribe its sigils over time to try and hide them, so check regularly. Once you uncover the sigils, use the night shift database to decide which demon you're dealing with, and use that knowledge to create the mark. The steps are simple. Add the reagent to the embalming mixture, uncover the sigils, build the mark and place it on the body. Then, when you're certain, burn it in the retort.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that easy.
At every moment, the demon is funneling its energy through you, weakening you, until you are unable to resist. Identifying a demonic entity is a delicate balance. The further you are from possession, the more time.
I wish I could fix the screen, but if I put it in, full screen, it gets all weird. Like you see.
Or the demon will make itself known.
Oh.
Allowing you the information to guess its name.
I guess we're good.
And the body it's bound to. The only way I've found to tell how far along a possession is on your own is to scribble on a piece of paper. Don't think about it. Just scribble. Look carefully. If you notice anything strange, it's starting to take hold. There's a notepad and a pencil on the desk in the front room. Checking from time to time can give an idea of how long you might have.
I'm gonna poop my pants now. Okay. Is this the symbol? Little juicer? I think that's a symbol. Let's go find it. It's like this one. Okay.
The Night Shift Database, a computer program combining all my findings into one reference point. The database contains all the information on the process of expulsion, the tools used, and most importantly, all the markings of the known demonic names. If you ever forget what to do, replay these tapes or look it up in the database. The collection of demonic names is the most crucial piece to the puzzle. You will need this information. My ID card is in my personal belongings drawer. On the back is the passcode to access it. Use it.
I forgot what he said.
You know what? Screw this. I'm calling the police. You know what? Screw this. I'm calling the police.
Oh, great. Can I use one of the papers again? Dun, da, da, da. Definitely going in the back room. So we can't use one of these things right now. Got it. God, he said something about... What are these? The Book of Typhoon. Okay. I think we need to grab a pencil and paper. Maybe that's from here? Right. We have to do something. Thank you, Sparks.
Whatever.
Oh. Where is it? Oh. What does that do?
You should have fucking died. I will slit your eyes open, and your last vision as they wither will be of the flesh being peeled from your legs, and all that will be
What the fuck is going on?
You will beg me to take your pathetic carcass.
Oh, yes, if you notice anything strange, it's starting to take hold.
Jesus Christ.
Time to lock in. What the fuck?
You locked me in here. Scared the shit out of me.
To banish a demon to hell, it must be bound to its chosen body and burned. The three objects in this cabinet are your tools. First, the clay tablet in the center is called a mark. Placing the smaller pieces in the correct configuration will spell the demon's name. Second, the
I
bottle
feel like there's got to be another tape somewhere.
reagent that will react to the mark. Add a bottle to the embalming mixture during the process. When the mark is placed on the correct body, with the reagent inside, it will force the demon to become
All right, chat. Which number?
Pay attention to signs that
1 through 5.
correctly. They can be obvious or extremely subtle. Once you are certain the demon is bound to its vessel, burn it. Finally, the pieces of paper on the right are called letting strips. It must inscribe the sigils of its name in our world to begin the evocation.
I've got over 100 hours in Arc Raiders.
Hold a letting strip up while wandering the
Chat. 1 through 5.
It begins to smolder and burn. You're close.
Which one?
When the paper combusts, the sigil has been revealed somewhere in that area. They can be anywhere, so look on walls, under objects, inside furniture. Anywhere.
Alright. Multiple people said 5.
Will inscribe its sigils over time to try and hide them, so check regularly. Once you uncover the sigils, use the night shift database to decide which demon you're dealing with, and use that knowledge to create the mark.
Shut up, Gsxrclyde.
Add the reagent to the embalming mixture. Uncover the sigils. Build the mark and place it on the body.
check you out.
Well, let me... What the fuck just happened? Turn the shit back on!
Hello?
Nah, what the fuck? Nope.
Nope, nope.
Yep.
Good job.
Nope, nope. Get out of here. Run. Why can't I mark the fucking face?
Screw this. I'm getting back to work. So stupid.
What do you mean we picked the wrong one? I feel like I'm doing a good job. The little boy won't stop saying 6'7". I don't know what the fuck that means. I feel like I'm missing something. What? Doesn't tell you that you're done. The clown has no penis. Just say you hate me. I get it. Right arm. Done. Crash. On the left leg. Yeah. On the left leg is that. Should be 4 things. There is. So I'm missing something?
Already died, dude.
I must have missed something. I already did this. So look at the left arm or the shoulders. There's got to be something there. Don't see anything. So it's got to be on this shoulder. I don't see nothing on the shoulder. Yeah, I don't see anything. But that's the only spot that I'm missing. I'm just gonna go back to the computer. What the fuck was that? Alright. Name. Age. Head. Right arm. Right leg. Left leg. There's something else. There's gotta be. It won't let me submit. I didn't see anything on the shoulder. Like, there's nothing here. Clicking. I got that. No, I can't type anything on the notes. It won't let me. It has to be on my clipboard. That's how you put it in the computer. It has to be on my clipboard, and there's nothing on my clipboard for those three. Like, it's saved. The head, the left leg, the right leg, the right arm. So it's missing something here. Hello?
Hello? Hello? Rebecca? Rebecca? What the?
Oh, we should not answer that again. There's nothing here, man. Like, I'm not stupid. Nothing on the shoulders. So this could mean it's not the body? Maybe it's not this one? Let's go take a little walk around the park real quick. What was that?
I can't hold anything else. I can't hold anything else.
Oh. All right, we have extra keys. I have my new work badge. We're finding a lot of keys. What the fuck? Wait, they said there's like a cellar outside, right? Oh shit, it's about to go down.
That's not it.
What do you mean that's not it? I didn't pick it up. Oh.
I already. I have one of those.
Okay, give me that. Oh. It won't let me out of this screen. The fuck is going on? What the fuck? Did someone just knock on that? Hello? Really need to key the outside hatch. Cleaner is low, and you mentioned having some down there before. I don't know. You don't trust anyone to go down there. Having a copy of the key would make things a lot easier. So you're telling me... and none of this works.
That's not it. That's not it.
Looking for a clue. How about we just get in the car and get the fuck out of here? Skirt, skirt. Won't let me? All right. What? Nah, what was there? Did you see that bitch creeping back there? Peeking out the fucking woodwork? Okay. I wasn't seeing shit. There was actually a fucking person there. I'm missing something, and I don't know what it is. Like, I don't get it. I'm gonna... It won't let me change, like, the cart. I can't interact with the cart and, like, change the body out. I got nothing. Like I'm clicking everywhere. Thank you, Taylor, for the gifted sub, and Sparks, welcome back for 34. I don't know what to do. I've inspected the whole body. I mean, these lines right here. I'm stumped. I wish it would help me. Well, it won't even let me like mark it on the shoulder. Look. I'm clicking all over it. Wait, there is something there. Who turned off the lights? Wait, it does say something's there.
There we go.
Oh my God, it was there. Slit your throat? Oh, brother. Oh, shit!
I need to file the copy up front.
Okay. Nope. No!
It's time to embalm.
Time to embalm. All right, there we go. Wires shut with the stuffs. We need this. And what else do we need? Setting needles.
There we go.
All right, eye caps. What the fuck was that? Nope. Where is the eye caps? They're right here? I can't remember where the eye caps were. Aha.
All right.
Is there like a C symbol? Need to find another clue. Plus, I haven't found the key yet. All right, now we need to mix the fluid for the pump. H, is that one of them? Yep. What? Bleaching agent? Formidine. Oh, we need that. So got it.
That's not it. That's not it.
Keep hitting the wrong button. What are we looking for? Hey! Nah. Where's the
I can't hold anything else.
why won't it let me mix the pump? I did it all. Oh. In the old cabinet. There's another thing I'm missing. What's the old cabinet? Oh.
I already have one of those.
Oh, wait. Oh. We need this. But didn't the tape say we had to be careful which one we chose?
I already have one of those.
Okay. We're just gonna use it anyway. Okay. Find the scalpel.
I can't use that here.
I need to like put it in my hand or something? It didn't work like that before. It just let me do it.
I can't use that here.
What do you mean?
That's not it.
Whoa! Nah! Nah! I knew something was going on. Holy shit. That got me. I have forceps and the tubing. Okay.
I already have one of those.
All right. Okay. I still don't know what to do here. I mean, I haven't found any more clues. Okay. Oh. Uh-oh. What? Oh! What the fuck? Dude, that was right up in the face, man. There's a reservoir bag. Oh. Come on, man.
There we go.
All right. Mix cleaners in bathroom closet to create tank cleaner and then pour it into the pump. Oh. What do you mean? What? Am I in the car? How did I get out here, bro? Oh. Oh. Oh, I got another symbol. Jesus Christ. I think it's like this one, but let me go double check again. All right, now let's fix this. It's a little dash. Okay. Okay, we're out of here. All right, so we have to do cleaner base.
I can't hold anything else.
Tank cleaner. Okay. We're good. Sir. I'm missing something, Chad. I should have more. I never found the key yet. I think I'm just fucked.
All right. Rebecca. Why aren't you coming?
What the fuck is going on? I can't move. I gotta do this to a whole nother body, chat? Why am I so slow? I gotta speed this up. Two more bodies? All right.
There we go.
Entry 2. Babe, what are we gonna do about food? Because I'm slow. We might want to order something. Because I'm pretty slow at this, and I at least gotta finish it. Wanted to go
I already
out?
have one of those. I already have one of those. I already have one of those.
I mean, I had to do this.
I'm missing something.
I forgot where those setting needles were. Oh.
There we go.
Pause it? I can't. Just need to remember where everything is. Where were the eye caps?
I already have one of those.
Oh.
All right.
All right, now we mix the chemicals. Oh, we got the F. TWID the chemist has a ring to it. Uh-oh. Something's about to happen. Where's the G at? Oh, it's right here. All right, then we grab this. Make an incision with the scalpel. And then we get a pair of these. Then we get the tubes. Hook the tubes up. What the? I'm in a whorehouse.
I'm missing something.
Burger bag.
Yo, thought you'd be hiding in Billy's place. Your dad's being a total fucking loser. We're heading down to the beach.
What did you just say?
Grab your kid and get down here. Party's gonna start without you.
I'm missing something.
What are you missing then? Okay. Just drug kit laying there? What the fuck? Oh boy.
You did this to me. It's all your fault.
Holy shit. I'm glad I was scratching my eyes. All right, fill this with then we need this, and we need this.
There we go.
Oh shit, what time's the grocery store close? I forgot, we have to go to we have to... Oh, 11. Alright, we're good. Mix the cleaners. Alright, here we go. Weird shit's about to happen. Oh, there it is. Oh my god, it's Grandma! Better be cooking that fucking turkey tomorrow, bitch.
I can't use that here.
What do you mean you can't use that here? That's what it says. Tank cleaner, then pour it into the pump. Tank cleaner.
I can't use that here.
Grandma.
I can't use that here.
I need some more of that paper for clues. Holy fuck! What did she just say to me? Alright, we're gonna get the Moisturizers. Then we're done.
All right.
All right, chat. Oh, fuck. We got another clue. There it is. So it's like that with that. Okay. All right. We got one more. Last body right here. What the fuck? Why is that body out, chat? This motherfucker's smiling and shit. Well, here we go. All right, let's do this quick. What? Why won't it let me inspect them? Something's going to happen. Oh, here we go. I don't know where the key is to this shit. I don't know where to find this key.
That's not it.
I don't know. Maybe I can inspect the body now. Nope, it wants me to do something else. All right. Who's the fucking wise guy? Oh. Wait a minute. That fuse. Where did I put it? Remember I had that fuse on me? Fuck. I'm trying to speed this up. I gotta fucking leave soon. I gotta leave in like 30 minutes. Where did that fuse go? I had it on me. I don't know where I dropped it. Fuck me, man. Oh, wait, is that it? Okay. All the fuses are in. So did that do anything? I think it just put on this light. What the fuck is that? Oh, now I can inspect the body. I haven't found the other key, no. I found the spare keys. Want you to tell me? Sure, tell me. Why can't I click on these scars? It's really weird.
There we go.
Right. I know, his mouth was moving. I know. Creepy as fuck. Don't worry, we're gonna wire it shut here soon. Right now.
Do the dead comfort you?
I'm hitting the button.
There we go.
Window to the right. Open the cabinet there. Should be a passcode. All right. How did you know the code did that? We're going in. All right, this is just more materials.
Are you out there?
What the?
Hello? Oh, I knew you'd find me. I'm all alone and scared.
Oh wait, my fourth symbol.
I'm fucking scared. Didn't you hear me? Why? Why won't you help me?
I don't know what the fuck that was.
I'm missing something. I'm missing something. I can't hold anything else. I can't hold anything else. I can't use that here.
What's that? That's what I was drawing right there. Why isn't this going off? For a clue. I don't know how to get in there. I think we just go finish the body. Something will pop up.
I'm missing something.
I thought I had the eye caps on me. Fuck. Those were... Where? Those are the tubes. In the drawer? Alright. Time to mix this.
I can't hold anything else.
Yoo-hoo. Mr. Silly. Okay, I'm done. I don't want to play it. What the fuck is going on?
I miss you so much. I don't care about anything anymore. I want you. Please, just
They're gonna kill me! Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Let me out!
Okay. What the fuck is this? Fuck, man. I thought this shit was about to be over. What's up, baby J? Anyone know how to speed this up? Well, let me take this shit. This game takes a while to play through. I thought it was quick. I thought I was gonna be able to finish like doing something. I got like 20 minutes and I have to leave. I have to run to the grocery store and get food for tomorrow. I can't pull out my inventory, can I? Why won't it let me pick this up? This way. So I can't do that. I can't pull out that. I'm missing something. There's just gotta be. Last minute shopping? I was literally supposed to do it this morning, but I haven't had time. Well, the past fucking week has been just crazy. I haven't had time to do shit. Alright, this is the start. Gotta be something in here. This goes to the coffin. Doesn't let me do anything here. Doesn't let me do anything here. This goes to the door and it doesn't let me do anything. It just says high risk. Oh, I wanted to do the scary shit. Oh, wait. Oh. Keys to the right risk wing. We found it. Let's get out of here, man. Oh, okay. I'll just go fuck myself. Ooh, that's spicy. Holy fuck.
You should have died when you had the chance.
We're good. I'm just gonna play for 15 minutes and hopefully I can knock it out. Alright. Alright, let's juice it.
That's not it.
All right, we need this, and then we need this. I'd play this again. This is pretty funny. A little creepy. I just keep hitting the wrong button. It should be okay. We got this. Something's about to happen. It's closed. Yep. Yep. Alright, it's like a Z. Door's open. I mean the door's open. Alright, what do we do once we get all the 4 things? Now what? We need to burn the body, right?
At every moment, is funneling its energy through, weakening you until you are unable to resist. Identifying a demonic entity is a delicate balance. The further you are from possession, the more time you have. The closer you are, the more the demon will make itself known, allowing you the information to guess its name and the body it's bound to. The only way I've found to tell how far along a possession is on your own is to scribble on a piece of paper. Don't think about it.
They need to be in the right order? Are you saying these are wrong?
If you notice anything strange, it's starting to take hold. There's a notepad and a pencil on the desk in the front room. Checking from time to time can give an idea of how long you might have.
Well, I don't know if they're in the right order. You need his ID badge and turn it over to get the code for the computer. I have his ID badge. It's right here. Zero 097576. 097576.
Hello?
Hello? Why are you still doing this? I'm going to kill you for that.
Okay. Palm each body with a special from the cabinet. Use the strips from the cabinet to attempt to reveal the sites. Compare found demons. Build the mark and the match demon's name. Pay attention to each body for demonic activity. Note that bringing an already embalmed body back out to reinspect it for changes may be necessary. Place the mark on the body believed to have demonic tendencies. Burn that body. What do you mean place the mark? Oh. Oh, fuck. This is a pain in the ass, chat. I didn't know it was gonna be all like this. Fuck me. I thought this game was like an hour. Fuck. Alright, so it's Z7 and then dash dash. My bad, chat. I thought this was gonna be a quick game. I'm gonna try and figure this out. I got 10 minutes. Well, I mean, I'm not gonna be able to play this again until my next stream is Renegades, so I definitely want to play this again. I probably won't have time in December, so let me fucking find something. Hold on. It's quite a bit long. Oh, it is? Okay. Z7. It's this one. It's Teshik. So what do I do now? It's like 5 to 6 hours. Oh, it's this one though. This is it right here. Teshik. So what do I do? Ding. Fuck. What's up, Pitbull? Oh boy.
Where am I? What happened? Let me go! Hey, what are you doing?
Sorry. This is the only way.
I failed?
Wait, no, why are you doing this? Help me, please! Please, Raymond!
Nah.
Raymond? Seriously? Raymond? Why are you
Oh,
hiding?
I'm into it.
Don't be scared.
That natural shit!
You fucking burn! You can never
Fix what you've done!
Oh shit. Fuck! I failed. All right, well now I feel better because at least I fucked up. All right, I feel better. I feel better. Hey. I fulfilled what I needed to do. I needed to play the horror game on stream. I did that. I finished a run. I did what I said I was going to do. I'm sure you guys had fun watching it. This is cool. I'll definitely play this game again, though. I'm down. I am totally down to play it again. Lana's the one that told me to play this, so. That was dope. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be uploading plenty of YouTube stuff and TikTok, but me, you will not see me until Renegades. Tomorrow I'm going to go do Thanksgiving, and then Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday I'm going to be at Friendsgiving. Yeah. So I hope you guys are ready for Renegades. I'm uploading some content with it. It'll be a good time. Yes, I changed my name on Twitch. It's Gsxrclyde now. It's going to be like that on all platforms, but the only thing that's different is I'm just changing the display name. I'm still keeping the @Gsxrclyde. So just a little name change. Yeah, I don't know, just to switch it up. So yeah. But it's cool because we're gonna get some new shit made. Yeah, it looks a lot cleaner. So I love you guys. We smashed the goal today. We did beat day 22. When I come back, we will have the Secret Santa list. If you guys don't know what that is, just go to my YouTube and look it up. We do cool things. Let people fill out Secret Santa form all of December, and then we pick winners at the end of the month. I got 50 hours of discounted subs, so all the subs from December are going to go to the Secret Santa giveaway. So you're going to hear me sound like a fucking broken record, but yeah, we're going to try and crush it and do some big things. So when I see you guys on Tuesday for Renegades, I'll make sure to have the special rolling. So yeah, thank you guys so much. Thanks for just hanging out. I'm actually glad I got to play that. I actually had fun playing it. I was trying to rush it at the end, but I understand the game now. So like, but that was fun. I actually had good time with that game. Later, Gsxr. All right. You guys have a good Thanksgiving. I'll be thinking about you. I'll be bragging to my family about how great you are. Yeah, we'll be uploading some content on TikTok and YouTube about the Renegade stuff. Appreciate you. God bless you, and I'll see you on Tuesday, all right? See ya. Good night. Peace.